Do you understand that your globe model, it's just in outer space. It's just zooming around. There is nothing containing it in your
Okay.
model. But
So
in
what do you think
actuality,
happens? Like, yeah, you're telling me, well, we need a container. Okay,
yeah.
so how would you convince me, like, beyond just stating your view on the matter?
Imagine a tire on your car, right? What's containing the pressure in your tires? What's containing it?
Well, the tire itself.
Right. So if you remove the tire, what would happen? Would you still be able to drive your car?
Well, no, I mean the pressure, yeah, will equalize, right?
Okay, right? The pressure would release. So imagine, right, the Earth. And according to your model, there is no container. So how do you explain space being a vacuum, right, by gas? How do you explain that without the gas escaping into the vacuum of space? How would you explain that?
Well, the thing is that when we look at the atmosphere, we see that the pressure does not equalize. We don't have equal pressure, right? We have a gradient that's going from
That's not
sea
answering
level
my
pressure.
question. Can you answer the question, how do you explain the vacuum of space existing right by gas pressure and the gas not releasing into space because there is no container? Can you answer that exact question, please?
Yes, answer her.
I can't, because the premise is flawed. What's happening?
Oh,
is
no,
that
it
we have
isn't.
gas pressure next to a vacuum. That's not happening. We do not have that.
Your
But that is
model,
what's happening according to your model.
yeah.
Do you know what happens to pressure when we rise, when we increase the altitude?
You're avoiding the question. You're avoiding the question. Just answer the question.
Oh, well,
How would you
I'm
explain?
trying to answer, but when you present a premise which I can't agree on, then it's kind of
Okay,
pointless.
just try to answer it. How would you wager that would be possible?
Mm-hmm.
Well, generally speaking, you can't have pressure like directly next to a vacuum, obviously. Like I totally agree on that.
Obviously, right?
You will
So
never
we're
have that because the pressure will equalize, right? So you will have roughly the same pressure everywhere in your container or whatever.
I would say that you're arguing quite a premise, because you're basically saying the pressure will equalize, right, towards the vacuum. But
Well, no, not vacuum. Just as long as.
Well, your model says it's a vacuum. Your model says it's a vacuum. So you can't go against that, because that's what you believe in, your model. And they say it's a vacuum of space up there. All around your globe is a vacuum.
Yeah, Tracy, let's stay calm, okay?
So
I'm not disagreeing that the claim is that there's a vacuum outside of the atmosphere, but I'm also not saying that we have pressure right next to a vacuum, because what's happening is that we have a gradient. The pressure fades from sea level to a hard vacuum, and that has been measured.
Okay, then what's keeping in the gradient? Since you keep going to this gradient, at the very top, right, of the sky, what's keeping in the gas? Period. Right. What's keeping it in?
Answer her.
Excellent question, yeah. Because
what's keeping the gas in? Well, the same thing that creates the entire pressure gradient in the first place, which is gravity.
No, it's called a container.
So now we're going to gravity. Okay, so what proof do you have? What experimental proof can you post in the live stream voice text right now of gravity being proven and tested?
There are multiple experiments, but pretty easy to understand.
Time waster. I think it's entirely counterintuitive, because, like, let's suppose that gravity exists even, okay? It's gonna make the argument easier for you. So you have this outer layer, that's the vacuum, and let's say it has like one particle, right? And then the layer below it maybe has 5 particles. So you're saying that because there's this gradient, that this one particle manages to keep the 5 particles out. And then below that you got like 20 particles, and the 6 particles above it somehow manage to keep it out, right? If you layer it. So it's somehow that you say that a smaller force on top, like a smaller quantity of particles, manages to exert enough pressure to keep a way higher quantity in. That's a bit weird, right? You'd expect total equalization. Like, you'd expect it to be vacuum everywhere, and for vacuum to be, to contain slightly more particles. Because how can, for example, 6 guys contain 20 guys trying to rush through? You get me? Like, you can't,
get your point. I get your point. But what you're missing is the actual environment that we're talking about, which isn't, force-free.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, except for gravity, if you did not have gravity on your side, your argument would be entirely counterintuitive, right? So you need to invoke gravity. Yeah, so you need to invoke gravity to actually make it somewhat even, logical. Without gravity, it makes no sense, right? So
that is correct. It's actually an interesting thought experiment to think what would happen if we could switch off gravity. What would happen to the pressure gradient? I would say, well, the gas will try to reach its lowest energy state, so all the kinetic energy that's contained in the high pressurized gas will try to will basically drop, so the gas will expand as much as possible.
Okay. Gas collides with the walls of its container. So you need to understand that you are contained within a container. You have no gravity.
Well, I don't invoke a container. Like, I'm not saying we need a container. So.
No, I'm letting you know that there is a container.
This isn't my premise.
I'm letting you know that there is a container, and that's why there is no way to escape into the so-called outer space where you think that there is a ISS or rockets or Mars rovers or anything like that. Because I'm pretty sure you believe in outer space. Am I right?
I do. So when you say you're telling me there is a container, okay. So what if I tell you I don't?
Then that's fine. That's fine. You could believe whatever you want. I'm just letting you know the fact.
No, I'm still interested in the truth, right? Wouldn't you want to like demonstrate to me that there is a container, apart from telling me?
Well,
I could look. It's a fact. In order for you, me, anybody on Earth to have gas pressure, there absolutely must be a container to do that. That's my answer to you. I'm not going to tell you or assume what the container is or what it's made of. I'm just letting you know that it's a container that contains us, meaning you cannot escape. There is no way to escape. And that was said from Bill Nye, your science guy, said it verbatim. There is nowhere to go. You cannot leave this place. So there you go. There you have it.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to. Yeah.
Okay.
And even more, suppose that there was a way to leave, right? Then you would essentially get the same thing as with radioactivity. Because let's suppose that gravity is keeping this gas really tight to the surface, right? Now, in radioactivity, you have the same thing that, an electron has a really difficult time breaking away from the atom. Like a really, 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 really difficult time, But once in a while, it still manages to break the boundary of the strong atomic force. Well, if you believe in atoms, that is, right? So you believe that radioactivity means that eventually, if because electrons, they have no boundary, right? Essentially, an atom is the same as your model for Earth, where the electrons are like the gas spinning around the Earth, right? Do you agree that it's a good, kind of like a good parallel? You got the Earth and the gas around it, the atmosphere, and then you got the atom and the electron cloud. Right?
Well, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, so these electrons, the strong atomic force, it binds them to the core, right? It exerts a really strong pull on the electrons and it keeps them close to the core. Do you agree or not?
Similar to gravity, yes.
Yeah, to gravity keeping the gas around. However, there is still radioactive decay. Meaning that if you, for example, take a radioactive element in roughly 100 years, it will be gone because the electrons will all have disappeared, they will have flown away. Even with a strong atomic force, which is way stronger than gravity, you still have decay. So where exactly in your model do you have this decay of the atmosphere due to gas flying away, even when there is a really strong pull?
Well, for one, we can't just, use radioactive decay that exists with atoms and apply it like it has to exist in our, like our equivalent model or something.
Yes, we
That's
can.
not-
It's in fact the formulas are quite similar. You literally just agree that it's a pretty good representation. So okay,
With
once again, you got the electron
we can't
and the
equate
core.
the laws of both. We can't equate these two.
Well, that's pretty weird then why you can't, because what we got here, look, it's not the laws, it's what the probability. Because radioactivity means that over time, if you wait for sufficiently long period of time, all the electrons will have flown away from the core. It's not the equation, it's just the probability if you wait long enough. Look, if you were to change the equation, you'd slightly change the time around, but for how long has the Earth been around? For millions of, what is it? I don't know, like millions, quadrillions of years. And still, the atmosphere didn't flow away. Yeah, 4 billion. So, and still the atmosphere didn't float away. That's gonna make, and you have to keep in mind that gravity is way weaker than the strong atomic force. Do you know by what factor? A factor of 10 to the power 10.
Yeah.
Because the strong atomic force is called strong because it is the strongest force of the 4 fundamental forces. Gravity is the weakest one, actually. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that, but so what do you know the name of what you're equating radioactive decay to? What's that law called for, large gas systems? Or, like, what is that equivalent that you are constructing?
Well, that's the whole problem. The reason it's not discussed is because if, let's say, scientists were to draft an equivalent and they were to solve the equations, they would find out that even with gravity, all the atmosphere must have floated away by now.
Okay, so there's two things to this. For one, we are in fact leaking certain trace gases that have,
yeah, for 4 billion
velocity.
years. 4 billion years we've been leaking them.
Well, I mean, we're also like these gases. They also come from below the Earth and so on. And I don't know how long these processes are supposed to have, been going on at this point. So that's one thing. We are in fact leaking parts of.
But did these gases, let's say, randomly come from within Earth? Like, where did they come from? Also from outer space, right?
Yeah.
So does that make sense?
Yeah. Why would it not?
Well, I assume that that's in the early stages of the Earth, right? Earth was smaller. So was its gravitational pull stronger or weaker in the early days?
In the early days, it would have been weaker.
Weaker. So somehow it managed to pull. It managed to pull in all these internal gases or whatever you say, and then it was, let's say, at a net gain, right? So gases were floating into the Earth's crust, into the atmosphere, when it was smaller, with a weaker gravitational pull. Now the Earth expanded with a bigger gravitational pull, especially due to these new gases also being added up to the mass. You have a net outflow, as you said, because say we're leaking gases. That's a bit weird, right? So how can it be that the Earth is now losing gases even though it's bigger? That makes no sense in the gravity model either.
Well, because gases like helium are extremely light and like they have very little mass, so the weak force of gravity is not it isn't acting strongly on them. So their escape velocity is very low for them to basically escape the atmosphere. Speaking of which, you were equating radioactive decay, like you were saying electrons are escaping their shells.
Yeah.
What type of decay were you talking about?
Beta decay.
Okay.
So that's especially one thing you got to be really worried about. Like, the more you think about the atom model, the more you should realize that. Okay, let's just look it up for you, right? Let's just look it up. So, let's say strong atomic force. Because I don't have the numbers at the ready, obviously. Let's see. Yeah, how much stronger is a strong nuclear force than gravity? It's 6,000 trillion times stronger than the force of gravity, according to the Hyperphysics website. So the odds, right? We should, roughly speaking, maybe it's not exactly equal because the formulas can be a bit different, but we have a 6,000 trillion times lower probability of radioactivity actually existing, right? Than any gases leaking. So the atmosphere must have vanished. Like, totally. That's 39 zeros after a 6, apparently. Holy shit.
Your reason why the atmosphere must have vanished is because you're equating beta decay to what should happen to the atmosphere.
It's not equatable. It's just gravity is a trillion times weaker than the strong atomic force. You get me? The force that is pulling the electron to the core is so much more stronger than gravity.
Okay. Who's the gentleman talking right now to the Globey? Okay, who?
Me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Well, Ocean.
Okay, Ocean. Nice to meet you. I'm Tracy, and
nice to meet you, Tracy.
I appreciate you speaking and giving all the information to I forgot his name already, but tonight is Ladies' Night, and what that means is the ladies of Flat Earth, we're the ones that are supposed to be answering the questions. But I did like your answer, and I'm glad that you're here to help. But from right now, let us go ahead and take over from here, okay? And
okay, sure enough.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll listen.
Awesome. Yeah. Hey, Level Up, how you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm great.
Awesome.
Yeah, we happen to have a Globey here. That's who the gentleman was just speaking to. His name is Ocean. I think he's new. I've never met him till today, and right now I just met him. But the guy that he's talking to, he's claiming that he took pictures of the ISS going in front of the moon. I asked him to show the pictures and put it in live stream, and then he tells me that he's not going to do it. So let's get back to that. Yeah. Where's your pictures at, guy? I forgot your name. But is there a way that you could at least post one picture that you happen to have? Because all the pictures that we've seen, they're all CGI, they're all fake, they're painted, they're just not real at all. So I would love to see the photo that you took with your camera.
Well, but Tracy, isn't that CGI too?
Well, you're claiming that you took it with your I think you said you took it with your telescope camera or something like that.
My friend took them, but you have no reason to believe me, right?
I absolutely don't, but I would still like for you to post those pictures. But I guess you're not going to do it, so I don't.
Well, I can post like the exact equivalent of what we saw.
No, see, that's not going to be good enough. We need your picture, because see, we already know all the other pictures that are out there in books and online and NASA and SpaceX and
I took one. I took one of my own.
Yeah, can you post that?
Oh, now I gotta go look for it. It might take a while.
Okay.
But the point is, so what?
I told him, I said, it could just been a light. Well, matter of fact, I asked him, was it a light that he saw, or did he actually see the ISS? You know, like the shape and all that. And he.
Well, no, we saw the ISS. Like just in the pictures I'm posting right now, you could actually see that it's like a multi-module satellite, right? With different, parts to it sticking out, like the solar panels, the different modules, like those from the Russians and the Americans and so on. Like it wasn't the best quality, but you could see more than just a random dot that could have been, a piece of dirt on your telescope.
Hey, Level Up. Does your picture that you took, does it look like this too? Did you see the pictures he posted?
That's a little bit sharper than mine because it was hard to shoot.
Okay.
I personally don't believe anybody took that that really sharp one.
Yeah.
But the thing is, so there's something that flies across the sky and they know when, and you can track it. What does that prove?
Not a damn thing.
Well, the thing is that I don't know if they're filming part of the ISS like in the NASA theaters or whatever. There could actually be an ISS up in low atmospheric orbit up there. I mean, think about a plane. When you look at a plane in a night sky, it still looks like a light floating through space. So it doesn't really matter where the ISS is. If it's in our upper sky area at nighttime, it's still going to look like it's floating through space. So it doesn't really matter if someone was able to capture a picture of it or not, because it could still be up there. It's just not where they say it is. That's my point to it. Because a plane still looks like a light floating through the sky, right? When you see a plane in the night sky,
right? It's a light. Yeah, we see light. It's
still a light. You could zoom into it and see a structure floating through the sky, but the question is, where is it? How far is it?
Right.
Right. So it doesn't really matter that someone captures it, because maybe there is something up there, because we have satellites up there that could be on balloons or wherever, but they're not where they tell us they are. That's the point.
Well, you got to prove gravity before you can assume any of what you're saying.
And that's why I know that they're not up there like the way, like all by the moon and all that. I just don't believe it.
They're not up there in they're not outside.
Right. Okay.
Way out there. Right.
Exactly. And
but like I said, a plane is only flying at let's see, I forget now how
35,000 feet.
Yeah, I was gonna say right about. I think they bounce between 32 and 30. I before my previous boyfriend, I dated a pilot, and I think he said they bounce between 32 and 36-ish thousand feet. Okay. But it's like, if you look at them in the night sky, they look like they're floating through the sky. So it doesn't really matter if there is an ISS up there. The point is that it's not out there, and it's not where they say it is. That's the way I look at it.
I'm with you on that too, because there's no way it could be in outer, because there is no way to get out. You can't get out.
Right.
So what other questions you have for us? Keep forgetting his name. Homer. Homer?
Questions for you. Yeah.
You have any questions?
Well, let's do that for once. Usually it goes the other way around. So.
No, you can. Yeah, ask me anything. Ask us, ladies, anything you like. What about this flat Earth?
Right. Do you have an explanation for 24 hours of sunlight in either the North Polar Circle or Antarctica?
Well, there isn't a 24 sun in Antarctica, but there is 24 in the north, if that answers your question. The sun and moon and the stars above us, they circle us up above like a clock, like a circle. That's what they do all the time, forever and a day. And the stars, they reset every year. So basically, in order for the sun to shine in the northern hemisphere, it circles inward during this different seasons, and it goes out and gets wider and wider, and then when it's more close to the northern, that's how they have more sunlight.
Because it's overlapping, basically. Like
Yeah.
it's
Right, so the
continuously overlap. I have not been able to find anyone to legitimately, and I know my boyfriend and I have been asking lots and lots of people to actually show us 24 hour sun in Antarctica that was legitimate. We have not been able to get anyone to show it.
Right, because there isn't any.
Right.
That's the reason.
Well,
yeah.
I have a video that you might want to take a look on.
That I know, but
consider for yourself.
If you, I hope it's a new video because I'm more than positive we've seen all the videos.
I've seen a lot.
Me too. Are you gonna post it for us?
I did actually.
Okay, let me.
The thing why I was asking about like the North Polar Circle, because when the sun is moving towards the Tropic of Capricorn, like like when the southern hemisphere or whatever you want to call it has its summer, then you should have 24 hours of sunlight in Antarctica, and you should have like very short days in the Arctic Circle, right? Which also introduces a problem of season lengths, because when the sun suddenly has to go in a larger, like its clockwork path, like kind of like you were describing it,
yes,
is changing in size. So does the sun start to go faster? So we have seasons of equal length?
Wait, what did you say? The sun changes its size? Is that what you said?
Well, no, its path, like the radius of its path over the planet Earth must change, right?
As it moves, wherever the sun is at, it's daytime. There's light. Where it's not at, it's dark. So as it's moving, the further out it gets, then that's when the moon is right behind it coming in. It's dark over there. So just look at it like a spotlight.
I'm aware of how that works, but what I'm wondering is how the seasons work, right? The sun has to change its radius of the path it travels, and that means it has a small circle in the northern summer and a larger circle in the southern summer. So, but the seasons are of the same length. So that must mean the sun starts going faster in the winter, but we don't see that in the sky.
No, what you're thinking it's moving faster, but it's not that it's moving faster. It's that when it's closer to the northern, it's circling smaller circles, and as each day goes, and each week to month, it gets wider, and the wider, that's causing the seasons. You kind of get where I'm coming from?
I get what you're saying. So when it's getting wider, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Does it change its speed? Because if it does, then the days will get shorter. Like
why?
The seasons are exactly the same length, but sun changes its radius over the flat Earth.
The sun has been doing the same thing it's been doing since the beginning of its birth. Okay, nothing is different. Okay, it still does the same seasons that we're supposed to have. It does it. Everything is still the same. What the problem is, though, is how is that possible on your globe? That's what you need to be asking. Your globe, if the sun, this is a question for you. Since you asked me the question, now it's my turn. How is it that, like yesterday, I saw the moon and the sun at the same time in the day out together? So if it's a globe, then how am I having the sun and then the moon over to the left? Right here, I'm in California, and you kind of have an accent. So say wherever you live, it was dark. But how is that if it's a globe? Do you kind of get what I'm saying? How am I in California seeing the moon and the sun, but it's a globe? You get me? If it's a globe, that would not be possible.
Why not? I mean,
because then
the sun can
means
both be in your field of view.
No, because that would mean whatever part of the globe, the fake globe that would be at the bottom spinning, the Earth spinning in a globe. And if I'm looking at the sun and the moon right now, and then what are the people wherever you live would be in total just darkness, because I'm seeing the moon. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? But on a flat Earth, it could happen. I could see the sun and the moon at the same time on a flat Earth, because the sun is over here to the west and the moon is over there to the east, where people in New York are in the dark, but over here in Cali, we're in the sun. So what about you, though? If you're on a globe, how are you in the dark or in this? You have neither or. You don't have the moon, nor do you have the sun. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's all I got to say. Welcome to Flat Earth. Drinks in the back. DJ on the way.
I'm afraid that I'm not really following you. This isn't an issue.
I explained
on the globe.
it.
Like we have the Earth rotating around its axis every day. That creates the days, right? And
Right. So if it's spinning on its axis every day, zooming around, then how am I seeing the sun and the moon right now? That means all the other continents that are on the bottom and the sides, they don't get anything on a globe. It's blown up. Your globe is dead. I blew it up right there. Boom.
Exactly the same.
Oh yeah.
Is always lit. I can show you
no, not on a globe. It's impossible. Sorry.
I can show you a winter, winter sun lighting a globe and a winter sun lighting a flat Earth. And you decide which.
No, but
easier.
Spin your globe while you're doing it. Spin that motherfucker, and you're just gonna be having light, dark, super fast. You're forgetting. Spin it. Don't just tell me right now that you're gonna put a light on the globe on one side, and then the other side would be dark. You forgot. You need to be spinning it at the same time.
Yeah, just take a look and see for yourself.
Okay, where you got it? Let me look. Did you post it? Oh, okay, let me roll up here. Okay. So give me a second so I can comprehend what I'm looking at, because this is straight up BS. Okay, so what you're showing me is okay, but like I said, not just me, but a lot of people see the sun and the moon at the same time in the day. So your pictures still don't explain that. You get what I'm saying? On a globe, your photos that you just sent me do not explain me being able to see the moon and the sun at the same time on a globe that is spinning. See, you're forgetting the part about you're supposed to be spinning on the axis, remember?
Well, yeah, in this case we're looking at basically we're spinning with the Earth in the
What do you mean you're spinning with the Earth? Your Earth is spinning. That's what's spinning, right? Is the Earth. So what do you mean you're spinning What is spinning with the Earth? Tell me that. The sun and the moon?
Well, I was just talking about the animation that I posted, but it doesn't really matter. We can have the Earth at rest and make the sun spin around it. It will create exactly the same effect. So this is just about.
No.
I'm still not quite sure what you're asking.
You don't understand. Okay.
Having the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time is perfectly possible with the globe model. If that's
how? How? If it's a ball spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour, how am I seeing the sun and moon out at the same time? What are the other continents looking like on the sides and underneath? What do they have up above? Where's their sun or their moon? If I have the sun and the moon here in California.
Yeah, then California and the other, like the rest of your half of the world is lit by the sun at that time. And just the same way.
And the other half is in the darkness, which is on the listen, you're forgetting you're underneath your ball. If I'm looking at the sun and the moon, then how is the people under the ball, Earth, globe, what do they see when they're looking at the same time I'm looking? That's what I'm trying to say to you. They're not seeing shit because there is no globe. It's a flat Earth. Period. That's what it is.
So there's no question then.
Nope, no question. You can ask another question now. Let's move on.
Yeah, we should talk about Earth shape instead of the sky. You can sit here all day and speculate about what you're seeing up there, but how do you prove what you're standing on is the big deal. And no one has come up with a satisfactory explanation for how far we can see. Refraction isn't a wild card you can play to get out of it. And so since we see way farther than we should be able to, then it at the very least can't be the size we're told. It must be way more in diameter. How would you explain that?
That question is for you. Forgot your name again. Recovering time waster.
Oh, I kind of thought I was done with the discussion.
Oh no, we're not done with you because you're a Globie and we need to talk with you. We just changed the subject. That's all.
It's a fair question, a really simple one. You don't need to figure out the seasons or anything. All you got to do is explain why we can see so far.
Why you can see so far?
Yeah,
like farther than you would calculate, like on a geometric sphere.
Yeah,
correct.
If it's the size 3959 radius and all that, is that the radius or the I forget. Anyway, the size they tell us is
the radius.
Yeah, we can see way farther than we should be able to. Keep in mind that curve calculators are giving you optimal conditions that ignore atmospheric conditions or anything like that. So anything you see is going to be less, and refraction can't fix it. And so what you're left with is the reality that we can see way farther than we should be able to. How do you explain that?
Okay, just to clarify, the curve calculators give us optimal conditions while completely ignoring the atmospheric conditions?
They ignore any kind of lensing effect in the environment. Because what those effects do is reduce your visibility. It's just like if it's a foggy day, you can only see, you have a certain amount of visibility. On a clear day, you can see much farther, right? So the curve calculator doesn't take that into consideration. So it's giving you the absolute clearest day with no distortion in the air or anything. Okay, so that's the maximum distance you can see given the 3959 and the observer height. They have charts of calculators for these things of how far you should be able to see. And we say we see way farther than that. How would you explain that?
Well, I would say that your calculations
No.
take into account what's happening in reality.
There are multiple curve calculators. Some of them are very sophisticated. And no matter what numbers you plug in for how far you should see, we have actual sightings, observations by many people, even people who aren't in the Earth-shaped debate community, saying that we see, the records for long-range photography, they can go for hundreds of miles. So it shouldn't be possible, but there it is.
And at 100 miles, it should be like a 6,667 foot drop at 100 miles. I have a chart right here. At 50 miles, which we know people have zoomed in 50 miles easily, it should be a 1,667 foot drop. Below the curvature. You shouldn't be able to see 50 miles at all.
You shouldn't be able to, according to calculators.
According to
simplifying.
Your Globe Earth calculator. That's the Globe Earth calculator,
Well, I know of multiple, and they yield wildly different results. Depending on which assumptions you take. Oh, they do. They absolutely do. Because if you're telling me, they assume optimal conditions by disregarding the atmospheric environment, then that's not optimal at all.
Yes, it is optimal because there's no distortion to shorten your range of vision. That's what I'm saying by optimal.
What you're talking about is like visibility. I'm not talking about visibility though. I'm talking about.
You have to, because that's how you see too far, is with your eyes.
It's visibility. It's all about that. I mean,
I'm not talking about fog or haze. That's not what these calculators should take into account.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's giving you optimal conditions because it doesn't have to account for fog or haze.
Exactly.
It's like the perfect sunny day.
That's still
optimal.
Not at all.
Can you see farther when it's clearer or when it's foggy?
Well, obviously, when it's clear, I can see farther. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But is there anything more you would want to take into account when talking about observations, like long-distance observations?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, if the Earth is the size and shape you say it is, then there are maximum distances in the most ideal conditions that you should be able to see, and yet we see far beyond those.
Yep. And you do too. I'm sure wherever you live and you've been places or you're driving somewhere and you're looking out to the horizon, you're seeing far too. So haven't you asked yourself, wow, how am I seeing that mountain way over there? That's like 40 miles from here. I'm more than positive you have. Everybody has. But no one's been thinking about this. So now that you know that what we're telling you is your globe has been debunked and that the Earth is flat, maybe that'll answer your question on why you've been seeing so far. Covering.
So for one, I think like my furthest distance observation that was like from a small mountaintop was should be 50 miles. Like I'm converting the units in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, around 50 miles. But regardless of that, I've had this conversation.
Wait. What do you mean by regardless of that? If you absolutely seen that with your eyes, then there it is there. That's all you need. That means that the Earth is not a globe. You wouldn't be able to see, you would not be able to have seen 50 miles away if the Earth was a globe. That's what we're here trying to explain to you. That's what we mean when we say the Earth is flat or the Earth is level plane, because you're seeing so far. You get it?
I know what you mean. I know your arguments. What I wanted to say is not like the observation. That's fair, but that's not the point I was trying to make.
Okay, go ahead.
I've had this conversation many times before, that we see too far. And I was trying to kind of what you know about optics in the atmosphere, and I still haven't heard like the keywords I was expecting from somebody talking about those. So I'm not sure if it makes sense to continue at this point.
I'm guessing not, because I don't know how else to explain that when you disregard anything that might shorten your range of vision, such as conditions in the air, fog, sunshine, and just go with, I've got this size of a ball, how far should I be able to see an object of a certain height at a certain observer height? It's straight up. There's no variables after that. If you plug in those assumptions, you will get the same answers every time, the limit of how far you can see. It doesn't vary all over the place. You have to start with the same assumptions because all of you say it's the same size and shape. So, when we have evidence that we see way farther than that, it means that the assumptions are false, which means it isn't a ball of 3959. There's no other conclusion you can reach.
Mm-hmm. Right.
There are a lot of videos about Chicago where people are able to see and zoom in like 50 miles away. The tallest building in Chicago right now is the Willis Tower, which is 1,451 feet tall. Well, at 50 miles, the drop should be 1,667 feet. So basically, that even falls another 200, and they're seeing like the whole building. They're seeing the whole buildings. Like, how are they doing that? Because there's no way it can be on a curve when they're looking at 50 miles away at anything in Chicago. It just doesn't make sense. And this is what I'm saying is, where the indoctrination is so strong that you're completely blind. You can't even see it. How can you deal with these numbers of, a building being 1,400, the tallest building is 1,451 feet tall, and the drop should be 1,667. You can't even use refraction as that excuse. Because there's a difference there. And I don't understand why it's so hard to see.
She's talking to you, recovering time waster. That's for you to answer. She's talking to you.
Well, I mean, so I see your point, right? I see your like the argument where you're coming from. We see farther than we should see under the assumption of a geometric sphere of radius, right? That I'll give you. But
right on.
obviously, there's more to it, right? There's more to it than just that, right? The assumptions are an oversimplification. But the problem is that I can't keep discussing this with you I've been here for a few hours, so I think it would be better if I withdrew from the discussion for now and let you ladies have some fun in ladies' night, right?
Okay, I'm gonna play a song since you're leaving. I'm gonna play a song, and let me post it real quick by my favorite rapper, Drace Love Wisdom Harmony, from our server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and the song is called. Yes, it is, Matthew. It sure is, Matthew. You can say that again. Give it to me.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
We sure do, Matthew. Woo! Can't wait to meet you tomorrow. All right, here's the song, and it is called can't find the curve.
By the way, you know, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs.
Bryce, could you do me a big favor and play your song? I posted it. It's called Can't Find the Curve. These globies cannot find the curve. They have no curve. Because it's flat. Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, Matthew. It sure is.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
Somebody please play.
Oh gosh. Oh,
Play
help
my
me.
song. DJ, where the DJ at?
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Hey, Hoima, you're hot micing.
What is going on? Why is Joe Biden in here?
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
Oh God.
Space Station is a serious place.
Can someone play
We're
the songs you
doing
requested?
serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug. And then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on Space Station. Yeah, boy.
Those nasty.
So we're talking about toilets now, or what's up?
Yeah, those are those stupid astronauts up in the ISS, and they admitted that they recycle their poop and their pee-pee and eat it. That's what he was saying. Isn't that disgusting?
Ew.
Yes, they admit that that's what they do. It is the most grossest thing I've ever heard in my entire life, and people are walking around here with NASA shirts on. So stupid.
I just want to know why we had to hear that on Ladies' Night. Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, somebody just trying to be funny and stuff. Where's the DJ at? My Effie DJ, I need to hear Can't Find the Curve.
I think your DJ went out to lunch. Or dinner, I don't know. Where did they go?
Grace, are you there? Karma.
I got you, bro.
Oh my gosh, Clay Under Seal just posted a picture of the astronaut eating his you know what?
Just proved the
Ew,
videos.
what?
Boy, I haven't even begun.
All right, here's the song.
Check it. Just can't find that curve, no matter how much you look. Just can't find that curve, it matches that all over. Just can't find that curve, you think you know it, boy. Just can't find that curve, lost in imagination. Just can't find that curve, not on the ISS. Just can't find that curve, meant to stay ISS. Well, I don't want to talk about the curve anymore, so let's talk about the stars. I think I can derive the curve from the stars. But just look up. So we debunked the radius, fool. Just can't find that curve, no matter what you do. Just can't find that curve by looking up at the sky. Just can't find that curve, you lost your radius. Just can't find that curve, no matter what you do. Just can't find that curve, must take it all on faith. Just can't find that curve, it's time to leave the cult. But if the earth is a globe, it must have a curve somewhere. Without a radius, you don't have a globe. I hate to repeat myself, but just can't find that curve, no matter how much you look. Just can't find that curve, it matches flat all over. Just can't find that curve, you think you know it, boy. Just can't find that curve, lost in imagination. Just can't find that curve, not on the ISS. Just can't find that curve, meant for the ISS. The ISS is so high up, you should be able to see it. Nah, it only claims to be able to see 3% of the Earth, buddy. Just can't find that curve, no matter what you do. Just can't find that curve by looking up at the sky. Just can't find that curve, you lost your radius. Just can't find that curve, no matter what you do. Just can't find that curve, you must take it all on faith. Just can't find that curve, it's time to leave the cult. I'm in a cult, you're in a cult. Bro, we don't become a cult just because we left your cult. Just can't find that curve, no matter how much you look. Just can't find that curve, it messes flat all over. Just can't find that curve, you think you know it, boy. Just can't find that curve, lost in imagination. Just can't find that curve, not on the ISS. Just can't find that curve, meant from the ISS. I just refuse to accept this. There must be some excuse or something that can help me. No, there really isn't. The only one you could try to pull is actually our argument. So welcome to Flat Earth. Test it for yourself, and then you will know that you just can't find the curve.
That's right. They just can't find the curve. Just can't find the curve. Not on the ISS.
You have all the good tunes there.
Yeah, we got a jumping up in here. A lot of the flat earthers here, the music that you're hearing, it comes from the server. A lot of the people are from here. And that song that I just played, his name is Drace, Love, Wisdom, Harmony, and his sister was the one on the hook, and her name is Karma, and she's from the server too. Matter of fact, she was here today.
That rocks.
Yeah, it does. Love it.
Yeah, boy.
I love all the dancing memes on the text part.
Yeah, it's so funny, huh?
Yeah.
That cat right there bobbing his head. So, Recovering Time Traveler, I guess you like the tune, the song we just played. And as you could tell, when we were talking with you, we were trying to explain to you that your Earth curve calculator, we can't find the curve, just can't find that curve because it's flat. Remember that, okay? It's flat level. The horizon is always horizontal. When you look out, all you see is the horizon, and it's horizontal, meaning straight, flat, plane. I don't know why you don't get it. Let me check the chart and see if we have any more globies in here. See where the globies at. Where the globies at. Where the globies at. Who is this? Let me see who this is. See, what I have to do, I gotta push their face. Hit on their thing and then see if
just push their face.
I meant their emoji. I gotta click on the emoji to see if they're a flat earther or a globie or what. And there's lots of us in here today. So you mean out of all these people, there's no globie?
I think some of them are not wanting to speak up.
Oh yeah, they do that. They just they get nervous to talk to us ladies. What's up with who's Stu? Let me click on him. Let's see. Do something. Let me see. Where is it at? Oh, wait a minute. Is this who I think it is? Let me see, verified. Okay, it's not saying, so Drewy Stacy, are you there? Drew Stacy.
Yes, Drupal Stacy. You can just say
hi.
Stacy.
Hi,
Hello.
Stacy.
Yeah, I've been on here a few times. I've just haven't been on here that much recently. Had a few other things to do in the mornings because it's Australian time here.
Oh wow, you're in Australia. That's awesome.
Yeah, good day, mate.
Good day, mate. Oh, wait a minute. I think I listened to you before. Are you the one that does observations? That did some observations? Hey, have you had any luck? Yeah. How's it going?
Lately, I haven't had like a car, so I haven't been able to do so much. But I guess the main thing the last thing I was focusing on was sunsets and how the sun mirages as it sets. And as far as I've seen, I've never seen a sun which doesn't mirage when it sets. But mainly, I've just tried to observe, pay attention to the mirages of long distance observations and how, as far as I'm concerned, you're just not going to be able to eliminate this part of perspective where when you look at a certain distance, it's going to start mirroring itself.
Okay. Can I ask you what you're using when you're doing this? Are you
yeah, I have a P900. I also sometimes I sometimes might bring my telescope. Okay. Also just my naked eye. But I also converted my P900 to infrared. Wait, no, that was my P600. I have two. So I converted a P600 to infrared. And I was happy that when I was tinkering with it, I didn't actually break it. So a proud moment.
Right on. So tell me this: when you look through it with the infrared, did that help at all? When you do at the sun, Oh, go ahead.
I only have one sun filter, so I haven't been able to compare the sun with the infrared and without it. But just with say if I take the two cameras to this seaside and look at the ocean, I haven't really seen anything different. But that might just be because there's not really that much landmass beyond the sea where I am. There's one island, but that's within you can observe that with your own eyes.
Well, tell me this: is it at least maybe 10 miles or 5 miles away? The island?
The miles.
I'm sorry. Yeah, in miles. I'm sorry.
It's about 20 kilometers away, but I think that might be about 12 miles or something like that.
Well, that's excellent. You could do an observation measurement with that, by knowing how far the island is away from where you're at. You could you set your camera up and everything and look at the island, and if you see the island and just look to the base of the island and see if you could see where it starts, or if you see some waves, for instance, crashing up against the shoreline, and just if you could zoom in and get the best that you can, that'll let you know right there. It's level flat. Have you tried that yet?
Well, with my observations, the apparent horizon is always a lot less than the geometric horizon, but I've never seen it go beyond the geometric horizon. But I would say that's also due to perspective and just the atmosphere.
Is it really foggy out there, or real, how can I say it?
It's quite dry.
Okay. And have you done these observations in different times of the day, like from morning or in the afternoon or evening time, or?
Yeah, I have tried, but I haven't been the most consistent with where I am. I won't just set up at one place. I might go to a lighthouse somewhere which is a bit higher up, or a different one, but still sort of around the same place. And I'm not always keeping an eye on my altitude, but it's always somewhere around 1 to 6 meters.
Okay.
But have you heard of the YouTuber? I think his name's Wolfie or something like that. He's a glober.
Wolfie? No, I don't. That doesn't ring a bell.
Well, familiar to me, but I can't picture.
Yeah, well, he's done observations around that same island I look at, which is Rottnest Island, but he interprets what he sees completely different, and promotes the globe theory with his observations.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay.
But
that's probably why I don't know him, because he's a globy.
Yeah, but, I like how I have access to that same place, so I can make the observations for myself. And he never really mentions mirroring effects, which are all I've seen on his videos.
Yeah. Tell me this, on any of your observations, have you seen like a reflection from the island on the water? Because that's just as good too, like or trees reflecting into the water.
Yeah, like I always see these mirages. Yeah, like I can see it of the island or of a boat. They're always reflecting below itself. Only on like really poor visual days, it might look like the whole, like say a whole lighthouse might look like it's, and I say in quotations, going behind the curve. But that's only on like a very hard to see day. Most other days I see the island reflecting on itself in some way.
Yeah. Well, I'm so glad that you've been doing these observations and trying to get the best days to do it and the best photos and everything. And hopefully when you succeed, you could post it here for us to see.
Yeah, so far I've just been getting lots of data, but nothing really, what's the word? That condemning of the globe model, really. Just
really?
No, not really. It's just like because your optics are limited, and the island is not like a big island with, and the distance is not that critical.
Well, how far is it? How far away is it?
It's 20 kilometers, so I would guess it might be around 13 miles or 12 miles or something like that. And they have 2 lighthouses, and one lighthouse is about 15 meters altitude to the top of it. So I have tried to like absorb that lighthouse, but then when it comes one of my analyses saw 3 extra meters of the lighthouse, but then 3 meters is very negligible. It could have been my own error in calculating it. So it's not really like dramatic results, which I would feel that comfortable sharing to other people. Because I basically want to get really solid evidence before I go preaching it to other people.
Right. Well, tell me this, since you're there in Australia, I heard it's one of the flattest places on Earth. So do you happen to have any I know is it deserty, or do you have any salt flats or anything like
yeah, we have. I've also went to a salt lake a few times, and it's I think also around it's 14 kilometers, so it's probably about 7 miles. And I put stakes, like 30 centimeter wooden stakes. I would put them 1.5 kilometers away from each other for 9 kilometers, because I was trying to set up a curvature sort of experiment to see the stakes they disappear or not. But then, to my own folly, I realized 30 centimeters is just too small. You're not going to see it 9 kilometers away. So it didn't go too well. But I'm very keen to try and get scientific sort of observations that are able to not convince, but just be proof to people, like very firm proof, rather than sort of, less strong evidence.
By chance, do you happen to have just like a friend that can go with you, and maybe they can go like to the distance you were saying? I guess 37 kilometers away. I think you said. I'm not good with kilometers, but
No,
Yeah, I'm not either.
14 kilometers. I know it's sort of like half, but not quite half. Like, no, a mile is sort of half of a kilometer, but I'm not entirely sure. I think something like that. But
yeah,
I did take a friend with me one time, and he only walked to a bit beyond the 1.5 kilometers. So, and by then, because we were calling each other, I was like, abort mission, it's not going to work, because his mirage was already getting like, his body was getting into such a big mirage that by my observations, I could tell that if he went to the 3 kilometer marker, we might still be able to see him, but I think it was at the 6 kilometer marker where curvature would actually be relevant, because like 3 kilometers it was negligible. And then so it was like, from my own calculations of what I was visually seeing, I realized that he's going to have to walk 6 kilometers before we can. When he gets to 6 kilometers, if he did, we're not going to see anything, because it's just such a mirage already. So I'm thinking the best idea would be to do a light observation thing where you set up a light.
Yes, I could tell you because I've done these myself. I have a laser, and I've also done the mirror test. And so really, if you want to know the truth, you could save you a lot of money. Just get a mirror, like a bedroom mirror, the kind you would hang on the back of your door. One of those, and have your friend walk. You could do this at the salt flats, or you could do it at the ocean. It's either or. And you could have him walk down the shoreline, like as far the kilometers. Again, I don't know exactly, but however far in kilometers where it'll show where there's supposedly supposed to be a curve. Okay, have him walk as far as he can, or she as far as she can. And what you do with the mirror is you just like you sit down on the ground and just like move the mirror, like catch it with the sun, like how can I explain? It's like you're making the mirror the sun's gonna reflect and do a straight. Dang, hold up, my phone is ringing. 1 second. I'm not gonna answer it. Okay, and just reflect it, and then he should be able. He'll let you know. He'll be on his phone, and you have your phone, and he'll let you know when it hits him. Meaning the reflection, it'll like beam in his eyes. It's what it'll do, and kind of like blind him a little bit or whatever. And when that happens, have him with his phone recording that, and you at the same time. You kind of see what I mean?
So are you talking about using the mirror on the sun's light, or a laser, or the sun?
In case you didn't want to spend, a lot of money, or like a mirror is way cheap. You can get one for, compared to a laser is what I mean. The laser is excellent too, but I was meaning like to save you some cash. Yeah, you would use the sunlight, so it would have to be in the daytime. And it could be in the morning, as long as the sun is out, and you just use the mirror like a magnifying glass. It's like a reflection. You're gonna let it beam. It's gonna do a straight beam onto your mirror, like it's gonna beam, hit your mirror, and bounce from your mirror and go directly towards your friend, wherever you're aiming the mirror. So what you're doing is you're aiming it, and it's gonna be directly straight. Now the thing is, if he sees that, if it hits him where in his face or any part of his body, or if he sees it, he'll see the line on the sand, so he could walk over to it or whatever, or he'll tell you go to the left, or move to the right or whatever. And by doing that, if it hits him, then there you go, there's no curve, because you wouldn't be able, if it was the curve, he wouldn't he'd be down. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he'd be below the water or whatever's in the way. But
right.
Yeah, that's interesting because I haven't actually heard of like that experiment, and yeah, I'll definitely have to try it because I have been thinking, oh, a laser would be so cool, but where to get one, which is good prices.
Lasers are awesome, and the laser really does, it's on point. Like it goes straight, boom, like a beam of light. I have a laser, and my laser is a purple. I have a purple laser, and it's a real laser. It's about
nice. I like
about
purple.
Yeah, that's what I got. So, yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow I'm gonna. If Matthew shows up, I'm hoping he does, so that I could do this with him and everybody be there, and we could all enjoy and do these tests. I'm gonna try to do some observations tomorrow. So yeah, so that for everyone, that's what you could do with a mirror if you don't have a laser or a P900 or 1000 or anything. But being that you do have the camera, I would suggest like trying it again by with your friend and doing the one I just explained to you. That might be way easier because when you're doing this, I know you can still do your stakes and everything, but with a laser or with the mirror I would say is way better because he'll be able to see that beam like, oh, it's over there, come to the left with it, you know, kind of what I mean. Like
yeah, like it's easy to calibrate in that way.
Yes, and make sure there's nothing in front of you, like try to do it where there's no people walking around a lot because it'll hit their eyes and they'll get blinded. I'm like, oh dang, what's happening? You know what I mean? So try to do it where there's nobody in the way of the laser or the mirror.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into that. But I do have to head off now and do some other stuff. But it was nice talking to you, Tracy.
Yeah, nice meeting you too. And you have a wonderful day.
Okay, see you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. You guys want some more music?
Sure.
Kick it.
All right. I'm about to put it. Let me see. So, my archive real quick. I'm gonna play. Okay, I'm gonna ask my Flatter family. Do you guys want to laugh, or do you want to hear a serious FE song, or you want to hear?
Oh, I'm always laughing, so I don't know, but we'll see what everybody else says.
Let's do it the fun way.
Down with the laughing.
Okay, we're gonna play some Flatter Day Saints, and his name is Flatter Day Saints, aka Flat Nasty. And he's a FE member here on our channel. So let me find it real fast. I have it here. He just has so many songs.
He's supposed to be coming tomorrow, Tracy.
Awesome.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I'm gonna love that. Yes, Flatter Day, show up, man. Come join the party.
Where is that, Tracy?
It's gonna be in California at Sunset Beach.
But where in California?
Oh, Sunset Beach, like in Huntington Beach. Can you make it?
That's about 3.5 hours away from me, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is kind of far, but we'll be there all day. Shucks. Yeah, that'd be awesome if you could make it. There's so many songs he has. I don't know which. They're so funny too. I don't know which one I want to play.
Let's pick one then.
Okay, let me pick. Do you guys want to hear his song? He has a song called Flat Nasty.
Sure.
Okay.
Go for it.
All right, let me post it real quick. And his videos are so funny, everyone. If you, he's so funny. He is the best. He laughs so damn hard. Okay, here it is. I just posted it. And DJ, can you play Flat Nasty, aka Flatiday Saints for the crowd? I would, Toby, but Toby Dog, I would play that one, but I'm kind of scared. I don't know if we could play that one. So I picked
Definitely COVID. Definitely. 9/11 September 19. 322,911 million cases. Definitely COVID. Dividing through video conference. I got COVID-19 while I was out flat smacking. I think I picked it up from a napkin. Walking around barefoot just like a madman. I'm just trying to stay grounded. Goddamn, man. I went from going in stores and people asking, "Excuse me, sir, would you like a mask on?" to all out, balls out, harassing. Put the mask on or get your ass on. Man, I'm just trying to buy Jackie some tampons. No, I'm not even allowed back in Vaughn's, or should I call it Werner Braun. These Nazis take it to a whole new level, which means curb, yo, speak of the devil. I got COVID-19 while I was eating some Jello. Speaking of Jello, shots out to Bill. Yo, speaking of shots, I ain't got mine still, cause it was never mine to begin with, so why would I get it? Cause all your friends did. All your friends went and jumped off a cliff. Yo, I go with them like 100%. That's why I like 100% of the time. I like sipping my Corona with lime on 9/11 like 19 times. So for all you skeptics that say it's a lie, I got COVID-19 and I almost died. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty. I'm the illest effie rapper to ever hold the mic. I had AIDS once and got COVID twice. I blessed the rains and got Ebola thrice. I'm so precise and yet so indecisive. I'm like a little kid with a light switch, hitting those switches like all night long. I'm off more often than I am on. Yo, how you like your coffee? Yo, I like it strong, like the presence of Cody Kaufman's mom. Or the lack thereof. Watching his funeral, I had to laugh it up, just like I do with that Luna Lander stuff. I'm so outlandish, man, I'm cracking up. Like underground almonds, I'm fracking nuts. But I'll never chop it up as a loss, like getting caught stealing pants at Ross. Like the Patriots last season with Randy Moss. Like that 300-mile line that can't be crossed. So the next time they tell you just go to the edge, tell them get on the knees and give you a blow to the head. Now leave me alone, I got COVID, I'm dead. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty.
Flatiday Saints, you are a worthless human being. You have no value. All of your talk, just a bell, clanging bell with no value.
Yeah, everybody, that was Flat Nasty, aka Flatiday Saint. Yeah, he is so funny. Yeah, Levelist, that was McToon at the end.
That's awesome.
Yes, he has a gang of songs. Let me check the thing and see if any Globies is in the house. Let me see. Check and see what this person. Okay, that person's a flat. Okay, I won't talk to them. They're a flat earther. Let me scroll some more. Hold on, everybody. I'm just looking for a Globey. See if they'll turn the mic on. Yeah, this person.
It's always nice to have questions.
Yeah. Oh, they're a flat earther too. Oh, shucks. Okay. Anyone like to ask us any questions while I'm looking for a Globey in the chat?
You'd think there would definitely be some here.
I know.
Hey, Flat Earth Lives Matter too.
Hi, who's this? Oh, they go quiet again. Okay.
Oh, you was asking me? This is BG. Just sitting.
Oh, hi, BG.
How you doing, Tracy?
I'm fine.
You're a little wild. I like it.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's ladies' night tonight, and so
Yep.
in between the chats, I like to play some FE music.
Mm-hmm.
That's my style.
Well, I like your style.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Who is super spinning? Let me check this person. Oh, okay. They're a flat earther. Everybody, all these new names I'm checking. When I look, they're a flat earther. So it's looking like all the Globies left. They're scared. They don't want to speak to us ladies for some reason. That's strange. All right, I'm going to play another song then by my favorite FE rapper, like I said earlier. It goes by the name of Drace, Love, Wisdom, Harmony. So let me get the song. And I'm sure everyone will enjoy it because he is so good with his lyrical genius. He's got the... Watch this, you guys. You guys are going to love it. Pick the song. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah, I'm going to play. Oh, he's got so many. That's so good. Okay, this one will probably... This song's going to be on the serious tip. Yeah, no jokes, no games when it comes to Drace, Love, Wisdom, Harmony. Get ready. Get your ears ready.
This is by Drace, you said?
Yeah, this is by Drace.
Well, I see him talking in the text.
Yeah, that's him. He's my fave.
Was that who the last song was by?
No, the last song was by Latter-day Saints.
Oh, okay.
He's in here too, though. He's a member. And okay, this one will be called. It's called Globe Cancellation. It's my fave. Well, one of my faves by him. And here it is. I'm posting it right now. Called the Globe Cancellation. So DJ, can you spin this for me real quick?
Drace, Love, Wisdom, Harmony.
Yeah, let's
Greetings
get it.
And salutation. Thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now, let me tell you the situation about the flat earth revelation. But first, some rules for preservation of your reputation. We don't accept sophistry or fallacious argumentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needless equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation, or model reification, to name a few. That's not sophistication, it's sophistry or obfuscation. The cause of mental retardation, causing the need for special education. To stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip the frustration. The globe deserves no dedication. It lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization or base regurgitation of debunked theorization without substantiation. A parroting fixation, not actually education. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization, accepting the globe installation to media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No amount of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation of fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of the gradient summation, it is within expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination or lens manipulation. What you see a manifestation in your mind's eye, an interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and Mertz experimentation. That's it. What's decimation? It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000 mile per hour rotation. Yet we see no deviation, it's lacking validation. And mass on mass acceleration. Postulation, the down vector and average approximation. An assimilation of inverted flotation, a needless complication. The latest globe iteration maintained with medication or complete lack of maturation and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you. You're a victim of a psychological operation.
That's it right there. Fire. Ooh. All right. Let me see. Is any globies? Let me see who in the chat there's a globie. Chatting away where he could open his mic or her mic. Let's see. Yeah, Toby Dog, that is a good one, huh? Oh yeah, and Toby Dog, he does beats. Oh my gosh, that's right. Gotta give it up for Toby Dog in the house. Beat producer. He does tracks. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna play one that Toby Dog produced.
Oh, nice.
Yes, with Drace on the mic. Yes. Let me do that. That's what I'm gonna do. Yes. Toby Dog. Yeah, man. We got. Oh my gosh, he's got some too. Toby Dog, you produced Do You Know the Truth too, didn't you? Second, everybody.
So who was the song that was talking about Lithuanian by?
Oh, that's Flat Nasty. I think it's posted. If do you know how to go in the chat, in our live stream chat?
Yeah, I'm in the live stream chat.
Okay, if you scroll up, you'll see it'll have his face and it says Flat Nasty.
Oh.
That's him, and if you click on that, you'll be able to go to his YouTube channel and see all his videos and stuff.
Oh, he's not in here right now then.
Oh, no. I think he was earlier.
Oh, I see him.
Yeah, that's That's Flat Nasty, aka Flat-A-Day Saints. He's also the one that did the video that I played with that journalist lady and that news guy or whatever. Were you here then when I did that earlier today?
No, I think when I came into the conversation, you guys must have already kind of talked about it, and I came in at the end of that conversation, so I still kind of don't know what's going on with that.
Oh, okay.
I came in at the end, unfortunately.
It's all good. I don't know if you knew it or not, but we do have live streams running 24/7.
Yeah.
And if you want, you'll be able to go on there, and you could watch the episode of today, and you'll be able to hear what that was about. Because you probably would want to hear it. Or you could check on Flat-A-Day Saints channel, and he has it there, and you could watch it. You won't believe what this chick was saying.
Wow.
It's posted in the live stream. So let me.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious because I haven't heard about her for some reason.
Me either. And
you just heard about it today, so I'm not too out of the loop.
No, I seen it. I seen it the other day. It was on Flat-A-Day, because Flat-A-Day, I subscribed to him, and his new song was on there, and I just happened to scroll and look at some of his other stuff, and I came across that, and I was shocked. Couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta bring this up on Ladies' Night.
Oh, you may have to PM that to me, because I don't know.
Okay, I sure will.
Yeah, I totally was all into this conversation when I got here, but I didn't want to disrupt because I was kind of in the middle of it.
Yeah, I'll DM it to you. Let me see. You go by, I think, Sun. Are you Sun
Forest Fairy?
Okay, yeah, I'll send that to you.
My daughter's laughing at my name.
Yes, Sun Forest Fairy. That is funny. Let me see. I'm going to send it to you. Now I got to figure out how I do that. So I guess I send it in a message. I don't think I can. Okay, you have it set up to where you don't accept messages.
What? Well, I'll message you. Just look.
Okay.
I'll message you. I do. I don't know why it says that. Maybe I hit something.
Oh, okay.
I'll check myself out.
Okie dokie. And meanwhile, DJ, can you hit that for me? That Trace of Wisdom Harmony.
Yes.
Do you know the truth? It's scrolled up. It's probably passed up now because people have been posting, but it's produced by Toby Dog.
It's not always obvious, especially when we have preconceived ideas about what it is. Please wake up. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Or will it break you? It's about how we respond to new information, shutting down all the curiosity and elation. It's the fear of new things blocking innovation, a fear of old things, a forgetful nation, a fear of facts, a moral resignation. As per design, it's the plantation. But I don't want that for you. Please learn logic and study creation. Then you can discern what is true for yourself with experience and experimentation. It's called empirical verification and falsification. But it requires logic, since mankind is prone to fool itself with fallacious connotation. So the cabal simply removed logic from public education. Do you know the truth? 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 Do you know it? Do you know it? You don't have to know everything, just know the value of logic and objective evidence. You don't have to believe a thing, just do the work, know and note the righteous precedents. Simply take back your mind and take up residence in the objective reality. Don't let them rule you through decree, becoming an unwitting devotee, parroting religious zealotry. Let me give you the skeleton key. First part, logic and health, mental and physical deficiency. Sunlight, iodine, B12, and vitamin C. If you want to become an escapee and be set free, stop eating the fruit from the poisonous tree. And I know it might sound at the edge of crazy, and the general first thought is, you're lazy. My expert has the highest degree. Everyone knows it's totally outer spacey. You must be crazy. That is an example of why we need logic, since that is an irrational red herring from what I'm communicating, combined with an ad hominem, ad vercantium, ad populum fallacies. That's not actually debating. That's being deceptively calculating, or in ignorance too accommodating to the fallacies on TV that have been indoctrinating. It's honestly nauseating, with fresh NPCs every day populating, an uphill battle, yet we're dominating. All we ask is for you to start investigating so you can start substantiating and articulating and perhaps a modicum of self-regulating. We had enough of the easy mode troll decapitating, just turn to stone with the truth illuminating. The truth can't be stopped because it's reverberating. You don't go back to the lie because it's liberating. Do you know the truth? 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 You're not a person, a fictional entity, a man or a woman is what you're meant to be. Your children are not kids, the offspring of goats. They're your treasure, your future, your freshly sown notes. Not to be given up for government notes. If you believe otherwise, you're very nice, not wise, but very foolish. A bit ghoulish, cause you don't know and you cannot rule this. You're afraid of being idiots, I'm serious, it's insidious. It comes from the word idiosyncratic, meaning peculiar and distinctive. Like being Socratic or romantic. Epistemology reveals it, words have meaning, and most have no idea what they mean. The truth. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth?
Yeah, everybody. That was Drace Love Wisdom Harmony, produced by Toby Dog. Flat Earth members of our server.
Nice. I liked it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Woohoo!
Great job, Drace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just love it.
I just love that we have like music.
I know, it's fantastic.
So great.
And I listen to all this music all day, every day. I don't care. My friends, everybody, they know about it. And they're like into it too now. I got them jamming. So
perfect.
Yep. Music, it seems like music works, you know. They're like, wait a minute, did he just say that? Or they'll laugh and be like, oh, that was funny. And then, or one day it was like, what's that one guy, that one song? And I didn't know what they were talking about. And they were like, you know, that flat song.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, they were talking about.
Yeah, do you want me to share? There's a guy called Mr. Traumatic. He's from Wales, and his lyrics are completely woke. It's all about like increasing your vibrations and chakras and DMT and all that kind of shit. I'll share a video. I'll drop it in the live stream text.
Yeah, Panto, do that, please.
Content,
yes, I love
honestly.
it.
His content is spectacular with some of the cartoons, like pure psychedelic cartoons that go along with the pure amazing lyrics. It's
okay. Yeah,
I'm all down with the chakras, so
yeah, we'll check it out.
Let's go for the enchilada.
Yes, Panto. I've been trying to in a long time, Panto. It's been a long time since I talked to you.
It's been well, but I've been trying to get customers for you from the lobby and from CogDis. I've been pinging them, trying to get people in for you to start a conversation, but
yeah,
it's been kind of dead. So
yeah, well, I thank you anyway for trying. I appreciate you.
I'll drop that Mr. Traumatic. I'll drop it in the live stream just now. His stuff's absolutely amazing. He does drum and bass as well, so that might not be your cup of tea, but it does like sort of hip hoppy, awake lyrics explaining, and he's been hinting about flat Earth literally for the past 2-3 years. He doesn't blatantly say it, but he put up the 6-hour video. You are none or whatever his name is. He put that video up with the comments.
Oh, you talking about? Are you Did you say Ewar Anon?
You are EWAR Anon, that you are known or whatever the fuck. I'm not. He's like a big. The what's it? Life. No, what was it called?
Oh
man?
yeah. I love it. Yes, I love all of those.
Yeah.
Yes, I love those, Panto.
Well, he just dropped that video just like last month. So if you like his stuff, drop something about the server in his comments, because you can go on his website. I offered to buy his full back catalogue on terabyte, like it's like a terabyte flash drive. I says that if I buy that, is it okay if we play it on our bot? So, like when people are not speaking, and he never got back to me. I dropped the invite for the server, so he knows about us. He's probably been here.
Cool.
And we've just probably never seen him, man. But,
probably, man. Because he's a hard person to contact or find. You know,
No, he's not got a manager. He's done it all himself. He's not got a deal. He books all his own shows and shit like that. So
yeah. I like everything he's done. The trees, I like it all, man. Every single all those long hour videos, I love it. Documentaries or whatever.
I mean, it's not really much flat Earth stuff in that video. See the big 6-hour video? It's like just about past history. Really, it's not really about anything to do with flat Earth, but it's good content at least.
Yes, it is very good, and I'd rather watch him all day, every day, than some Star Trek or Star Wars or NASA this or sci-fi that. I bet you that much.
I've got to disagree, because I've got to say I still like Star Trek Next Generation. Captain Picard, he was the man. I mean, I know it's all fake, and I couldn't watch it like a Discovery documentary because that's like ridiculous, but I do like the Next Generation. I drink Earl Grey as well, so
well, I understand, because you like what you like. But you do know that it's sci-fi, right? You know it's fake, right?
Man, I can't get much more obvious.
That's right. As long as you know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. I don't watch no more sci-fi nothing. You catch me watching.
I don't watch TV. I've got my iPad. I've got Netflix on the iPad from my friend. He gave me the code for it. So if I want to watch something, or 1, 2, 3 movies, you get that for free. Basically, any movie or any show, every episode, every show for free. Just put the name of the film and then put in 1, 2, 3 movies. And some of them are just adware, right? But you just fish through them and you can find that. I usually just go back and watch The Sopranos or something like that. Or Goodfellas, watch one of the old classics rather than watch the new bullshit.
I have the Goodfellas on DVD collection. Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
I've seen that in 100 times at least, and probably 300.
Me too.
Goodfellas, Donnie Brasco.
Donnie Brasco. That was a good one too. Yeah.
No, what you call him? What's it called? Godfather. I don't really like those movies. They just seem quite shit and boring to me.
Yeah, those are boring.
The Godfather. Those are really old.
Yeah, they were boring.
Casino and that was around about the same time. It wasn't much later than that. But just, to me, I don't see how it's got such a cult following.
I don't either.
It's like when he's talking with his mouth and he's making that stupid fucking voice. It's just so fucking ridiculous. Like he's got fucking cotton wool in his cheeks. He's fucking like, nah, fuck that shit.
Anto, you're funny. What about Scarface? You like Scarface? I got that too on DVD.
Well, see, I think it's amazing, but there's so many mistakes, like technical shit that fucks the film up. I mean, it doesn't affect it because Tony Montana's the character and the way he portrays it, but there's quite a lot of issues like with technical stuff in it and the way it's done. It's quite shit production, but it's still it's just his acting sort of pulls through it, so you don't really need to worry about the technical shit. That's if you see it, because I see fucking bullshit. It's obvious as fuck to me when I see mistakes or edits or different like soundtracks from what like when they're overdubbing it, because like almost every movie they record the voice, like they record the script and they record it in a studio, and then they just overdub it over the top of it, so you think that that's what you're hearing, but it's a different track, and it just sticks out to me. I just notice it and it annoys me. That's why I don't watch fucking TV.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really hard when you notice all that little stuff.
It's horrible. It's annoying as hell. It's really irritating. That's why I'd rather stay away from TVs, because I know it's going to probably like stand out within an hour or less.
Hold up. Hold the phone. We got somebody who is Life. Life, can you open your mic?
Ooh.
Life. He goes by Life. I'm looking at the chat.
Oh.
Yeah, there's somebody here named Life.
I see.
Mm-hmm. I'm getting a vibe that let me see, is this a Globie?
He's a Glober or
and Life, open your mic. Come speak to us.
He's maybe not alive.
Oh, his name's not Life?
Are you alive? Life.
Wait a minute, who is this guy? Let me see. Maybe they're not. Let me go on the
Yeah, his name goes under Life.
Yeah, Panto, I'm looking in the chat and I see a person named Life. So I'm gonna go to his name.
Are you alive, Life?
Hello?
Hey, Life, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I see him.
How you doing today?
Good.
Awesome. So let us know what you think about the Earth. Are you a Globie or what's going on?
No, I'm not a Globie.
Oh, you're not? You're not a Globie?
No.
Okay. Well,
I don't know what Earth is. Neither do you guys.
Well, we never made a claim.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna make you make this claim. Do you know how big Earth is? If you don't, just tell me you don't know.
Nobody knows. You've got dimensions according to the globe that's been falsified by laser test long-range observations. The Guinness Book of World Records. It's not flat earth photo, and it's a world record that can go mountain range miles above the curvature, supposedly the geometric horizon, being falsified over and over and over again. So definitely.
Yeah, I get that, but do you know how big Earth is?
How could you ever tell?
Well, why don't you tell us what you think?
I think Earth. Yeah, I think Earth is bigger than what the mainstream science says. But like flat earthers, like what do you think about Earth size? Since you disproved globe Earth, what do you think about Earth size? That's what I want to know.
Impossible to tell, man.
Well, why do you think that, okay, let's just say you're on the globe model. Why do you think it's bigger than what they say? Just even on the globe model. Why are you thinking it's bigger?
Because there's no curvature.
Oh, okay.
That makes
So if it's really that big, maybe curvature is outside of Antarctica, since we don't explore Antarctica.
The entire night sky, supposedly it's all based on the same model. All these planet sizes, their masses, their distance between each other. So if the numbers are off with Earth, that means everything's fucking off in the sky.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to get through to somebody the other day. They were like, well, but if the sun is this big, then it should be lighting the whole flat Earth. I said, but you're applying the sun's size to a globe model. You can't apply the sun's size to a globe model. You have to, it's obviously not going to be that size. You know what I mean?
Well, So, Life, have you got any questions that, like, regarding the globe, like anything that you don't understand?
So do you know the Earth is flat?
Do I know it's flat?
Like, do you know it?
Well, there's topography, there's hills, there's mountains, there's valleys, but most of their surface is water trying to find equilibrium when it lays flat, when it's not being moved. So we're obviously not a ball of water if water's always trying to lay down flat. Like that's,
I can't understand you. Your microphone is muffled.
No, it's probably just because I'm quite far away from the mic. I'm saying, like, most of the Earth's surface is said to be water. Water's always trying to find equilibrium and it lays flat when it's not being moved.
But
so
it has a container.
Ball of water.
It has a container.
Where on the globe? Where's the container on the globe?
Well, I'm not talking about the globe. I'm talking about flat Earth. Doesn't the bodies of water have container? Large bodies of water.
Water to lay a level, water needs to be contained. That's how we experience it.
All right. So can the container be curved? Can it have curvature?
What do you mean? The container, it's basically a shoreline, I would imagine. Like, if it is ice, if it is Antarctica is, on average, the highest continent, supposedly, and if it is what the general idea is, but again, we'll never know. Fucking just all assumptions.
Yeah, so you'll never know exactly if the Earth is flat, though.
Nah, but
you just
we
know
can
what
say
you know
definitely
so far.
not. It's not a globe. That's what we. By us calling ourselves flat earthers, we're just saying the globe's fucking bullshit and it's been falsified repeatedly and it gets destroyed every day in here 24/7. Well, this is ladies' night. You should be speaking to the ladies, because I'm not to like talk over them. So.
I thought flat Earth is just say like the Earth is flat, like they just know exactly the Earth is flat, 100%. If you guys don't even know what to be on Antarctica, I don't know how you guys would know the Earth is flat.
Nobody says anything. Who made any of these claims that are running around in your mind, bro? You just came out with all this like random stuff that you assume we believe in.
I think what us are saying is that, because of a lot of situations, especially the fact that, how far we're able to see and there should be a drop, that we know that the Earth is not a sphere. So, therefore, a lot of people who think that flat Earth, it's like a 2D plane or something. That's not true. Obviously, there's topography and there's heights and lows and things in it. But we're saying that we should not, if it was a sphere based on the size that we are told it is, we shouldn't be able to see as far as we can. That's just one point. And then other, points are about, that gas needs a container, and there's a lot of things, to look at. It's not just one thing. I think nobody's saying that anyone has a specific proof. Like, here's a picture, look, it's flat. It's just, with all of these things that we can actually observe, we know it's not a sphere.
Well, at least a sphere of the specific size that they claim.
Right.
Okay, yeah, I know it's not a sphere. I just figured out that. I figured that out this year.
It might be a hell of a huge fucking sphere. Like, absolutely mind-bogglingly bigger than what we've been told. Who knows? You'll never know, man. You never know.
Yeah.
Well, what are you thinking then, Life? Or Life, is that you? Oh.
Also, when we say the Earth, we're talking about the known world, which is called the Earth.
So that's what's Earth to flat earthers, the known world.
The floor of the universe.
Yeah, we don't know how far it extends or what's beyond the known world, so we can't really call that something we don't know anything about.
That's what I'm saying.
Some people that claim to explore the known world say that like it's bigger than what the mainstream scientists say. Like what the world actually is. Like, for example, General Admiral Byrd says, beyond Antarctica, there's, a continent as big as North America. So that's his claim, but we can't verify that. So, but that's what his known world is. So does that vary from flat earthers? Like, what's your known world?
They usually believe what Masons, like educated Masons, admirals in the Navy, do you generally believe anything they people say? That's obviously scripted. You could, in the Longines Chronoscope, the interview, you could tell that he was bursting to actually come out with more information, but he was obviously told what he could say, how far he could push the envelope. He looked like he was literally just ready to spill the beans completely.
Well, Admiral Byrd, he was an admiral, and he had a few expeditions, some to the south and some to the north. No. And he actually found land that apparently we're not privy to on both sides. Now, that's where some of the hollow earth theory comes from. If we were an actual globe, or if we were a flat plane and the land goes deep enough to have something within. But basically, regardless of whether we're a globe or whether we're flat, he found land that we're not being told about. That's the way I look at it.
I have something that corroborates what you're saying, and that's there was a former or a Nazi submarine that was recovered from the bottom of the ocean. And on that submarine, they had the maps and stuff and coordinates to a hole near the Antarctic, where they sailed the submarine through the hole and into a new area, and they claimed that this area, or this is just what they claim. And they claimed that this area had people and stuff, and they're taking it over. So they thought they were in hollow earth, according to the letters and other things recovered in the submarine. But if you look at the diagrams of how they navigated through the tunnel, they're actually going straight over a flat earth.
Right. I've never heard that story.
But do we believe it? I don't know. Was it fabricated? I don't know. I can't prove it.
Those smoking mirrors, man.
I don't know. I mean, the way I look at it is there's been so many people who have come forward with lots of information. And it's information that doesn't fit the narrative. They always try to make it like it's so out there and so crazy, but if it fits the narrative, fine. But anything that doesn't fit the narrative, they always try to make it, like it's not right. But there's been so many people with these stories.
You said it. Stories.
They're just making it up as they go along. Huh? It's like a play. It's like a movie production, I imagine. They've got some huge control room where they're moving all the pawns and the pieces around over the world. I can just imagine what's going on, man. It's crazy. People are completely oblivious.
Drace is posting some really interesting information, but I'm trying to figure out what it is.
Where about? On the live stream, in the text.
I'm back, everybody. I had a phone call.
Hey, I'm so glad you're back. I was just looking for you. I was like, where did she go?
I'm back. Yeah.
She is Tracy is back.
Yeah, everybody, I'm back. I'm back in effect. Yeah, y'all ready for some more Flat Earth music?
Sure. Let's go for the enchilada here with the
all right
more music. There's so much of it. It's so awesome.
I know. I just can't get enough of it. So let me go in here.
You should start listening to that Mr. Traumatic guy. Honestly, I feel like creative as fuck lyrics. He paints pictures literally with his words. It's fucking mind-boggling his shit.
Wait, Mr. Traumatic? What?
Is it? I put it in the live stream. I'll post it again if you want.
Is he a flat earther? Does he got any flat earth music?
That's what he's been hinting at flat earth for fucking about 2-3 years, but he just released the 6-hour You Are Known video, the Lost History of Flat Earth. He put that up on it, but he switched the comments off on the video. So
okay.
I think he wasn't. I don't think he wanted to alienate his fans. Like if he just came out with Flat Earth years ago and blatantly said it, he probably would have lost a lot of the people. But he's just been dropping seeds basically. And he had one of his videos a couple of years ago was a high altitude like balloon with the corrected lens, and you could see the horizon flat as a pancake. That was the whole video. Was basically just a high altitude evidence that the Earth's not a ball. So
okay.
I've been dropping shit in the comments for ages and arguing, but none of them ever come to the server. But I keep trying.
Well, sometimes all they can do is drop seeds because, like I said, everybody is so blind. Sometimes you just have to post these, put these little seeds out there and hopefully they'll bloom.
They're literally oblivious. Or completely like they stand and agree with like today I spoke to at least 40-50 people today like in the town, just going around the shops and stuff like that, just talking to people about can you have pressure without containment, and like see the reactions by some people once I destroy space and destroy like the lack of parallax and like 3-4 sentences and the globe's destroyed and they just agree with you and walk away. I'm like, put my YouTube channel or put the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, put it in your YouTube and save it, and you can listen to all the different conversations, make your own mind up, and they just agree with you and walk away. They're like, yeah man, yeah. I'm like, put it in your phone, mate, and they're like, yeah, just agreeing with me. It's like fucking insanity. I wish I was recording the whole day. End up fighting with a guy, I had to like punch him on his ass. It was fucking crazy, man. Honestly, on the bus, I was having a conversation about the subject we can't discuss. Basically, I was talking to the bus driver, and this guy started shouting from behind me, saying, "You better shut the fuck up!" and all that. I was like, "What?" And he's like, he's basically acting threatening. I'm like, "Well, we're getting off the bus together, mate. Do what you've got to do." And he came at me, and I punched him once, and he like bounced against the fence, and then he came at me again, and I had to just put him on the ground. He literally went to sleep when he was standing up. Like he started snoring, and then he hit the ground. I was like, I told you I didn't want to hit him, man. But
you're so funny, Panto.
Bad for the guy, yeah.
Okay, I just posted another song by Flatter Day Saints called Glow Burst. Glow Burst. Hey DJ, can you play this one for me?
I'm not really into much Flat Earth music, apart from some of the stuff that Chocolate and Elijah?
Yeah, Panto, you haven't been here in a while. We got a lot of FE members that do music. This one that's gonna come on, his name is Flatter Day Saints, aka Flat Nasty, and he does nothing but Flat Earth music.
But
here it is.
Flatter Day Saints, you are mentally
This is it right here.
I'm saying it's Flatter Day Saints. I've seen bands from here. Does that ring a bell in my mind for some reason?
Because of your insanity. And
he's from here. Here's his song. Listen to his song, Panto.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Is he banned from here?
No. He was here earlier.
Maybe it's a similar name. I'm thinking of.
About this time, you know what I'm saying? Check it. Glow birth, big ball of dreams. And everything on Google Earth ain't always what it seems. You might get fooled if you listen to devils, but they can't disprove water finds a true level. I'm never at a loss for words of the opposite. Got a closet full of verbs inside of my box. It's getting harder to lock, so I just unlock my thoughts in it. Arguably obvious that I've already lost it. Hook my head to a battery that's dead and I've charged it. The stars up above flicker because of the water. This artificial Star Trek, they got you to swallow. It was like any other lies, just flimsy and hollow. It's time I spit the truth, so let's get to the bottom of all these Gomorrah's want is just to be sodomist. I'm like a phlebotomist, you like Harry Potter chick. Go against me, so like I'm not against the hippopotamus. I'm against Illuminati, it's nothing personal. It's much deeper cause you lied to the whole world. You decided to lie about the shape of the earth, replacing the creator's mind, raping from birth. Can't wait to see the day you face with a curse for placing globes as the new face of the church. You Masons are burnt like Mountain Dew. Keep sipping that chrome from the fountain of youth. Globe Earth, big ball of dreams. And everything on Google Earth ain't always as it seems. You might get fooled if you listen to devils, but they can't disprove water finds its true level. You ever been intimidated by Minute Maid? I've been a renegade sipping on my lemonade. In the days my brain's been invaded by waves, radio waves that came all the way from space. Listening to different scientists and how they explain it. Speaking to explain, SpaceX was speaking to me. I hope they're thinking of me when they're drinking their pee. Don't believe me, so I put a link in the D. You mean a D in the link? Now I need me a drink. Pour my coffee in the toilet and I pee in the sink. I got Don Perry on from Don Pettit on credit. Sharing red herring with Peggy Whitsett on Reddit. And for the record, she's a pedo, and I reckon I'll be on my deathbed before the end of my show. Like that meth head team skeptic sleeping in, yo. I'm keeping it kosher like a rabbi t-shirt. Preaching the Quran with his NASA t-shirt. Matter of fact, even if my raps don't factually matter, I'll make up in battles what I'm lacking in grammar. Outer space is a place where nothing actually happens. The fact is, every time I hear astronauts laughing, I fear them boys just made an extraction from the pineal gland of the children they captured. I'm willing to go to bat for the kids they've been snatching, murdering these actors with my affirmative action. How do burners work if space is a vacuum? Putting Satanists on blast as you dance to this rap tune. Globe Earth, big ball of dreams. And everything on Google Earth ain't always what it seems. You might get fooled if you listen to devils, but they can't disprove water finds its true level. Too much, I flat too many people. Too much, ha 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 ha. Too much, I flat too many people. When I'm done flat smacking, ain't gonna be no sequel. Have you ever been rage clipped off a debate? I have, after I tied my opponent in chains. Tied him up to a boat and drove him up to the lake, begging for their life as their voice starts to break. I'm annoying but destroying all the guys that are fake. All the times I spit lines that would make the rhymes you say feel like they were raped. It's so hard to comprehend the way people think. I'm attacking the wackos who attacking my channel. Fight the faggot, Earth wasn't the first of my battle, but I keep choosing McToon to spoon me the ammo. T jumps sending signals to the moon with a candle. Any Helios you want some, I'd be happy to have it. I'll even put away the knife and accidentally stab you. You see, there's nothing any of them ever could say to make me look any worse than when I look at my face. In the abandoned mansion that I happen to stab in, grabbing a napkin that just so happened to be infected with a selected mix of corona. Simon Dan went in the trash can to get his diploma. Stopped at the hospital to chop it up with Craig in a coma. Matty gave Stephen Hawkins head in a boner. Oh no, there he goes. He don't know when to stop. Like when he gets blurted by degenerate cops. Insensitive, my rhymes are demented in thought. But since a kid, I've been told the Earth's a globe when it's not. Globe Earth, big ball of dreams. And everything on Google Earth ain't always what it seems. Too much, ha 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 ha. Too much, I flat too many people. When I'm done flat smacking, ain't gonna be no sequel. Too much, ha 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 ha.
And every child I've ever met disagrees with that assessment.
There's music playing.
None of them think the Earth is flat or have ever thought the Earth is flat. So where do you get that assumption from?
No, Craig. If you're hanging out with McToon, I have no doubt that you come in contact with a lot of kids. I'm just saying, though. Keep the halo over the head. You know what I mean?
Has anybody ever restored an iPhone to iTunes before? Because I've been at this for like fucking 3 hours.
I do think that he is a genuine flat earther. But at the same time, I think that he thinks he's hilarious, which is really hilarious when people that think they're...
Wait a minute, Panto. Hold on.
He's exactly the fucking opposite.
Okay, okay, everybody, that was Saturday Saints with Globe Earth. And he was He was dissing all those anti-flat earthers. Yeah.
I couldn't
didn't
hear
hear
anything.
it?
Nah, nothing at all.
Oh, Panto, you need to fix that. You must have the music bot on mute or something. Go in your settings and
I
see.
checked it before. Nah, I checked it earlier.
What? You didn't hear Globe Earth?
Probably heard it before, like, I would imagine.
Yeah. It's posted. I posted it in the live stream. It's a good song, Panto. You need to listen to it.
I'll put it among the million videos that I've got to watch later on YouTube.
Yeah, he flat smacked Fight the Flat Earth. In the song he flat smacked Professor Dave. He flat smacks all of them. McToon.
Classic.
Yeah.
Which one?
It's called Globe Earth.
I can see the acid helps. Think pisser. The dog pound. Space is fake.
No, not that one. Keep going up. You'll see Tracy Van No Alan Bell. It'll say Friday Sounds Globe Earth. Globe Earth. See it?
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Awesome.
Noise.
Yeah, he's got so many songs, Panto, and a whole bunch of videos about like the fake station ISS. He's got stuff about the astronauts and everything. Check him out.
Yeah, just sub them anyway, so.
He was here, I think, earlier in the chat, but he stepped out for a little while. He's not here right now, I don't think. All right. Any Globies in the house now?
Globies in the house!
Oh no, Globies in the house. What?
Open your mic. Open your mics up.
On
I totally want to hear from him.
Next, come on in. Globy, where you at? Come on. Stop playing around and just talk to me. Come on. Give it a try. Open your mic.
Open your mic. Step up to the mic, Globies.
Step up to the plate. Let's go.
Yeah. Runner up. Globy, runner up. Come on down.
Come on down.
Come on, guys.
So has anybody ever restored an iPhone with iTunes before? Because this is driving me insane. Nah, don't everybody share at once.
There'll be pirates here.
What's that, bro?
Ooh, pirates. What?
Yeah, I never messed around with iTunes unless it was to get somebody else's music off their computer.
Be quiet. Sit down and roll a tooth for me. I'm the greatest of all time. You can see. I can do it since puberty. 10,000 hours. Fashionistic, my community. Nothing wrong with nudity. Everybody needs self. Be honest. If you should see like duty free. I'm the problem to me. Killing people.
Sorry, I'm trying to read the voice text at the same time. Do we go crickets?
That's right.
It's crickets. What happened?
Crickets and crickets
Be a
and
baller without balls at all.
It's hard to read and talk at the same time. My brain can't do both at the same time.
most people can't do that. Come on, Globies. I want to see your balls.
Will Mr. and Mrs. Globey please proceed to the reception area for the flat smacking ladies? Thank you.
Oh man, Mr. and Mrs. Globey. Calling Mr. and Mrs. Globey. Or just Mr. or Miss or whatever.
Right.
Mr. and Mr.
Right. Miss and Miss. Whatever. Whatever floats your boat. Hey, boats float on water and water's level. Ain't that something? Son of a bitch.
No way. What? No.
I know, right? You got the buoyancy happening in the boat and the water's level. Damn. Where's the curvature? Where?
The TV.
Where's the curvature?
I apologize, everybody. I keep getting phone calls.
You need to tell those people to stop calling you.
I know.
One of them's probably me.
Hey, Sonny.
It's okay. I already got my train ticket. So
Okay. Right on. We're gonna be live in effect tomorrow at the beach.
Dude.
Trains prove a flat Earth. Just saying.
Just saying.
What'd you say?
So trains prove a flat Earth.
Train tracks.
Brain?
Think about it. Right? Trains, yeah, trains. How are you gonna have train tracks? Yeah. How are you gonna have train tracks if it's all curved and shit?
I spoke to quite a few conductors when I used to travel back and forth to Edinburgh at work, and none of them could explain how there's no curvature on any of the rail network.
Exactly.
It barely gains any altitude. It's very minimal all the way around Scotland, basically. Right?
And here's the thing: if they say, "Well, yeah, we're like terrain and shit is all bumpy and stuff," be like, "Okay, well, what do they do when they want to build tracks? They clear it all so they can have a nice level surface to put it on."
Yep.
They go up in very minimal amounts, like 1 to 3%, and then they go to another plane.
Yeah. That's right. Right, Sonny.
Sure, they take Earth's curvature into account when they're leveling the land, right?
Oh yeah, because you know how like Euclidean geometry is the exact same thing as spherical geometry. You know how like they both involve curves. Euclidean geometry famously has nothing to do with straight lines or anything. You know.
Well, everything's just so curved, you can pretty much just assume it's flat. The curvature, it all cancels itself.
Apparently so. I wonder why we don't have like all these curved tables. Like, if they're basically the same as flat tables, right?
Well, 8 inches per mile squared, it's hard to pick up on that much curvature on something as small as a table.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, what if it's a table that's really big?
How big? How
Like,
big is this
maybe-
table?
maybe
We
a
want
mile.
to know.
A
What are
mile
you talking about?
It had
Like
about 8 inches curved in it at a mile.
Okay, let's imagine the table is for like a banquet where everyone on Earth is invited, okay?
Oh my gosh! What?
You know, we have an Earth we can measure. We don't need your fucking table, bud.
Hey, dude, not in the house.
Dude, that seems like an unrealistic situation. Like on a table where everyone on Earth can attend. Like what?
Oh no, just a joke. But yeah, we can measure the flat Earth, and then we end up with black swans and crap. So yeah.
Well, I mean, you know the Earth's a ball because it's so big that it looks flat, and that's how you know it's curved for sure.
Oh yeah, that's how math works, you know.
Yep, it's curved in such a special way. I mean, that is a really special curve because no matter where we measure it, it's always flat and stationary. So it's special.
Here's the thing, though, about
I'm not down with the special curves.
Yeah, I mean, it proves that the Earth is so big that you can't measure the curve. And that proves the globe.
Okay, no more jokes. There is no globe.
Anyone who's like, oh, I believe in math, I believe in calculus, literally has to admit the Earth is flat. Because if you say there's curvature, no matter how small it is, what you're saying is at different sections there are different gradients, right? Which means that if you took the set of all like different possible gradients, you'd have to have more than one result, right? So. Whereas if you say something's flat, you're saying it only has one gradient. So that's a contradiction. It can't have multiple gradients and one. You know, those are two different mathematical objects.
It's
you can't say
definitely
level is
not a
curved.
globe.
Interesting.
Hey, what's a mathematical object?
Oh, it's just like something like defined by certain features under a
No,
set
it
of
was
rules.
a rhetorical question. There's no such thing as a mathematical object. Try again.
When I throw a 3 from the refrigerator at you, you'll know what a mathematical object is.
A 3 now is 7, bro. If you could throw a 7, that'd be sweet.
You know, I got 0 through 9.
Okay. Well, and if it's not 7, choose wisely.
Hey, Deuce Ball, I see you in the chat.
Hi, Tracy.
Hi, Deuce Ball.
Sorry, Dick, I may have come a little high. I thought you were trying to say that the Earth, we had to imagine a table to measure the Earth. I'm sorry.
No, I just gave an analogy that, like, you know, I was kind of being facetious about how curvature's dumb, and then I got fucking tested on it, and that caught me off guard. I was like, oh shit, I wasn't being serious.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry.
Damn.
Love this chat room.
Honestly, the jokes write themselves with Globers. They just have to speak, and it's just a joke automatically in and of itself.
Yep.
Seriously.
Well, okay. Really quick though, there are those who are uninitiated and those who are globe defenders. Now, globe earthers, that's pretty much everybody else besides us.
Right.
But globe defenders, that's a special breed, right?
Yeah. That's the category, I mean. Yeah, that one.
Okay. Yeah. I just don't want to throw, half of my family under the bus because they're unwilling to look at something obvious.
Yeah. You're not alone. I got family members like that too.
Yeah. For real.
The same kind of people who say, oh, I'm not interested in politics. We learn nothing from the Greek.
Nothing. They're the liars.
No, who was the Greek person who said if you even if you don't concern yourself with politics, politics will concern yourself with you, or concern itself with you? I'm just saying, like, we knew this thousands of years ago, right? Just like apparently we knew the globe Earth thousands of years ago.
We knew a lot of stuff thousands of years ago that apparently, like, has just disappeared. Apparently.
Well, if you don't know history, you're doomed to repeat it.
Right.
I have a theory, and I want to know your guys' opinions. Okay, so what if, right? Okay, now I don't know if this is like testable or not, because of how governments exist currently. But so y'all know about like the idea of the ice wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But what if actually, imagine like just a huge like infinite sheet of ice, and then there were like holes punched into it like everywhere, and like
is the infinite plane. theory, right?
Yeah, the infinite plane, but like basically, I've seen examples where you have like rings going outwards from like the Earth map that we know. Right?
Yeah, that's the one that was published in the Japanese article from like 1900s.
That's kind of like the Norb theory.
But what you're saying is like a bunch of puddles in this infinite ice sheet.
Yeah. But like they're all like basically the same size, and they'd all be like packed in a way where like if you looked from really, really far out, you'd be like, oh my god, it's like the Earth being repeated a bunch of times. But then
like a fractal.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, you're talking about like a.
Like,
that's different than what I pictured. Okay.
But then I'm not sure how that would work actually, because would that really fit with like the sun and moon and crap?
If each individual one had their own, yeah.
Ooh, is there like a way where they could all have their own individual suns and moons and they wouldn't interfere with each other?
Yeah, okay, say you take that infinite plane and you put a bunch of domes on it. Those domes are the star sphere around that.
Oh, actually, yeah, that does make sense, because if you couldn't like see out of the domes, if they were like translucent or transparent, translucent or opaque, then it'd basically be each of them would be like mini worlds, but they'd all be connected.
Think of the dome as like a bubble, right? And that bubble is in an infinite plane of water. And you're on the floor is ice kind of deal.
I like that. That's a nice, neat way for the universe to exist.
I'm just trying to think of a way for it to work for you.
So this is all hypothetical, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, like no science has been done as far as I know to prove it or otherwise.
It's all a dream. So
okay.
So you can have like geothermal vents that are irrigated, and to make like little city states out in tundra, which is what you would call like an ice desert, right? So if you could irrigate this, then wouldn't it be possible enough to have enough steam engines after you go out there and look for all these rare materials that are like rapidly decaying, and you make steam engines on those? We call this nuclear power, right? So wouldn't it be possible just to build further and further out into the desert?
You can't get past your bubble. It's not permeable. You wouldn't. I mean, if I don't know.
And then like the ice wall like underneath would be so compact that it would effectively be like bedrock splitting all the worlds apart.
About 8 miles thick.
Yeah, because I heard ice when it's like really packed can be way harder than like concrete, right?
Oh wow!
I know it can be more brittle.
Yeah. Plus, it would be like super cold, so humans wouldn't exactly have a decent time going through anyway.
Yeah, especially without any light source or any fuel source, you'd kind of be screwed.
Exactly. Yeah, it would basically be like the supposed space travel, like how it's all perilous and crap.
Yeah, you would get one day out, and you'd probably end up having to turn back because of the point of no return, just due to like your fuel being spent on heat generation.
Exactly, because these ice gaps between worlds could themselves be basically as big as worlds. Something stopping that, right?
Or even bigger. If we're thinking of the world as what we live on, then maybe bigger. Go ahead.
I know whatever Admiral Byrd said that he saw, he said it had a completely different light source than we had.
Wow.
So, I've read a lot of these accounts, and I don't know if it was inside the Earth or outside an ice wall. I don't know if he even knew what he was seeing at that time. But he said there was its own light and heat source. They had their own. It was a different source than our sun. But I don't know. These are coming from things, and it's really hard to say because it would work really on either model. but just based on so many things, I'm feeling 99% sure that we're flat. So in my view, what he saw was outside the ice wall and like at the very, very North Pole, which obviously they're not letting us see because unless there's, obviously even if we're a flat plane, we could still be pretty deep down. So I guess there could be some kind of an interior, but I don't know what he saw in the north, but I think in the south, he said they had their own light source. I'm trying to remember what I read now. It's been a while.
Wow. Well, if you ever come across that, can you send it to me or post it? If you
Yeah, it's getting really hard to find stuff. I read about a lot of this stuff years and years and years ago, but now, they're really scrubbing the internet and sites that I found, years ago. I mean, years ago when the internet was really getting started, I can't find those sites with these scientists anymore who talked about a lot of things. I feel like stuff is getting harder to find.
Yeah, and my thing, I agree with you. I just don't understand, being that whoever posted those videos, I don't understand why they just don't post them again with another channel name or something, because it's obvious that they see that they've been removed, So wouldn't you think they have those downloaded, saved so they could just keep reposting them, That's what I think.
The stuff I read before was definitely about Admiral Byrd was not videos. It was back before videos really were on the internet so much. It was more writing and accounts. But it was years ago. I do remember he said something about some kind of a light and heat source, but I just don't. It was different than our sun. I just don't know where he was exactly. He was he either went through the ice wall somewhere, like down and through, and he thought he was inside, but he was really outside, or he was like inside somewhere that had its own, some kind of energy source, but I don't know what it was.
Maybe that might have been the North Pole, probably, because I know he went there too, north and south.
Yeah. He did go both. And then all of a sudden, he was like this credited guy, and then all of a sudden they wanted to discredit him right after he decided to come forward with his stories.
He was a Mason anyway. He was already in the team. He was part of the act. It's just a big theatre. It's a big production.
So Panto, you don't think that he even went to Antarctica or to North Pole at all, or?
No, I would imagine they'd done what we've been told generally, but he's obviously part of the system. He's bred. He's part of the.
Oh yeah.
So he's just another person that helps the production go.
I see where you're coming from.
It gets so confusing at some point.
If you look in the live stream voice deck, look at the t-shirt I found in the charity shop today, the pure Masonic symbols and shit on it. It's pure crazy.
Oh, okay, let me look at this. What is that?
That was £3 in the charity shop. £3. I was like, it was too big for me, but I had to buy it just because it's insane.
Hey Larry, can I send you something in DMs?
Just as long as it doesn't have anything to do with your name.
Nice.
That shirt is crazy, Panto.
Yeah.
That's the other side of it.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know why it posted it twice for some reason. But that's crazy. That's such a cool t-shirt, man.
That is cray-cray right there. Wow. If I see anybody in that shirt, I'm flat smacking them. I don't care. I'm going to flat smack them.
I got a pink Floyd one and a Biggie Smalls one at the was like, I think made them, they died because all the t-shirts were extra large, and they were you see the collection that was in the charity shop was unbelievable. Some of the stuff, like exactly the type of clothes that I hunt the earth for, but they were all too big for me. It's like nightgowns on me. I bought a few of them, but I just had to because some of them were so cool.
Got
a couple of Rick and Morty t-shirts as well.
You got you some Mick and Morty shirts too?
What? I got this one. I'll show you.
Okay.
It's only like £3 as well. Cheap.
Cool. And meanwhile, I'm going DJ, can you play Creation Bear's song, my favorite song by Creation Bear? It's in the chat. I think it's called what's the name of it? It's called Space is Fake. Space is fake.
Space is fake.
Oh, yeah. This is if this is the song, I think it is. Yeah, this is the one. Drace, I think this is our favorite song, Drace. Can you play this? By Creation Bear. It's in the chat. You got to scroll up some, or I could repost it. It's on SoundCloud. This song is, and Incur, he posted it. Incur. Space is most definitely fake.
I'm looking for. Is this Space is fake?
Hold on. Are you posting in the live stream voice text there, Tracy?
Yes, but it's already passed up. The song is called
Can you give us a timestamp, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the timestamp is where's the time? At 49 minutes after the hour. So
you mean 8:49 or
on my
the last hour?
Yeah, the hour.
The hour before this one. Sorry.
Yes, in the chat.
Don't worry about it.
That was a while ago.
Okay,
cool. No problem.
Creation Bear's SoundCloud. I got it.
Awesome. Listen to this, everybody. Space is Fake by Creation Bear. Here in our server.
Tell the Glober to move over. There's no rovers on Mars or the moon or the stars. Space is fake, he's coping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is Dancing with the Stars. Too much food up on your plate. The flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about the debate. Yeah, I was just like you on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you thinking buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof. You should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last days. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flash smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get bent all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? still flat.
It's still flat, and that's a fact. Woo! That song was by Creation Bear, aka CB.
Woo!
Yeah, I was grooving to that. That was my first time hearing that song. I thought it was the song. He has another one that's my favorite. I just can't think of the title right now, but I like that one, CB. I think I'm adding that to my collection.
You were probably thinking about my favorite song.
That beat was fucking fire.
Yeah, it was. Hey, Drace, it was. Can you play our favorite one, Drace, by CB? Because I think you and I got the same one we like. Yeah, let's get it.
For all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse, have to knock it down. Better knock it off. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than a napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets stay unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's cultivating all the facts while I'm fucking token. Start to troll, we take his rolls, throw him in the moat quick. Put your bitch right on a flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, X-Door. The feelings you can't front with us, I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cog this, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, a fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon P, hey, Black Swan, Nikon P at the beach, down in the rabbit hole, to go deep, Black on the Clipper, yeah, now he can't sleep, some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep, said he measured out just like a dump and then a dip, got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip, Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click, shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks, brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing, talking about gravity to please him, now he's talking about seasons, head on my forehead like she's about proofs, in a book, your grandma turned FE on Facebook, I want that proof, no Captain Hook, but let me hear it, let me hear it.
Woo! Yeah! Fire! CB! On point! That is so good. Black Swan Nikon P at the beach. We're gonna be at the beach tomorrow.
And the next day, and the day after. I'm gonna hit the hay. It's been good saying hello, but I'm gonna go to sleep because I've been awake for days. So I'll catch you all later. See you later, Trace.
Okay, Panto. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. See you later, folks. Bye.
Later, brother.
Come back again, Panto. Awesome. We rocking today. We got it popping. Got the music going. Got the vibe.
You know, we should be rocking out.
Absolutely. Let me check the chat and see if any Globers are lurking. Any Globers lurking in here?
Just come forward. Come on. We want to hear from everybody.
Come on, Globies. Rolling my boulder. I spotted you. Open your mic. That's you. I know that's rolling. Let me check, make sure. This is who I think it is.
How's it going?
I think it's Rolling My Boulder is here. Let me check.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, it's him. Open your mic, Rolling My Boulder. Crickets. Nothing but crickets. I need CB here with the soundboard.
I thought he spoke.
Oh, was that him?
I thought so, but...
No, I don't think that was him.
Yeah, it was Matthew that spoke.
Hey.
Matthew's the other Globie, but he's a nice Globie.
Oh.
Matthew's he's a globy, and
Matthew has a nice smile.
I'm gonna. Yeah, hopefully I get to meet him tomorrow and do some flat smacking and some observations with him right there by my side, so he can't dispute or tell me, no, that's curved or any of that.
Sounds good.
Yay! We're gonna have fun tomorrow, Matthew. Hope you're ready. We're gonna be doing a lot of observations.
I'm gonna bring my telescope too.
Cool. After tomorrow, you're gonna be in this server. Instead of it saying Globy, it's gonna say Flat Earther. I'm a flat earther. Hey, have you guys heard that song that goes, I'm a flat earther, and it's a little kid? Oh, I got that.
Yeah, I heard that one.
I love it. Yeah, Matthew's gonna be saying, I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Tomorrow. Rolling my boulder. Open your microphone. I know you're listening because I'm looking at your.
Where you guys are going to be, because I was doing calculations on Catalina Island at one time.
Uh-huh.
Are you where you can see that at that beach?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to be trying to do the observation. I'm going to.
Because I was doing some calculations and talking to someone about Catalina Island because there's a lot of that you shouldn't be able to see.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna try to do a good one tomorrow, and being that it's supposed to be nice and sunny. The weather says it's supposed to be real sunny and nice and hot. So I'm hoping we'll have clear skies to be able to just see it. Because I live out here and I know I've seen Catalina Island many a times, but at that time I didn't know what I know now. So
yeah,
it's the fucking Catalina wine mixer.
Oh gosh, I wish I could drive down there.
I wish you could too. We're gonna be out there. We're gonna be deep. A whole bunch of us out there. The beach.
What?
We're gonna have fire pits. Flat Earth Dude said, and we're gonna do some grilling on the grill, barbecuing. We're gonna get in the water. We're just gonna be having major fun.
Oh.
And I'm gonna have the music pumping.
Yeah, with your big old speaker.
Yeah. Just bumping with the bass. Boom, 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 boom. All my Flat Earth music. I'm going to play nothing but Flat Earth music. Just flat smacking the whole beach.
Right.
Who's talking? Who's that? Is that Rolling My Boulder?
What's up, Tracy?
Hi, how have you been? I have not seen you here in ages.
I've been well, thanks.
Okay, so what's your thoughts? Have you found the truth now? What's going on with you?
The truth hasn't changed.
Ah.
What? So you're still a globe?
Oh yeah, I expect I'll be till I die.
No. Oh my gosh.
How can that be possible? Can you explain to us?
I don't think I'm redeemable.
Why, Rolling My Boulder? I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. Have you done any observations yet? Because I know we asked you to go and do some, so have you done any yet?
Yeah, I've done some.
Okay, and how did that go? I'm guessing. Tell me about it. Tell me how it went for you.
I couldn't see far enough.
Okay, you couldn't see far enough. Okay, so you couldn't see far enough. So did you have a spot that was far away that you were trying to see, but it was too hazy or something, or the fog, or what?
Yeah, my number one go-to right now is Havana from Key West.
Havana from Key West. Okay.
Yeah. Havana's got some bright lights, you know. It's a big city.
Okay, and are you using a camera, a telescope, a laser? What you doing?
Binoculars?
Oh, okay, yeah, binoculars are good. I use binoculars a lot.
I don't have
Yeah.
a P9000.
Oh, P900 or 1000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I knew what you meant. But I wish they would come out with a P9000. That'd be excellent. A P9000? That'll really be zooming.
Yeah. So, what did you see with Havana to Key West?
Just water.
You said you just saw water?
Yeah. Just looks like
Okay.
ocean. Ocean forever.
Ocean forever. Okay. Didn't happen to be any boats or buoys or anything out in the ocean that you could do a pinpoint on, maybe? Is there?
I mean, there were
like,
some
'cause I don't.
boats, but I don't remember any buoys.
Okay.
The boats. I mean, I wasn't doing a boats bottom up thing.
Yeah.
We could do a boats bottom up thing. That works pretty well too, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's
We could
great
do.
to do.
We could do wind farms bottom up. That's another good one.
Yeah, because I don't. Well, wherever you're living at, you probably. I don't know if you have. Matter of fact, do what I said earlier. This is a way you could do it. Just do it on the shore, the beach shore. You know, have a friend with you, and you could do it with your binoculars, and you could take the measurement of like a mile away or each block in your city or however. I don't know how your ocean front line is, but wherever you're located, you just go down, maybe like Google it, like 10 miles away, and have your friend drive down to that street and then go on to the shoreline, and then he'll call you and let you know, hey, I'm on Jackson Street, and then you say okay, and then you start doing your pull up your binoculars, see if you could spot him, and have him like
Yeah, that's not far enough though.
Well, no, with 10 miles, you could there should be curve that you there should be.
Right, but at 100 miles there should be lights. So you say at 10 miles you can't see the curve, and I say at 100 miles I can't see the lights.
Oh, so you're meaning at nighttime you're doing a test? Okay. So you're saying at nighttime?
It depends on what binoculars he was using, because not all binoculars can see that far.
That is true.
I can see city lights with my naked eye at like 75, 80 miles.
From Key West to Havana, you're talking about 106 miles, and not all binoculars can see that far. So it depends what binoculars
But I can see city lights with my naked eye from like 75 miles away. So binoculars really shouldn't even enter into it.
Where?
75 miles.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't know if you take planes, but if you're in a plane and you're up at like 35,000 feet, you can see 75 miles pretty easy. If you fly on a nice clear night, you can see city lights 75 miles away pretty easy.
Well, that's because you're up in the sky, and
I know.
It's
wait, hold on. That's my argument. Because
I'm
you're up
trying
in the sky, you can see a lot farther.
No, I'm trying to let you. Yeah, so we're trying to do this on the ground. We're doing the test, on Earth. So if you're saying you could see lights with your own eyes at 75 miles, then why don't you pull out your binoculars when you're seeing that, and then you'll see, really what we're talking about. Because if you're saying you're seeing it with your eyes, use your binoculars to see it.
May I interrupt?
Yeah, sure, Larry.
Thank you so much. Hey, Boulder, is the up there in the high altitude?
I'm sorry, you roboted in the important part, and I didn't hear you.
is the air thin up in the higher altitudes?
I think so. Do you think so?
Pretty translucent. You know, you can see.
Do you?
You're roboting, Larry.
Bad. Yeah, Larry, it's pretty bad, man.
Check out and then check back in.
You need to request more satelloons in your location.
No, he needs more cell towers.
Or cell towers.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know whether he's in a place that's covered by satelloons or cell towers, do we?
Yeah, so can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right, so the air is clear up there for the most part at 38,000 feet, right?
I mean, I think that if you're saying the air density is less, I think so. But I think it's less because of gravity, and I don't know if you think it's less.
Well, it doesn't matter why. You can see clearer, you can see farther, because you're up high, and the air is clear. Right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, sort of, but the city is still on the ground, so I've still got to look through all the air.
Right, so there's going to be dust and stuff down there. Does dust ever make it very high up, do you think? Like 38,000 feet? Is there dust storms up there?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Right, and if you're looking over, you know, Key West and Havana, isn't there going to be like a lot of evaporation going on right there?
Yeah, but then at night times, like, lights are pretty bright. City lights are pretty bright.
Yeah, but flashlights don't go on forever either. And, you know, I'm looking at a bunch of sites, and it says 10 by 50 binoculars can see about 12 miles. You know, flashlights, you just can't see them indefinitely.
What does it mean that binoculars can see 12 miles?
Well, you can zoom in. It zooms in about, but I'm talking about Earth now. We're talking about land miles. They say about 10 to 15 miles at the max, depending on the binoculars you have. You know, you can't just see light indefinitely. Lights, you know, stops being seen. Like if I have a flashlight here, you're not going to see it a mile down the road necessarily. You know, it just depends on the brightness of it.
I mean, I don't dispute.
So, I mean, Havana is 106 miles from Key West. That's pretty far.
Well, it's not that far, right? Like, I'm not saying if it's flat Earth, I need to see 1,000 miles or 10,000 miles or something.
Well, right, but that's about 10 times as far as what it says you can see with a 10 by 50 binocular.
Yeah, but I don't really know what that means about the binoculars being able to see that far. Does that mean like you can read a license plate that far away, or does it mean you?
I mean, I see a lot of cartoons in the voice text right now. A lot of them. Just saying, pure cartoons. Thanks.
I wasn't looking at the voice chat. Sorry.
Wasn't either. I'm trying to Google information. But yeah, I'm just saying, you know, I mean, binoculars are definitely different than a telescope. You know, your binoculars are made to see, you can definitely see like the moon further than you would from the land with your naked eye. But it doesn't mean you can see indefinitely. I mean, I think if you really wanted to look at that, I think if you had like a camera that zoomed further out, like the P900 or like a telescope, I think it would be. I mean, binoculars are very limited, is all I'm saying. I can only see limited things with binoculars.
Yeah.
So you think that if I had a powerful telescope, I would be able to see the lights from Havana? I'm not even really talking about being able to make the buildings out or anything.
How do you know there wasn't a storm in between you and Havana? Because 100 miles is a long ways, bro. We could have several storm clouds.
That's true.
There could have been like fog 30 miles away. There could have been like a hailstorm 70 miles away. and you're like, I can't see it. Earth must be a ball. Couldn't be anything else.
That's true, and we could even say that I looked up the weather, but how do I know what I looked up is true? Because I certainly didn't sail to Havana. So, but Tracy did ask if I had done any observations, so
Yeah.
throw that out.
No, I mean that's
Fair enough.
really good.
I was checking up on him because, I think last time I had spoken with him, I had asked him to try to do some of his own observations. So that's why I was just checking back on that to see how that went or if he's done it. But yeah, Rolling My Boulder, you need to, I'm telling you, do the things that I suggested. And you're up here telling me, well, it's only 10 miles, but hey, you still should be having some curve. You know what I mean? You should not be able to see your friend 10 miles or 15 miles away with your binoculars, or like if it's curving, he should be lower. So say for instance, you're at a foot height with your binoculars and you tell your friend to go over there wherever he's at and be at a foot and see if you can see him with your binoculars or whatever. Just try it. Try that.
Yeah. The only reason that I won't try that is I think that refraction is a real thing, but then there's a big dispute in here of Glover's say refraction and Black Swan and blah blah blah.
Well, I'm not asking you to do this. This one.
That's why like 50, maybe 60 miles, 100 miles is a nice distance, because then I'm not gonna argue about refraction with you. If we're 6 feet off the ground and seeing 50 miles. I am gonna. I guess then maybe I wouldn't die a Glover.
Okay, but I'm trying to let you understand.
If we're a foot off the ground and seeing 10 miles, I don't know. Refraction is a problem, and the closer you get to skimming the surface of the sand or the water or whatever, the worse it is. So.
Rolling.
Can I ask you a question? How many feet would refraction theoretically come into play in? Because when people are looking across 50 miles across the lakes and seeing the landscape of Chicago, they're seeing the whole buildings. And the tallest building is 1,451 feet tall. And at 50 miles, you should have a 1,667 foot drop, which is a 200 foot difference. So how does refraction work into that?
I actually have not seen pictures of the bottoms of those buildings. I've seen pictures across the lake, the ones you're referring to, but I've never seen the bottoms of the buildings.
Well, yeah, but at 1,451 feet tall and 1,667 foot drop, you're still talking about you should only be seeing the tip of it. And we're basically seeing more than the tip.
These pictures are taken from up on a mountain, I think, or a hill or something. I'm remembering.
No, I'm talking about the ones that are taken at the base of a lake.
Oh, they're taken on the beach.
Yeah. And you could see basically the whole building. So with a 200 foot difference with the drop and the tallest building, you should only be able to see the tip then, even if refraction is taking some kind of a play here. So I'm asking, how many feet would refraction account for on the globe model? I don't know, and I'm just asking if anyone knows, because everybody cries out refraction, and I'm wondering how many feet can be refracted is what I want to know.
I think that if you made a lot of observations from one spot, then I think you could get some weather conditions that would have really extreme refraction, and I don't know there's a limit to that number, because I don't know.
So
light doesn't have to do what we want it to do.
1,000 feet? Like, you just think there's no limit on refraction at all?
Under cherry-picked circumstances, that you could see forever. You could see your own. I think the way Larry likes to say it, you could see your own butt. I don't actually think that those conditions would ever exist, but under cherry pick conditions, I'd expect you could see extremely far. I think that's the Black Swan, the Quantum Racer Black Swan with the oil rig, the one that's kind of like yellow in color. I think is that kind of thing. I think it's a cherry picked situation where you just happen to see very far because the refraction was very extreme.
Oh my goodness. No, that's not true. The Black Swan is man. We're going to be out there tomorrow, as a matter of fact. It's going to be pretty far from where we're at, but I'm going to even try to look with my telescope to see if I can see that. But I'm here to let you know, do the observation that I'm asking you to do, which it's just dealing with the shore itself, the shoreline. Don't do it in the ocean like you're saying with this refraction you keep yelling. Do the test.
Tracy, I'll just spot you that I'll get the same results as the Black Swan. I'll just spot you that I can see my Farron 10 miles away, and I shouldn't be able to on a globe. I'll just give you that.
We don't take favors from Glovers. Sorry, try again, son.
I'm saying I don't. She's saying go do the observation, so I'll convince myself, and I'm saying we can pretend like I did the observation and got her result. I'm fine with that. Like, it doesn't change my mind.
But you just said that's only extreme refraction. So what is it? Is it the common observation or is it extreme refraction?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what you're meaning.
My meaning is that I'm just me personally. I'm not persuaded by 10 or 15 mile type things. I want to do some stuff. I am more persuaded at like 100 miles, or you're saying we can't see 100 miles because of evaporation and things. Maybe 50 miles might be enough, 60, something like that. Not 10. And not 50 or 100 miles from up on something. I'm talking about 50 miles standing on the beach. And I'm not saying that we should be able to see it every day either. Like, just the best, clearest day. Someday, every now and then, you should be able to see that far. To my knowledge, no one ever sees that far. Period. There are zero observations of Havana from Key West Beach.
So people have seen this already?
There's a little place with like the southernmost place in the United States.
Hey, Roland, did you go there?
I have been there, yeah.
Okay. Can we see your data from your observations, please?
You can't look through the binoculars with me, no.
Fun
right.
fact.
So go ahead and then hold on, Matthew. Go ahead and get tangible evidence, results, and data that we can pour over. Otherwise, it's just a cool story.
I mean, there's plenty of pictures from the spot that I stood that you can look at.
That's
great.
And
they look exactly like what I saw. So
but it needs to come directly from you. Listen, the data needs to come directly from you, because otherwise it's a cool story. Secondhand, third hand, fourth hand plus information. That's not going to do. That's not scientifically empirical.
I mean, if the photographs look like what I saw.
That's okay. I apologize. It's ladies' night. I did want to say that, though, for sure. Keep that in mind at all times. Thanks.
Yeah, it's okay. That was great, what you said.
Yeah, I didn't collect data for you guys. I didn't collect tangible data. Even if I had, I'm not really sure how we would establish chain of custody, etc., etc. I think the standard's pretty high there.
Yeah, you're going to have to get you a camera then, because even if you are to do it with your binoculars, like you said, and say you did actually see it, Havana from where you were, you could just be telling us you didn't see it because you're using binoculars. We need you to do it. Or do the mirror test. Do the mirror test, rolling my boulder, because then you could have your cell phone to prove it, and your friend will be down the way with his cell phone or her cell phone, and then when you aim that mirror to him or her, down the ocean or the shore, or do you have like salt flats where you live?
I don't have any salt flats where I live.
Oh,
but I think those salt flats are curved, right?
Hey, you got to do the test and let me know. But nope, they're flatter than flat. Flat, level, flat,
Right.
land.
Well, see, I think they are level, but I don't think they're flat.
Yeah, there's like little rocks and pebbles and like little bumps or whatever. Little.
No, I think level means curved.
No, it never will. Level is level.
Yes, level is level.
Curve,
level's not flat.
Level is level, and a curve is curved. When we're speaking of the Earth, there is no curve. You have not proven your globe. That's another thing. Have you found the measurements for your globe? Can you give me that? Can you give me the measurements of who did it and and how?
I have my set of favorite measurements. If you want those.
Oh well, what is that? Let me know what you got.
The transcontinental triangulation.
The transcontinental triangulation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and because you're a globie, so you know that your globe model says that it's 3959 in radius. You know that, right?
I do, although I don't know the numbers as good as you guys.
Okay, that's why I'm trying to help you out here and to tell you how to conquer finding out that it is a flat Earth. And the easiest way is with a mirror, and it'll take you no time.
The transcontinental triangulation. I mean, these surveyors worked over quite a few years. I think about 100 guys or something.
What datum did they use?
I don't remember.
Was it sea level?
No. So they surveyed from one optical site to another in a series of triangulations from the east coast to the west coast, and all of those triangles, they didn't look that far in any individual sighting, but all of those triangles have the spherical excess, greater than 180 degrees.
How does a triangle have a spherical anything?
If we're gonna have a thing, if you're gonna say that like spherical triangles don't exist, then we can just give up because spherical triangles do exist.
Yeah, you'd have to be a fucking moron to say that spherical triangles exist.
Show us where the spherical triangle exists, bro.
Okay, I mean, I will. You're not gonna like it, but
where?
If we take a hula hoop, put it around a basketball.
No, not waist. If. No.
What are you making, Saturn?
I didn't ask for if specific.
What are you making, Saturn?
I asked for a fucking spherical triangle. Where and when is it used? Show it to us. I don't want to if. I don't want a hypothetical.
Okay. When you put a hula hoop around a basketball.
No, I want to know when it was actually used. When is it used right now? Who's using it?
It was used in the transcontinental triangulation.
You're an idiot.
That equates to 3,959.
There, Matthew Learns is posted.
Does that equate to your radius of 3,959 miles?
That comes out of it, but you don't have to assume that.
Oh, so it doesn't. Okay, thanks.
Okay, and I need to tell you this, Rolling My Boulder. You're talking about putting a hula hoop around a ball. We're not asking you to explain Saturn. We're not talking about Saturn. We're talking about the Earth. So why are you talking about a hula hoop around a ball? What are you trying to show us with that?
Fucking crackhead, shut the fuck up.
Who the hell are you? Who's this?
I'm not talking about Saturn either.
Who?
You sound like a fucking crackhead.
Thank you for muting whoever that was. We got him quick.
I have a quick question for you. You said surveyors, they surveyed land. What was their height above sea level reported? Did you ask that question or survey that yourself?
I asked them what his datum was, or what their datum was.
Okay, so did they observe? Hold on a second. Did they observe a curve over the land that they surveyed? Because their height above sea elevation would change if there was a curve. 155, 150. These are meters above sea level.
There's hundreds of measurements, and they're at all different.
Okay, because the surveys that I review at my office in architecture all state the sea level is flat. There's no elevation change that would dictate a curve, and I survey acres of land. Consider those in review. Thank you. Good night.
Man, you should have been prepared after I asked you what the datum was.
So no curve. Okay.
No curve.
No curve. No curve anywhere. Can't see it. Can't measure it. Never been done. Only
Doesn't
hypothetical.
exist. Yeah.
Doesn't
it never
exist in
existed.
reality. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That's right, Sonny. I don't get it. He's been around for a minute now, and he's still.
I like the spherical triangles, though. That's a new one. I'm gonna see if I can find those.
Yeah, I saw.
What science has what geometry has spherical triangles?
And Rolling My Boulder, I'm gonna have to put you on my list as an anti-flat earther now, because it's been way too long, and you should have already. Oh,
Godric,
I know you know.
Godric, really quick. Matthew Learns did link to a spherical triangle.
Sorry, you put a link? Say it again.
Matthew Learns did link a spherical triangle.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna check that right now.
That's nonsense. It doesn't. There's no way.
57 minutes past the hour.
There's only one
but
triangle.
hold on, guys. He presented, and it's described as a 2D, right? 2D works because there's an x-axis and a y-axis, left to right, up and down. He's forgetting in real life there's a third axis called the z-axis coming out at you. You can't have things in the real life without the third dimension. Science, yet again, being narcissistic, picking and chooses what works for them to try to better explain their faulty explanation. Sorry, yet
You're
again.
right. A spherical triangle has 3 dimensions, not 2.
That's correct.
You also can have a 2-dimensional surface embedded in a 3-dimensional space. So I don't know. Like 2D surfaces that aren't planes are real things.
So you're saying there's a line in your spherical triangle? That would be a chord, right?
No, in these spherical triangles, I think there are great circles.
Of course you do.
What?
Yeah. So did McJune make up this spherical excess? Looks like he just made it.
Spherical excess was around before McToon's parents were born.
Yeah, and it was never used practically on Earth.
Well, except in the surveying thing that I mentioned, it was used.
The planar surveying, yeah. Until you go to your notebook, yeah, it's fine. Planar surveying is how it works. Yeah, exactly.
Show me your Roland. Show me your evidence, please.
You want the PDF of the?
Sure, why not? I'll take a PDF.
Yeah, I want to see it too.
I want to see what datum they used.
Yeah, I love these PDFs. They're like the best flat Earth proof ever when they come in and say that what we're presupposing is this and this.
I will.
Yeah.
And send it to
you.
you.
I love that part. Yeah. Why don't you just point the page where it says we presuppose the globe? Why don't you highlight that page?
That's kind of the thing that's cool in the triangulation is that they don't have to do that.
Whenever somebody prefaces something with "that's what's pretty cool" or "that's what's pretty neat" or "that's what's pretty interesting," I know it's bullshit. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that means it's not very cool. It's not real, and it doesn't apply.
How does that explain that logic?
It's something you fucking weirdos always say. It's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. It's pretty interesting. You always preface your stupid bullshit with it. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I hear it every fucking time I'm on here from you weirdos trying to fucking interest us in your nonsense.
Yeah, no, I can see that. I didn't mean it was interesting to you. I meant it was interesting to me because
I don't give a shit. I want to see your evidence.
People in here have challenged me to find things that meet a lot of criteria. Like it has to be this and that. It has to like.
No. I'm only asking for what you've
I will
presupposed.
Send it to you. I will find it and send it.
All I'm asking for. I'm not giving you any fucking goals to push or anything like that. I want to see exactly what you're talking about. I want to see how the work was done and what criteria was used.
Yes, we need evidence.
I want primary
Show us your
sources.
evidence.
I want primary sources. I don't want the word of somebody who tells me that I should be interested in something, which I don't think I necessarily
in
should.
mind is absolutely a primary source. So
okay,
I will get it for you when we're done here.
Oh, we're done.
Okay, and while you're looking for that, I want to do a music break with my favorite yeah, it's that time, y'all. And this song is called The Truth is Evident by my favorite rapper, Drace Love Wisdom Harmony. And I'm going to post it right now so the DJ can put it on and play it. Here it is. I think I posted it. Yeah, there it is. And the producer on the beat is Crypto, one of our Flat Earth family members here in the FE Discord channel. I haven't seen him in a while, but yep, he did the beat, and Drace is on the microphone. Let's get it.
Those beats are so dirty, he's got herpes.
The truth is evident. Show us your evidence.
Drace.
Yeah.
With a jungle beat from Crypto. So Globers, where's the evidence? Show me your evidence. You need some evidence. You call that evidence? It has no relevance. Drop your arrogance. Get some elegance. And feel the resonance. The truth is evident. The truth is evident.
Yeah, it's evident. It's flat.
Think you're so intelligent. Can I see the elephant? Truth is right in front of you. Clear your view is nothing new. If you only knew, you could join my crew. Come on, man, it is up to you. Think you're so intelligent. Willful blind negligence. Missing the whole renaissance. Dropping filter petulance. Retaking your residence on the precipice. Indio knows how it is. Think you're so intelligent, even though it's evident. Look at all the evidence, don't care about your preference. The truth takes precedence over common nonsense. Don't be dense, drop the pretense. Show me the evidence. Where is the evidence? You need some evidence. You call that evidence? It has no relevance. Drop your arrogance. Get some elegance. And feel the resonance. The truth is evident.
The truth is evident. Yeah.
The truth is evident.
Yeah, it is.
Now the black swan got you by the balls, and you're never gonna get to Mars. In your mom's garage. Hey. Advice. Now the black swan's not all we got. We know the intricacy of the plot. Where the model's broken, it's begun to rot. The globe is gone dead. It's been shot.
It's been shot.
Don't
Woo.
be reality. You cannot.
You cannot.
Don't still try and fail a lot. Don't compare yourself to that lot. Be free, open-minded, and you will learn a lot. Show me the evidence. Where is the evidence? You need some evidence.
Crypto on the guitar.
It has no relevance. Drop your arrogance. Get some elegance. And feel the resonance. The truth is evident. The truth is evident. With a little bit of humility, perhaps you find reality. I at least hope you see I'm not the one lying to thee. If you think differently, come talk to me. We can clear that up for all to see. Until then, thank you for listening.
And I'd also like to thank Tracy for being the hype man on that track.
You are most welcome. Yeah. Get it popping up in our Discord. Nobody has it like we do. We got it popping. We got the best Flat Earth Discord channel ever. We got music. We got Crypto on the guitar. We got Sunny on his guitar. We got guitarists. We got singers, rappers, artists. What? We got it all. Those
It's
Globies
awesome.
don't got shit. They ain't got nothing but ISS poop and pee eaters. That's all they got.
Oh no.
Astronauts that drink their pee, and they admitted it. They told us that. So I'm not just making this up.
Don't make me make some coffee now.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
We see the stars. What's that one astronaut? The
Chug
stars.
a chug a chug, and then the coffee comes right out.
Gross. So gross.
What? No.
Yeah, girl. That's how they eat up there. They eat their own feces. Nasty. Yuck. What a mess. We gotta put them on blast, y'all. We gotta start telling people that part about NASA. Good grief. I'm starting tomorrow. I'm gonna tell people about NASA and their poo-poo and pee-pee, drinking and eating. NASA
tea.
Rolling my boulder, are you there?
It's fiber bars, fiber bars are.
Oh my goodness. Fiber bars.
No.
Oh, rolling my boulder. Is this your did you post your proof yet? You're supposedly
That's the document that I was referring to, but it's pretty long.
Okay, I'm gonna step out. Let me check this stuff out for a second.
I don't know if. Okay. Good luck.
What was that water? You drinking your pee?
That was that pee-pee he was drinking.
No, I don't do that. How about just regular water?
Oh, you don't indulge in the astronaut ISS NASA pee? You don't drink their pee?
I don't. I'm not an astronaut.
You believe? But you believe in outer space, right?
I do.
Well, okay. Well, if you believe that, did you know that they drink their pee and eat their poo-poo? Did you know that?
I know they recycle water. So do you.
No. I'm talking about.
To be fair, they don't drink their pee and eat their poop. Come on, be serious.
What? You don't? Oh, where's it at? I gotta find it. Where is it?
No,
Tracy. I read this. I'm into filtration systems. That's what I do for a living. They filter their waste. Whatever they do, if it's true, I don't know. If it's up there, I don't care. They reveal whatever technology they use. I can send it to a shot to filter the waste, and it filters bacteria and it filters whatever. And pee is mostly water, so if you can filter all the particles inside the pee, you're gonna get water. Reverse osmosis, all this stuff, you can remove almost anything from liquid. Do you know that?
Wait a minute, who's speaking right now?
Wait a minute, hold on a second. Isn't oil contained in urine?
Yes.
How do you completely separate oil from urine? Just
reverse osmosis. The oil particles are too large to go through the preamble of the osmosis layer.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm here to tell you those NASA fucking astronauts, they are drinking and eating their you-know-what. I don't care.
Tracy, to his point, they're not doing that because they don't go to fucking space.
Oh, absolutely not. I know. That's what I mean. They're doing it here on Earth in their in the space the theater where they do all their the filming. They're doing it in there, drinking, and those are nasty people. Okay, do not underestimate.
But I mean, Tracy, come on. The water that you drink is recycled water, right? It came from the water treatment plant, which pulled it out of the river, which had a bunch of animal and people pee and poop in it. So, like, even the water that you drink is recycled.
Look, dude.
Okay, rolling my boulder. So, in all of their calculations, R was factored in.
R is the result.
R is factored in before the result in order to get their triangulations because they're using stars.
You can take their data and you can construct it so that R will be the result, and it doesn't have to be assumed. Now, to
you're just putting
to say that you can't.
You're just putting R on the other side of the equation, my bro.
Yeah, the raw data is at 10 minutes past the hour if you want to see a measurement.
So to your point, though, I'm just going to confess, you do have to assume something, and you have to kind of assume that regardless. But like if you assume flat, then it doesn't work. And if you assume a sphere, then the radius will come out of the observations. You don't have to assume the actual radius. So assuming that it's flat.
When doing the calculations, how do you assume the radius? Or how do you assume a sphere?
What do you mean? Like a sphere?
When doing the calculations, how do you assume the sphere? If you assume flat with these calculations, how does it not work out?
Don't make any sense. The triangles don't make any sense. There's a consistent systemic error in every one of the calculations.
Yeah, they're just using the observed angles. You can see the raw data.
Well, Matthew,
the observed angles aren't compatible with flat.
Shut up, Rolling. Matthew, you're saying it's a spherical triangle, right? So you have to assume. Shut up. You have to assume a radius. You can't dispute that.
Yes, you can. You don't have to assume a radius to have a spherical triangle.
Did you look at the data I posted? 14 past the hour.
And how did they get spherical?
So what they do is they measure 3 different points. So if you look at the first data point, Mount Desert, Humpback, and Burke, and then they observe the angles from Mount Desert to the other 2, and then they do the same thing from the other 2 points of the triangle, and lo and behold, it adds up to more than 180. And that's just the raw measurements. It doesn't assume anything. It's just looking at the raw measurements.
Well, let me say, when I first heard about that with the excess degrees in the triangles, the first thought that came to my mind is, in order, the way the Earth is being, if it's a plane, right, that they had to convert all the math. They had to convert it into a sphere. So they had to make globe math or sphere math. So basically, everything you're measuring on Google Earth, like if you take 3 points, like I used to have Google Earth Professional because of my business that I had. And if you took 3 points, and you're going to measure it and there's going to be an excess, that actually makes perfect sense because they took a plane, they took a flat plane and they converted it into a globe. They had to add stuff on. That's why, they say they can admit to CGI because they're always having to add extra on to make it into a globe. So where is that extra coming from? It's coming because you're taking a plane, chopping it up, and you have to add stuff in there in order to make it look like a globe. So you know what? To me, the excess makes perfect sense because they're doing globe math. It's sphere math. They had to convert it.
So you're absolutely right about Google, and that's what's happening. They're making assumptions on Google and all that type of stuff.
Matthew, you are not showing the math they did. You're showing the results of the math they did.
Not in the 1902 measurements. I'm showing just the observed angles. That's it.
The last picture that Matthew posted was just data, no math.
That's right, just data. And this is before Google Maps, obviously.
And how can they measure
before
that
Google
very
altogether? This is before the internet.
Yeah, it's 2 Freemasons and a claim they made. Replicated.
It's not 2 people. It's about 100 people over several years, multiple times going back to Congress to ask for more money. It's a whole story of doing this measurement. It is definitely not two Freemasons that wrote some numbers down to trick us.
All you see is this 1900s document, which is not repeated by 1,000 people. Like, that's not the evidence of it being repeated by 1,000 people, as you're claiming now.
So your answer is that their data is wrong. Is that right?
No, I'm saying I would like to see it repeated so I can see some verification that it's not just on a piece of paper.
Well, there's pages and pages of repeated
Matthew,
examples.
do you have any repeated examples?
There's 3 different examples on that same page, and then there's hundreds more if you look through the PDF.
And I don't have repeated examples, but I can tell you that these sorts of triangulations have been done on other continents as well by just entirely different sets of people.
Yeah, it's too bad it doesn't match reality.
On the contrary, these triangulations,
all that work and calculations, all that writing in the notebooks, all your chalk that you wasted, yeah, and it doesn't match reality. Sorry.
Because you're still doing it off globe math. You're doing it on
they're just doing looking at angles. That's all they're doing is looking at angles.
These data points that you're given do not need globe math. How you interpret them maybe does involve globe math, but the data itself, the observations from these locations on Earth to these other locations on Earth, those are just...
but you're assuming a globe in the first place, but you're just lying about it, and you're not telling us that you have that in your mind in the first place, and you're not budging.
Hey, Roland.
Okay, Sonny, wait, hold on. You think I'm not telling you
Roland,
that I don't have the globe in my mind from the outset?
Yep.
Hey, Roland.
I sure do.
I assure you that I do. I assure you,
Roland. Can I please talk to you, Sisyphus?
You can.
I got one question. Sorry, Sonny. I'm in and out. Get it? So, Roland, you sound a little different tonight. How many drinks have you had this evening?
I am only drinking water tonight. Maybe that's right.
No, I don't know about that. You're a little more confident. You're slurring a little bit. But, yeah, so what we do is we gather evidence, try to get it as physically, sound, as tangible as possible. And you don't. So, please go do that. Do anything like we've done before. You say binoculars are good enough? Are you for real? Look at all the work we've put into this. Look at all the non-work you've put into this. It doesn't look good.
All the work that you personally have put into it?
I put in a lot of work myself. But the whole body of all of us together compared to what? What have you guys done? What's your
the whole body of all of us together?
Yeah, can I invoke the whole body of all the globes?
No, because we're not doing it based off of assumptions. We're getting science. You should try that.
Yeah.
I think in the end, quite a few of the things that I have seen flat Earth people do, assumptions are involved. Assumptions are frequently involved, and they're not bad.
Like what? Like what?
Assume it's flat. Assume it's a sphere. Try to prove it's not. Try to prove it is.
Hey, stop gish galloping. Give me an example of what you said.
I think you should look up Gish Gallop.
Okay.
An example of what I said is assuming that it is a globe for the purposes of the Black Swan oil rig argument, so that you can demonstrate that it's not a globe. That's an example of assuming something in a useful way to try to make an argument.
There you go. Here's Gish Gallop.
Yeah. It was impressive, but you lost me.
There you go. What did you want from Gish Gallop?
I don't. What argument?
I asked you for a specific example of what you were talking about.
I just gave you,
and then you said a bunch of things. Well, you assume this or you assume that, you assume this, right? But before I said you were Gish Galloping, and then you said I should look up Gish Gallop, and this is exactly what I said you were doing.
You don't
throwing
want
a bunch of shit.
You don't want multiple examples. You only wanted one. Okay. Well, I gave you one. In the end, I gave you a single example.
Concede that I was right on the term Gish Gallop in which I used it. Or in which I used it.
I don't know. I thought we were kind of
concede
only on one
faggot.
argument.
He doesn't know, so he cannot be the judge of that. So he was just talking out of his ass and lying to the audience like usual.
Yep. That's all he was doing.
Tell us what gish galloping is, please.
A gish gallop is when you bring up lots and lots of unrelated topics and you just move from one to the next very quickly, like refraction, gravity, outer space, gas in a container.
Exactly. I already posted the exact definition. It is a rhetorical technique in which a person in a debate attempts to overwhelm the opponent by providing an excessive number of arguments with no regard to the accuracy or strength of those arguments. I asked you for an example, and you said, well, this, and that. And when I asked you for a specific argument.
Yeah, I don't think giving you several examples is gish galloping, but whatever.
You didn't give me several examples.
Okay, fine.
You were
Okay,
throwing a bunch of shit that was irrelevant and, very esoteric at best.
Right. In response to your assertion that I gish galloped, whether I was or wasn't, I backed up and I gave you a single concrete example. Okay?
Right. You told me to look it up. Now I want you to fucking concede.
Yeah.
That point.
Will that make you happy?
Do it.
I don't know, man.
I would ban you if you weren't my fucking toy right now.
Go for it.
I said I would if you weren't my fucking toy.
It's my toy too. I don't want him banned either.
He just literally put you in your place, just so you know your role. Literally, The Rock was not kidding.
I'm in a flat Earth server as a like hardcore glober. I have no
let me help you out, Roland.
About my station.
You're
Let me help you out, Roland. You said that we have to make assumptions. What assumptions do flat earthers make? You said it like 5 or 10
context. Give me a context of a specific argument, and I'll tell you.
The Black Swan.
The QE Black Swan with the like PQ mode.
There's only one fucking Black Swan, Dick. The Black Swan.
There's three, Sonny.
Yeah, I know there's different ones. We're talking about.
Sure.
Yeah, we're talking
the Black
about
Swan
habitat. Yeah, we're talking about that.
It assumes the Earth is a globe.
No, it isn't.
Okay.
It's not assuming anything. It's saying, here's the numbers somebody gave us for the globe. Let's go look without assumptions.
And to answer my question to you, Roland, about their datum, it is sea level. And you said it wasn't. Don't be a dipshit. At least read what you're quoting.
I have read it. I said I don't remember.
You said, I don't know. I don't think it was, is exactly what you said.
Oh, well, then I was out of line. If I said wrong. I don't think it was sea level, then I was out of line and wrong. You're correct. I don't know if that's what I said. I thought I said I don't remember. Because I don't.
You said you don't remember. I don't think it was.
That's exactly what he said.
But sea level, just as those two words, doesn't. Is not.
All I asked you for was their fucking datum. Don't give me a bunch of bullshit, for God's sakes.
Yeah, that's not an answer I would ever give for what was someone's datum. I would never say sea level. I would say WSG84 or things that predated that.
WGS84 didn't fucking exist back then. It was sea level. Stop being a dipshit.
Okay, I'll try.
It was sea level. They even stated in their fucking work here.
I believe you, dude. I don't remember.
Then shut up.
But see, but level doesn't mean flat. Level means curved.
I didn't say it did. I was asking for their fucking datum.
Level does not mean curved, rolling my boulder. Shit, stop saying that.
I can't. It's the truth.
It's the truth.
It is not the truth.
The tiny little minority of anti-flat earthers is the only place this is suggested.
Yeah, and if you're going to be saying it's the truth, you got to bring some evidence for that.
Yeah, where's the cowbell?
Yeah.
Where's your cowbell?
Does the dictionary say that level is curved?
Yes, multiple
Can you
dictionaries.
show us that, please? Just show us one, your best one.
Before the year 1915, I'm sorry, 2015.
I posted an example from 1893.
So level means curved.
Matthew, is that the level curved thing?
Let me look at what Matthew posted, because
No, it's the U.S. Geological Survey, and they talking about the dimensions of a level surface of Earth, or sea level surface of Earth, and they call it.
He said level surface of Earth. You're an idiot. They called them the oblate spheroid. They called them oblate spheroid, Matthew. It says it right there. You can read it. I don't know why you didn't.
Yeah, it's talking about the.
You made a Freudian slip that made you look stupid yet again.
Sea level surface of Earth.
Yeah, period. There's a period right there. Then it says close approximation of oblate spheroid, period. Two separate statements.
Yeah, so
totally
they're breaking it up into all these separate different statements. They're not connected.
Exactly.
So you think that the people who wrote this didn't think that the surface of the Earth was an oblate spheroid?
No, I'm thinking that they put periods because that was the end of that statement, that sea level surface of Earth, it's flat. And then they have to go on with their other bullshit with little statements. Close approximation of spheroid, period. Relation of that's another statement by itself alone. Then relation of actual sea surface or geo to geo. Yeah, this is a bunch of nonsense.
So what were they talking about?
Yeah, there's a bunch of BS.
Where did they get the geoid from?
I don't know. They're all dead by now. So what?
Well, you're the Glober. Tell us where they got the geoid from in 1893.
Don't you teach this to kids? Tell us, Matthew.
Yeah,
teach it to us.
You're the teacher, the professor, whatever you are.
Yeah, I was answering your question that said, show us an example from before 1915. And this is, let's see, 7 plus 15 years before that.
Yeah,
Who said
don't
that?
obfuscate. Tell us
Who
how they
said
got
that?
the geoid in 1893. How did they achieve the geoid?
I don't know how they got it, but there it is right there in this publication.
Okay, well, I'm just removing this link then because it's full of shit.
That would be wise so that people don't see it and accidentally.
Yeah, fuck you.
Well, it does say level surface of Earth, period. Sea level surface of Earth. There it is there. They admitted it right there. They know what's up. They knew it then. They knew it was flat.
Yeah, I don't need to believe a book or a definition of anything because they tell me that water is level. So if I look at water in a cup, there's no curve there. If I look at water in a pool, there's no curve there. So
except for the meniscus, and we're not talking about two molecules.
Those things are level. So they're not curved, and you are proven wrong.
So do you think it's wise to ignore this type of evidence and just pretend that it doesn't exist?
It's not evidence.
What evidence, Matthew?
Yeah,
well, I don't know.
With objective evidence and practical examples.
My primary source from 1893 got deleted, so.
Yeah, it's just it's just print on some page. It's not reality.
Okay,
yeah. And what they do in those calculations is not reality. Their end result is not reality.
Hey, really quick.
That's a problem.
Let's not delete what they post. That doesn't make you look very fucking good.
I don't know who did that.
Okay, Matthew, repost it. Because it does say sea level.
I'll repost it for him. Let me see.
Okay.
I probably can't now.
Okay. Oh, he did. He did it, son.
I did.
You got it. Okay.
And this is from the 1800s, huh?
Yeah, I guess my main point is that they used that terminology, oblate spheroid, way back in 1893. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, but we want to know what reference did they use for the geoid?
That's a good question. I honestly don't know, but
you guys haven't looked into this. It's your side. You haven't looked into this in 8 years.
No, it's what he posted. It's what he posted,
and he should at least have the stuff to back it up, at least the nomenclature that is written down in a book somewhere where they got that at that time, how they derived to that answer.
Right.
He should at least have that answer.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to say anything about how they got it. I was just trying to show that they used that phrase, oblate spheroid. That's the only purpose I was using this.
Sonny, if you look at 31 after, I posted
It doesn't
that in
say.
Mono
See, it doesn't say level is curved though.
It sure hell doesn't. That's something they made up in the past few years they did that. This is just ridiculous. But I'm telling you, in the real world, out here in the real world, not on this internet, on this, you can ask any human being, does level mean curved? And they'll look at you like you're crazy. I'm going to start letting them know that that's what you globies are doing. Stupid asses. Level means good. No, it is two totally separate words. Curved is one thing, level is another. There is no combination to that.
Who was asking me about the datum and the sea level?
I'm not sure, Rolling My Boulder, but
I'm 6'3".
Proof. Jeez.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Rolling. What do you have to say? Let us know what you're talking about.
Whoever was asking me about the datum and the sea level, they made a good point, and I'm flipping through the things and realizing why I don't remember is because it's like they mix up. They say sea level, they say mean sea level, and I haven't found a place where they define it good. So it was a good call. Like attacking the datum, I concede.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
I will not drop this triangulation into an argument again until I can answer the question. So there you go.
Thank you, Rolling My Boulder. You are being so honest and upfront. Thank you so much for that. See, I'm all calm. I'm calmed down. Oh, go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. So I'm 6'3", and I can't tell you how many times someone's asked me to hang a shelf or something like this, right? And no one has ever said, make sure that it's curved, right? Because I'll be like, what are you talking about? Oh, curved, level, those are synonymous. So just think about it. I'm 6'3". It's always get me this and hang this up for me and the picture and this. No one's ever said make sure the picture is curved. They might say make sure that it's squared, make sure that it's level, but they never say make sure that it's curved, because I would have been like, the fuck are you talking about?
That's right, Larry.
I don't want to whistle past the graveyard here. Thank you, Rolling, for conceding the point. I appreciate you giving me a concession on something I think I made a good point on, but I still have to go through this fully, and it looks like you do too. So,
yeah, I've been through maybe 20 or 30 pages of it over a while, and the question you're asking in the time that I've been looking at it since you brought it up, I don't find a good answer, and it's sort of jogging my memory that I did this before and I didn't have a good answer, which is why I think I ended up not remembering, because I didn't learn it. So yeah, I'm not gonna drop this until I can answer your question.
They do say sea level in the preamble.
Oh, they see sea level at least 50 or more times, but I haven't found it defined yet.
I agree, it does change.
Yeah, and there's some occurrences where they talk about sea level, but then other times they talk about mean sea level, and none of the times are they saying where this is coming from. So
right, and
I retract this until I can answer your question. Your question is excellent.
The problem I find though is not only are they using sea level as the datum, but they're also using a sextant to figure their positioning with the stars. So those are two different kinds of surveying that they're doing, right. And they're kind of mixing it. So I'm trying to parse exactly what is going on here.
So it's going to
take me a second.
It's going to take me a long time to figure out where they got their idea of sea level from. They have to be referencing something, but I don't know what that is.
I would suspect that they're referencing, because sea level is a global datum as far as they're concerned, right? That it's one that's used across the world.
Right, but establishing a datum for this purpose or any purpose in any field is hard to do. Hard to start from nothing and make a datum.
Well, when you're going from coast to coast, it's not too hard to use sea level. Because you're already starting at the coast, you're ending at the coast, right?
Right.
It's a very natural and easy sea level. It's a natural and easy datum to use sea level.
It's true, but I mean tides vary by different amounts and different
20
locations.
Feet. Yeah, by 20 feet.
Or more. I mean, or more or less, depending on the location. So
right.
Like dealing with all of that is important to establish what the sea level is. I don't know. You raised an excellent point, and I first say I'll look into it, and second that I won't drop this particular reference again until I can answer your question. That's all I got.
Well, I'm glad you did drop it, because now I have something to look at and something to study to see how exactly they were doing this. Seeing as how I did have, ancestors who worked on the Transcontinental Railroad, this is kind of interesting to me. Yes, all my ancestors were Chinese. No, I'm joking, they're Irish, but it's a history joke. You get it.
I got your history joke.
Thanks.
So from now on, every Glober that says that level means curve, I'm going to ask them to say that flat means level and level means curved. I'm going to ask them to say that the Earth is flat then. From now on. Because if those words are synonymous, I want to hear you say it.
But wait, most Globers I think are going to say level means curved and level does not mean flat and flat does not mean curved.
Oh, I gotta think Matthew here for a minute, because he just posted this. Okay, so the apparent level is a tangent to that curve. So the apparent level is what we see, what is apparent.
Yeah.
The true level is a curve. So you see the level as a tangent, but then you believe it's actually a curve. So that is a contradiction.
Oh my gosh. OMG. Wow.
If that curve is exponential, which all spherical curves are exponential, and it falls off at, a certain distance or a certain amount of measurement over distance squared, then that tangent is going to fall irrelevant within 2 to 3 miles. It's no longer going to be good enough to measure from past a 2 to 3 mile observation. Because the exponential rate of fall or of drop is going to be too much. Because what I like that they're showing, or the Sunny showed, is how they have a building on each side of the curve, but when you're measuring, you're actually at the top of that curve and you're measuring down on one side or the other.
Yeah.
And so, like, I know it's just a trick of the eye, but when you do that and you draw that tangent, you see that fall off is so great and so quick, because you're not doing it at the building height or at the top of the building. You're actually doing it at the base of the building. And that fall off is within 2 to 3 feet or 2 to 3 miles, and it will quickly disappear from view.
Yes. It's impossible. The Earth is not a globe. It just is impossible.
When they say when they say that the horizon would rise up to meet your eye level on a ball, I don't think that they understand exactly how small the ball is that they propose it is. It's smaller than they think. They think it's much greater than it is.
Yeah.
Within 2 to 3 miles, you're talking about a great deal of drop to where your horizon, you'd be looking downward to see it.
I know. And don't forget, it's dropping on both sides, left and right of you, in front of you. You know what I mean? Like everything is leaning back, or
Yeah, like just in your local area, you should be able to see things misshapen on the horizon, where they're actually, at a obscure view, you'd be seeing like the bottom first and the top away from you. It would be a very weird looking thing to you, because it's
crazy.
at those distances, the angle is much greater than what we propose it is on pictures. It's actually a lot more, because like I said, that's an exponential curve, right? So it's much more. Even at 2 to 3 miles, you're talking about what, like 15, 20 degree deflection from plumb. So it's much more than what they propose. Even in your local area, you should see things leaning back, and as you get closer to them, it would appear that they upright themselves. As you drive towards them, they would sit up. It would be an amazing sight if it were.
I'm telling you. Oh my
the
gosh.
globe that
Only
they say
on a
it is.
video game. I'm sorry,
the globe no, that's fine. The globe that they say it is, and the size they say it is, it's much smaller than one would think. It's not as big as they say. Oh, it's so big. You put the ball up to your face. That's not actually how it is. It's much smaller than that.
It is crazy, y'all, that they got people believing this shit. Oh my goodness!
Even the mountains you see off on the horizon, as you drive closer to them, they should appear to sit up, like they're rising up to meet your gaze. It would be amazing. It would be absolutely phenomenal thing to see, and you would amaze every time you see it. You'd be like, my God, look at that! That's so cool, because your relative view is that you're not moving and the mountain is, and that would just be so cool.
Yeah, because don't forget, we're supposed to be spinning and on the axis twirling and all this insanity. Oh gosh! And this was from Matthew, huh? I mean, who are we speaking about with this? That was Rolling My Boulder. Rolling My Boulder. Have you seen the picture that we're looking at, that we're talking about, with the skyscraper buildings?
I haven't, and I'm sorry. My attention goes between like live stream or voice. I can't seem to do both.
Oh my goodness! If you've seen this picture, you need to see this photo. This in live stream. It's you got to scroll up, but you got to check it out. It's got some skyscrapers.
It's at 8:41 p.m.
on top of the globe. On top of your globe model.
41 from Sunny. Okay, with the 3021.80.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. What am I supposed to get out of this?
That is what you what you're seeing right now is what you believe the globe is, and how buildings would appear on a globe. You get it?
I mean, visually, I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, the arc length of the green is slightly bigger than the arc length of the yellow. What's wrong with that?
The buildings, that means...
Nobody was talking about the arc length, Matthew.
There's arcs in that picture.
Yeah, I understand that. But you're asserting yourself into a conversation you weren't even invited, and you know not what we're talking about.
Yeah, I did post that picture I sent to Matthew, and he did that curve.
Yeah.
But
Thank you, Miguel.
the result they get on 2012, the surveyors, they use this equipment. I'm gonna post it. They get no curvature. Those buildings are 64 meters according to sea level, and no curvature found. It's 1877 miles away.
Wow. Whoa, that's what I'm talking about.
So, Tracy, what was I supposed to get out of the
That the buildings are leaning backwards. They're lean back, lean back. You see them? Lean back, lean back.
Yeah, I mean the picture's grossly out of scale, but what's the
No, it is. That's a picture scale of the globe model that you think that you live upon. That when you're driving every day, this is a good example. Do you see the buildings leaning back? You get it? Everything on a globe. See, when they invented this globe model, they forgot. They forgot about how buildings are supposed to look upon this globe that they claim. You get it? So this is impossible.
Okay,
the globe is impossible. It has to be level.
Rolling really quick. What is the diameter of the globe?
4,000 miles? Oh, diameter 8,000 miles.
Okay, and you agree that any spherical curve would have an exponential rate of drop from the observer?
I agree with the mathematical formulas about spheres.
Okay. So then you agree within 2 to 3 miles that the amount of drop that you would observe would preclude the horizon rising up to meet your eyes, right?
On a sphere, the horizon should not rise to meet your eyes.
Okay, it should actually fall. It should actually fall. You should.
Are we talking about like as we go up in height or something?
No. Just in general, if you're standing there on the ground, let's say you're at the salt flats or whatever, you should be able to observe within 2 to 3 miles a drop of the horizon.
Notwithstanding the problems of making optical observations on the surface of the Earth, yes.
Okay. Agreed. And in that drop, anything level to that curved surface, as we're assuming that curved surface is leveled, that building would tilt at an exponential rate from the observer as it grows in distance away from the observer, right? To almost horizontal. It would go from vertical to horizontal within almost like 30 degrees?
No, it would go from vertical to horizontal in 90 degrees, right? You'd have to go from the North Pole to the equator for that.
Yeah, you're right. It would go.
And if we can't do Key West to Havana, I'm not going to spot you vertical to horizontal because that's a lot farther than Havana to Key West.
Okay, well, now we're talking about atmospheric conditions mostly, and
so the problem is that the buildings,
limits of angular resolution, right?
Right, but so the buildings that are close enough to see, to the ability of your eye to resolve anything, will all look vertical.
I don't think that's true.
I have a calculation.
I've never seen
here.
a tilted building.
So even if you could see the buildings from Key West in Havana, they would be tilting away from you at 1.3 degrees. And I don't think that would be visible at 90 miles.
I don't think that would be visible either. That's less than 1%. Human eye is not very good.
Bull crap.
You don't think? Pull out your fucking eyes then, you weirdo.
I have my eyes out. It's terrible at making absolute measurements. It's good at detecting movement.
No. I want you to actually remove your eyes from your skull if you don't think that they're very good. You're a moron. Anybody who says that their body is not a good thing should end that thing. Stop using it if you don't like it.
I use a tape measure because when I look at something, I can't tell how long it is.
Okay, good. So put something over your eyes and then use a measuring tape instead.
I'm saying without the measuring tape, I can't tell how long the thing is by looking at it.
It doesn't matter.
I need visual aids. I need visual aids to see.
Give me an approximation.
Rolling. Look in voice text chat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, that's a common problem. In fact, people often measure from the 1 instead of the 0.
Double check and test things because there are user errors that get pushed on as holy truths.
Sure. Your picture is in every way accurate. That is a common problem with tape measures. My point is, I can't look at a board and tell you how long it is. I want the tape measure. My eyes are not good at measuring my eyes are not good at measuring things.
So now measurements are important again, huh? Okay.
They always have been. I've never told you measurements aren't important.
Apparently they're not important with the globe because there's no measurement, yet you guys still religiously believe it's a globe, even in spite of no actual evidence.
You don't have any measurements of any refraction, so you believe that religiously.
Ooh.
Solid burn, man. I don't have any personally acquired data of many physical phenomenon that I accept to be true.
Well, we're only talking about one, curvature of Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see Havana from Key West.
Wait, why are you still using that? We already talked about the angular limitations of the eye. We talked about atmospheric conditions. Why are you still using
I don't have any personal measurements of the angular resolution of the eye or atmospheric conditions. So
Not to mention you only use binoculars, which by what I looked up says it might only be able to see about 12 miles. It's 106 miles from Key West to Havana. You need more than binoculars.
That's
but I
why
can see
I was
further
telling
than 12 miles with my naked eye, so I don't understand.
Because it's flat.
Wait, where do you see 112 miles with your naked eye?
Where do I see further than 12 miles with my naked eye?
Then yeah.
I taking off from any airport that I've ever taken off when I look out the window.
What are the conditions there?
Clear.
And elevated?
I mean, gradually.
So now at Key West, at Key West, what's your elevation?
Let's say 6 feet. Can you spot me?
Do you know how? Yeah, absolutely. Do you know how angular resolution works?
I think so, but I don't see how it relates to the 6 feet versus the.
That's because you're a dipshit and you don't know how angular resolution works.
Will you explain it to me?
Sure. At sea level, let's use sea level as our datum here. At Key West, let's assume you're at sea level because most things in Key West are at sea level. You are looking out the ocean. You assume you're looking south. Now, what your angular resolution is? What, like 4.2 degrees or something like that. Anyways, you're looking out, and half of your angular resolution, because it comes out in a conical way from where you're focusing. What is that coming from? Okay, that was Boulder.
Okay.
As you're looking out towards the horizon, half of your angular resolution is cut off by the horizon or the ground coming up to meet your eye level, which would be the apparent horizon. So as you go up, your angular resolution increases due to your ability to see fully that whole arc of what your angular resolution is. At sea level, you're cutting off half of it, or more than half, actually.
I'll translate that for the layman. Would you guys mind?
Sure.
So
when you
when
look, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, when you're on the ground, you're looking at an object that's very far away. Well, the sky's the limit as far as that angle, right? From the midpoint of the object to the sky. So if it were to be a really tall building, right, you'll be able to see it from a really long distance away. But adversely, on the other side, from the midpoint down, the ground is the limit, which the ground comes very quickly because, it's right there. So you're going to have a very smaller angle. Now, once you get up, 40,000 feet in the air, right, the sky is the limit, again, which you're going to be able to see, tall buildings from really, really far away. But now the ground is the limit, which is a whole new limit, which is a whole new angle. So, of course, you're going to be able to see a whole lot further because you have a whole new limit from the bottom down. Thanks.
I guess here's my answer and why I still kind of hold on to the Key West and Havana thing. So it's nighttime and I can see stars, and whatever stars are, they basically go all the way down the horizon at the beach. So on a good clear night at the beach, I can see stars down to the horizon, but I still can't see the lights from Havana, and I assume that wherever the stars are, they're on the other side
high
of
are the
Havana.
stars?
I don't know.
How high are the stars?
You tell me. Whatever they are, I assume they're further away than Havana.
If the sky's the limit, yeah, you're going to be able to see stars from pretty far away. I'd probably say around 6,000 miles from zenith, right? That's a guesstimate from what I've heard.
I'm saying looking sideways over the water, I can see stars go all the way down.
You look sideways, like a dog who hears the word treat?
I don't know what you mean, but not looking straight.
What do you mean by looking sideways?
I mean not looking overhead. I mean looking out over the water.
Okay.
You said zenith, and I don't mean looking straight up. I mean looking over the water towards the horizon.
You don't see stars. You don't see stars on the horizon. You see stars close to the horizon. About 5 to 10 degrees or above the horizon is where you can no longer see stars.
Yeah, it's nighttime, and it's not that easy to tell where the horizon is.
Right, but you don't see stars at the horizon.
I will accept your word for it.
Anyway, my point was, you're looking for stars that are way up in the sky, and the only reason they appear near the horizon is because you're really far away from their zenith point. So there's a zenith point on Earth at any given time for any given heavenly body, and you just happen to be 5,000 miles away, let's say. So that's why you're seeing stars on the horizon. Now,
Hank, you're saying that I can see through the hazy, humid, evaporative, messy horizon for thousands of miles. You're saying I can see stars thousands of miles away through the horizon that you're saying I can't see Havana through 100 miles away.
That's the issue.
Right, because
Something has to give. Either I can see 1,000 miles or I can't see 100 miles.
Listen, bro. Listen. How much angle is in between your eye and the sky?
Depends on
45 degrees, right? So if you're looking straight across the ocean, like you said earlier, sideways, it's 45 degrees from your eye level to the sky, right? Because you can look all the way up, but you can't look behind yourself unless you're really flexible neck, but I doubt it. You're an old guy. So you got 45 degrees, right?
Why not 90?
Between your eyes and the sky. How many degrees do you have between you and the ground at 100 miles away?
I don't know.
Not a whole lot of degrees. Not a whole lot of degrees, is it?
It's 0.
All right, let's go with 0.
Okay, so would you expect to see something that has 0 degrees? Or do you need
I see. You're saying that if I take the bottom of the building in Havana to the top of the building in Havana from Key West, that the like angle that subtends is very small. Is that?
It's beyond your ability to resolve it.
Of course it is. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Larry? That the building, the angle that it subtends from where I'm standing in Key West is just minuscule, basically zero?
It's past your vanishing point.
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay. The star is not because it's a light. And
right,
it is
but the buildings, Havana has lights too.
It's above the horizon.
Okay. Well, I concede.
Past a certain amount, it no longer becomes visible because it goes beyond your ability to resolve it.
I would concede, and maybe to whomever was talking to me about binoculars earlier and about the 12 miles thing, even with binoculars, I do not expect you to be able to resolve the buildings of Havana. That's why I was looking for the lights of Havana at night and not the buildings during the day.
Right. But we're still working with angular resolution, even with binoculars. And those binoculars, those binoculars don't increase your angular resolution that much. You're still looking at a vanishing point of about 60 miles.
That's even if it was less than that, the binoculars just have a little bit more collecting area and focus a little bit more light on my eye.
That's what angular resolution is. Yeah, that's what.
Well, no, because there's two things, right? There's one is being able to see and resolve the object that you're looking at, and then the second is being able to detect any light from that direction at all.
Okay.
And those are two separate things.
Does light go infinitely? Does light travel infinitely?
As long as it's not scattered.
And what causes scattering? What causes scattering?
A lot of things, but the atmosphere scatters, sure. I think that's where you're headed.
What's the inverse square law?
What's the inverse square law?
Yeah, what's the inverse square law?
That the intensity is going to fall off as the reciprocal of the square of the distance.
Good.
I'm sorry, apologize for that.
It's okay. Wow, you can cock your gun when you finally say something cogent. I'm fine with that.
I just dropped my pen.
You cocked your gun. That's fine.
Yeah, that's
what it sounded like.
Yeah, it sounded like.
Yeah.
Okay, so you agree that with the inverse square law, and this is a very dim light source that we're talking about. The
lights of a city are not a dim light source.
Even 1,000-watt light bulb is a dim light source, and compared to what we're looking at on the horizon. If we're looking at the sun compared to a 1,000-watt light bulb, let's say a sodium.
Okay, but what is I agree. I don't
sodium light.
I don't dispute you, but what is a city compared to a 1,000-watt light bulb? What's New York compared to
right. But no. Hang on. We're talking. Okay, so what you're looking at when you look at a city at a certain distance, you're looking at a diffuse glow before you can ever resolve an actual pinpoint of a light.
Well, the diffuse glow would be light that was scattered.
Right. And due to what? Due to what?
Whatever is scattering the light.
Due to the atmosphere and due to the natural properties of light with the inverse square law, right?
No. The inverse square law won't scatter light to your eye the same way the atmosphere will. Those are two different things.
No.
I got school.
Light will tend to become diffuse. Even coherent light will tend to become diffuse.
One of the first lessons I learned in coming here and arguing, I came when I was very green, and I thought lasers were like awesome, and they didn't obey the inverse square law. And,
they do. They absolutely do.
I got painfully humbled. I went the next day and looked it up and like, wow, yeah, they do. But lasers don't scatter. Lasers traveling through vacuum don't scatter.
We're not in a
lights
vacuum.
From,
We're not,
the way that lights from New York do in the atmosphere.
Is not in a vacuum.
No, that's my point. Lasers in a vacuum don't scatter the way that lights from New York or Havana will in the atmosphere. Those are
right,
and
it's not just the atmosphere. It's not just the atmosphere. You're working with the inverse square law and the atmosphere. That's what I'm telling you. You have at least 2 to 3 variables. Well, 3 variables: your angular resolution, the inverse square law, and the atmosphere.
Yeah. Well, the angular resolution, I'm not so sure. When we're talking about
angular resolution is very important because you already agreed that the horizon does come up to meet your eye.
No. That's on a flat plane.
Right. You can observe the horizon. You can observe the horizon rising up to meet your eye.
No, but it doesn't do that.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't do that on hot air balloons or airplanes or space
stations. Yes, it does.
Or any of those
Yes,
things.
It does. On a space station, you mean a second law of thermodynamics violation?
Yes, the same.
Okay. How do you get a space station?
That's I'm saying that the horizon doesn't rise to meet your eye level.
No. Okay, that's fine.
You get one by building it. You get one by building it and wasting a lot of fuel and time and putting it up there.
Do you have any pictures or videos of this thing being built that you're proposing is out there?
No.
No. None that I can share.
Well, you said it was built, right?
I got
and you
nothing
wasted, you wasted a lot of fuel to get this second law of thermodynamics violation station up there.
Why
right?
is it a second law of thermodynamics violation? Are we going to do the whole container thing? Oh,
yeah.
Absolutely. You can't have gas pressure without it. Without a container.
You can have gas. But you can have gas pressure.
Hang on. Do you have a practical example to show me
of gas pressure without a container?
Yeah.
Yeah, pressure is force over area. So just get in your car, get on the highway.
No,
get up to speed. Put your hand out the window. Put your hand out the window, and you will feel gas pressure without a container.
That's not gas pressure.
You're already contained on Earth. The air that's outside.
Pressure is just force over area. Your hand has an area. All of that gas impacting it while you drive down the road.
Okay, what are the properties of? What are the properties of gas?
It has several wonderful statistical properties: temperature, pressure.
Stop trying to entice me with your bullshit, fucking candied words with wonderful and bullshit. Oh my God! Shut the fuck up with that and just tell me.
You really don't like those, do you?
I don't.
The area is, by extension, the walls of the container it's pressing on.
Yes. But your hand isn't the container. Your hand is just...
Hang on. Go back and tell me, what are the properties of gas?
I think the two that you want to talk about are both statistical, temperature and pressure.
Roland, in your example, it's like taking a G.I. Joe or a little figurine and putting it into a pressurized chamber. There's pressure on the walls of the container, and because the G.I. Joe is, or whatever it is touching the ground, sitting in there, it's actually an extension of the walls of the container.
What are the properties
over area?
What are the properties of gas?
I think
answer my question.
You want to talk about?
Don't assume what I want to know and tell me the properties of fucking gas.
Molecular composition, ionization state, temperature, pressure, density, partial pressure,
molecular composition.
What are you looking for? It's got dozens of properties.
Give me one.
I just gave you. If I give you more, I will be.
Gas is in an unbound state.
No, it's bound.
Unbound.
I mean, what is that?
No, it's not.
Some parts of it are bound to each other.
Solids are bound.
Carbon dioxide, for example, has carbon and oxygen bound together.
Okay. But a gas, as it is, because you can have carbon dioxide liquid. You can have carbon dioxide salad. But a carbon dioxide gas is, yeah, but you first need to have the carbon dioxide gas. Don't be an idiot. Carbon dioxide gas would have to be in an unbound state, meaning what?
I think you mean that each carbon dioxide molecule is by itself.
And what? Doing what?
Whatever it wants. I don't know. What are you looking for here, man?
Carbon dioxide
in a straight line until it collides with something. It's traveling in a straight line until it collides with something.
It's unbound. It will travel in all directions.
No, it'll travel in a straight line until it collides with something.
It as a gas, if we're talking about a single molecule, if we're talking about a single molecule, I agree with you. But we're not. We're talking about a gas.
And then we tend to boil it down to statistics.
Not a molecule in a gaseous state. Right. I'm asking about this gas. Carbon dioxide, unbound.
Right, but that
going
means
off
that you
in directions until
statistical properties, averages, right?
Why are you assuming what I'm looking for?
An average. Temperature is just an average, because when you talk about a gas, like carbon dioxide, the gas, like you want to involve statistics. You want to involve averages and talk about the collection of the particles instead of individual ones. But the collection of particles is still just a bunch of individual ones, right?
Hey,
they're all traveling in straight lines until they collide with something.
What are you talking about?
It travels off in all directions as a gas and will continue until it is stopped. And it will bounce off and go in another direction.
Mm-hmm.
That's
but
what
it'll
unbound
probably
means.
Hit another molecule before it hits anything else, right?
It doesn't matter. It's still going to hit the container.
About the statistical properties or the generalities. Now you're talking about statistical properties because you're trying to steer this conversation in your direction and just moving off in weird directions with this conversation. I'm just talking about the properties of gas.
Okay. Wait, how about this? What are the properties of gas? Educate me.
The only one I wanted to talk about I've already brought up. It will travel off. Okay, temperature just means the molecule is moving faster, right?
Does it? That's not how I would say it, but I don't know. The average speed of them is faster. Yeah. How about that?
You're an idiot.
Yep.
That's the correct answer, dude.
No, you're a fucking moron. You're unworthy to converse with me.
Okay.
Ridiculous. Rolling my boulder, you're just ridiculous. Whatever gas, it doesn't matter gas.
All I was saying is that gas is unbound, travels in all directions until it is stopped by something else, whatever that may be.
Yeah.
Generally, it's the container in which it's in, or another molecule. But the pressure you feel from that gas is from how many times those molecules are hitting the container. That's what pressure is.
Yes.
The amount of that collision.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a force to stop that, whether it has to be a solid, I mean, there's nobody in science who disputes that it has to be a solid container to contain a gas.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, it will continue off, and if it ever finds a lower pressure, it will flow to that pressure. Period.
Done data.
That's all I wanted to say, but you kept on going off in weird things about telling me what I wanted to know. Real weird. All of your flowery rhetoric about how it's wonderful and amazing and it's so fascinating. It's so disgusting. So fucking disgusting.
It's ridiculous. I know. Rolling my boulder, you're a trip, dude. You're a trip. Oh, now you're quiet.
No, I muted him. He told me he wasn't worthy to discuss anything with him.
Okay.
Yeah, what are you going to do with people that just simply want to believe that the Earth is a globe? They just want to believe it.
I
I wish I
know.
could just not say that. Because it's really annoying that they come in here like, oh, guys, I'm just really trying to get at the truth here. Just help me out. Like, just tell us that you're just a religious freak.
This is baffles my brain. Baffling. Weirdos. Whoever called them weirdos earlier, that's what they are. Weirdos.
Well, that was my reference, or that was me in reference to them using those fucking words for no reason.
Yeah.
They're trying to just like candy the subject. Like, you're supposed to be interested in it. Well, it's really interesting. It's really fascinating. It's really amazing. Shut the fuck up and tell me what you need to say. So weird. So weird.
I know.
It's conniving and passive aggressive and kind of gross.
Yeah.
It's like when you meet somebody and they keep on looking down at your crotch area, and you don't want to talk to them anymore.
Like, what? Weirdo? Yeah. Weirdo. Wow. I enjoyed today so much. Let me check this list and see if any other Globies is here.
Matthew's still here.
Matthew? Yeah.
Tracy,
I like talking to Matthew. I like talking to Matthew. Every once in a while, I'll get Matthew to say something.
Yeah. See, I'm going to see him tomorrow and just can't wait and do some observations, you guys. It's going to be great.
Hey, will you, Tracy? You're gonna meet Matthew tomorrow.
Yes.
Will you nut check him for me?
No.
And just say this is from Deuce?
No. There'll be no violence.
That's
See,
not
the thing
violence.
is,
A nut check is friendly.
It's going
friendly.
down tomorrow.
I mean,
I'm telling you right now, it's going
maybe in Colorado, hanging out with Kenny and Cartman and them. Russian Valley. But yeah.
That's right.
No, I'm gonna be having so much fun doing so many these observations with my fellow Flat Earth family, and then Matthew will be there, and then we'll be able to show him,
Hey, if you're gonna be down there, I don't know what the conditions are gonna be like, but from Seal Beach and from like Bolsa Chica and Huntington, I have observed the that domed building they have at Catalina, right at that port right there.
Yeah,
where you come in.
The Avalon Ballroom.
Yeah, if you can try to see that. I don't know what the conditions are, like I said, but I know I've seen it several times. That was one of the first things. I went outside and I looked as soon as I heard about the flat Earth, and that was the first thing that convinced me. Is seeing that building. I was like, no way. So
what if we look and can't see it, but we can see the mountains above it? Then what will that mean?
It's less strong, but it's still valid. But I mean, it depends on the point, because I think the top of Catalina is like almost 1,200.
2,000. I looked it up.
Okay, so seeing it, that's not that big of a deal. Where you can see it is where the big deal is. Like I said, I have seen that ballroom before from both Huntington Beach and I think Bolsa Chica. So
yeah, we're gonna get some good observations and photos and video of it, or whatever we do. We're gonna.
I just hope that I hope the weather works with you guys, so you're able to see what you need to see.
Oh, me too, Deuce. Well, me too. I really hope and pray that tomorrow.
What time are you guys meeting up?
Well, dude says Flat Earth Dude from 12 all night. So who knows?
12 to 10 p.m. is what he said.
Okay, because we're right in the middle of June gloom. So
I know.
The ocean's kind of suck right now.
You're right. It's all good. You're right. But maybe it might have a break. Maybe it's going to just be, you know what I mean? Like clear.
That's the thing is, like, right when you get there, go and look, because June gloom is usually in the mornings and the afternoon where it really hits.
Okay.
So you'll get that fog rolling in at night, and in the morning it's a real thick haze. So you got that June gloom. But I mean, we'll see. Hopefully it works out.
Yeah. Because even though, okay, I know you want us to do that to the Catalina and everything, but even like say if it is all gloomy, we'll do the sideways way, like doing the shoreline, like down the beach. We could do those types if
all the way from Seal Beach to like the Huntington Piers. That's still pretty far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could do it down the coast. We could do observations coast way, at that direction.
If you got the June gloom, that still might work against you.
I
used to surf those waters. I know what the weather's like right now. So
okay. That's why I'm hoping and praying, Deuce, that it's going to be a beautiful day to just make all this happen with whatever observation test we do. You know what I mean? That's all. I'm really wanting that to happen for us.
Hey Matthew, if you see that ballroom, what do you think? What's that going to do? If you're able to see that ballroom?
I think that whether we see it or whether we don't see it won't prove
it's
one
inconsequential
thing.
To you.
Yeah, because you see it sometimes and you don't see it other times. So what does that prove?
That the weather changed.
No. I mean, like sometimes you can see the whole thing, and sometimes you can only see the top of the mountain.
I'll tell you what it means. It means if there was no atmosphere, even though it's contradiction in terms, then you'd be able to see it all the time.
I think it means if there's no atmosphere, then you wouldn't be able to see it the whole time. So how do we adjudicate between those two positions?
I think you're right, Matthew, because you'd be fucking dead.
Well, I guess I can't argue that.
Mm-hmm. No, you can't. Ooh, it's gonna be good. Ooh, tomorrow. So, Matthew, are you telling me that if you see the dome building on the island tomorrow,
nothing will change in his mind?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so just like if you don't see the thing tomorrow, nothing will change in your mind, right?
No, but I've already done my observations plenty of times, okay? I already know. I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to let you see,
Would you agree then that sometimes you see it? Yeah, would you agree then that sometimes you see it and sometimes you don't, depending on the conditions?
Yes, the conditions.
Okay, so that
I know how air works.
Let's be specific.
But I know that things aren't moving, getting up and walking back and forth. The island isn't getting up and moving while I'm standing at the shoreline, while we're there tomorrow. You know what I mean? I know when conditions of the weather, it's because of that is why I can't see certain things if I do on certain times, and certain times I see clearly,
But Tracy, let's be very specific. The conditions which preclude you from seeing what you have seen before are necessarily, they're more humid, therefore more dense. They're usually warmer, therefore it will obscure your view due to the heat rising with the moisture. So when it's colder and the humidity is lower, you're actually able to get a better view. So what does that tell you? It's not, sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. You have things you can account for. Those things are very observable with the correct instrumentation.
Right.
Very specifically, humidity and dew point are what are important. If the humidity and dew point are where the condensation begins, then it is going to be very difficult to see what you need to see. But you can see much further when that humidity and dew point are lower.
Gotcha.
So that it's not sometimes you see it and sometimes you don't. It's not, it's there, it's not there.
No, I know. It's always there.
With the correct conditions, you can see further, and that's important. Wouldn't you agree, Matthew?
Yeah, that's right. With the atmospheric conditions exactly right, then you can see further than you should be able to.
Then you should be able to.
Right. So he wanted to know how are we going to clear this up. It's real easy. Matthew, there's a thing called I forget what it's called. With the weather report in the morning, they talk about how far you can see. Right. So what do they say? Looks like it's going to be clear outside. Looks like the viewing distance is going to be about 10 to 20 miles. Right.
Right. That's typical for airlines, especially like they want to see how far they can see the runway.
Right. So, by your understanding, if the conditions are not clear, there'd be more refraction, right? Because there's more of that wonkiness that I talk about, where I say it looks like my wife is dancing behind the grill, but she's not dancing on the other side of the fence, and she's being refracted up over the fence, because that would be impossible. So, yeah. If the conditions are clear, you can see the runway from much further. However, if they're bad, you can't see them as far. Right, Matthew?
Yeah, I think we're talking about two different things about, the clarity of the air. If there's particulate matter in it, then it's hazy, then you can't see. Or if it's clear, you can see farther. That's typically what they mean when they say a visibility of 10 miles, 5 miles, or whatever when planes are landing. Separate from that would be if there's refraction happening, and I think those are two slightly different issues.
Would they ever report if there's refraction happening?
No, I don't think that ends up in any weather reports, no.
No.
Yeah, it's only you guys. It's only you anti-flat earthers that say that. People in the real world do not say refraction, or nothing. They don't. I don't get you guys at all.
Can you imagine if, like, the news guy is like, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we've got a highly refracted index day. We can see more than 200 miles."
You know what's weird is I've actually seen that. Like one day it was really humid out, and I was on Signal Hill, and I could see Los Angeles like it was a mile and a half away. It was huge. Like the buildings were like right there. Like I was in Los Angeles. It was crazy. I'd never seen anything like that, and I've never seen it since. That was insane.
Wow. And was this when you were like surfing or something?
No, it was on Signal Hill in Longview.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
It was like I was like right there on the east side. I was in. It was crazy. I've never seen anything like that.
The buildings appeared to be right. This is what I call atmospheric magnification.
Yeah,
sure
lensing.
You guys are familiar with.
It was definitely lensing.
You can call it that. So,
I did.
Yeah, I'll let you. I wasn't going to argue with.
Thank you for letting me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I try to go over this with the Globers, because we got the two same oil rigs. I've showed it plenty of times, and it's like, well, these are 2 different days or 2 different conditions, and when you show it to them, it's like obviously this one is being magnified. They're like, well, I don't know where that guy was standing, and it's like, well, it says here that he was standing in the same place at the same time of day, just different days. It's like they won't accept it because they know if they accept it, if there's such thing called atmospheric magnification, then that means things can disappear from the bottom up. So I say, look, just take these 2 images where the rectangles are and grab that building that's smaller and cut it out and bring it over to the building that's more magnified and place it in the top right corner and then grab it on the bottom left corner and stretch it down. And when you do that, the bottom is going to disappear under the horizon. And of course, they don't want to do that. They don't want to play that sort of game. So you can't get anywhere with people that are like that kind of bigoted people. I'm not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying that's been my experience.
What'd you just call me?
So Fig Newtons. It's not cookie.
You're a Fig Newton.
Fruit and cake. It's fruit and cake.
You're a fruit and cake.
I don't want to eat.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go to bed.
All right, Deuce Vaughn. It was good seeing you. It's been a while.
It was nice being here. For once.
Yeah.
Yeah, come back sometimes. We're playing them old video games from the early 2000s.
What? What'd you say?
I'm playing them old video games from the early 2000s, and then when Deuce Vault was released.
You mean what was that? What was that game? It wasn't Deuce Fault. It was not Command and Conquer. It was another RTS where you got to be in the Crusades. All right, guys. Have a great night.
Okay, good night, Deuce.
Good night.
All right. Is it music time? I'm looking in their server and I don't see any Globies. Check. One second, everyone. I'm going to look in my music catalog real quick.
Did Ladies' Night happen earlier today?
It was on time, I think. It started at 2 this afternoon. Well, I'm in Cali, so it was around 2 o'clock, 2:30, I think.
Yeah, 2 o'clock on Cali. That's right. I'm in Cali too.
Awesome. Is this Godric?
Yep.
Hey, Godric, are you going to come to the beach party tomorrow?
I didn't know about it. Where is it? Can you put the info in the live stream?
Yeah, let me see if I can. Let me
It's
check.
there already.
I have an appointment at 10.
Well, it starts at 12 and it's till 10 at night, and it'll be at Sunset Beach in Huntington off of PCH. Coast Highway 101 and
19th Street.
19th Street. It'd be great if you could show up too.
I have a question for Matthew. Matthew, would you ever go to like a flat Earth meetup?
I'm going tomorrow.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he's gonna be there tomorrow. And
I've been before. I've met Nathan Thompson a couple times. I met Flat Earth Dude once or twice.
So we're gonna have big fun. And a lot of us, like me personally, I'm gonna bring one of my telescopes. I'm bringing my laser, and I'm bringing a pair of binoculars, and I'm also bringing in the box unopened brand new telescope that I'm gonna do like some type of raffle or something. And I'm doing a giveaway. So
I'm bringing my telescope too. I actually have a solar filter so we can look at the sun if we're really careful.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, I use mine at night because I use my telescopes at nighttime. So this is going to be something new in the daytime. You know what I mean? Because I plan to do the laser at night and do it because that's quicker than everything. The laser is just lickety split. Aim it, boom, it hits their bow. There it is. There, it's flat.
You're going to aim it. You're going to have somebody go somewhere else.
I'm going to find. There's going to be so many of us, Matthew. that if I have to, I'll drive down the way in my car or whatever I have to do while you guys stay at the beach or whatever. We're gonna come up with something, It's gonna happen.
I like it. Let me look at the map and see where you could see from Huntington Beach.
Okay. We're gonna have so much fun. And while you're doing that, I'm gonna look for a song to play. Give me a second, everybody.
Okay, Cabrillo Beach Pier is about 11.5 miles away, straight west. That would be fairly easy. There's nothing blocking between there and that spot.
Yeah, that'll be great. That will be great.
Have you been to Renee's house before? That's where it is, right?
Yeah, no, this will be my first time.
I haven't done a lot of observations, but 11 miles for me, objects that were about 20 to 30 feet high, I could see the 1 foot off of the ocean. But the thing that's different is you can't surf in Texas unless you go on the other side of Mustang Island. Because there's like a patch of land from Mustang Island all the way to South Padre Island that like blocks the big waves from the ocean. So I was 1 foot off of the water, assuming, 1 foot wave height. And I could see objects that were about 20 feet, because I could see the lights, the street lights. So I'm assuming that was 20, 30 feet off of the water.
I think 10 miles should be about a 66-foot drop.
Woohoo! Yeah, that should be real visible for Matthew to see that there's no 66 feet drop.
66 feet drop from 10 miles approximately.
Do you think that always happens or sometimes that you can see farther?
Well,
we're going to find out. We're going to find out tomorrow.
Actual calculation. I mean, obviously, if it's foggy or something, you're not going to be able to see as far.
That's a fraction because of weird weather conditions, things you can see farther. Flat earthers, on the other hand, say that when it's clear, we can see farther. So, weird.
Can I ask Matthew a question quickly?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Matthew, can you detect Earth's curvature from the surface of Earth?
You can calculate it based on certain. You can measure the radius and that type of stuff, and then calculate a radius. The easiest way to detect it would be to observe something off the surface, like the moon or the sun.
Do you know that Professor Dave is on video saying that you cannot detect the curvature of the Earth from the surface of Earth?
Yeah, you can't, by looking at the surface of the Earth, it's hard to do because it's so big. That's why I was saying something off the surface is what you'd need to do.
Wait a minute. Well, how come, okay, so 7 years ago, you could see boats go over the horizon. And this is proof that we lived on flat Earth. That's on a globe Earth. Right now, all of a sudden, the Earth has got. Hold on, Bruce. Well, this is, Bill Nye, the sun's gone. Are you saying you're more scientifically adequate than him? He's a science community. Come on, man. You've got the long face that Bill Nye has. Anyway, so what I'm saying is that they're saying that this was evidence, not even that long ago. Right? And now the Earth has gotten so big that we can't even detect the curvature from the ground. I mean, is the Earth growing or something?
That's for you, Matthew.
I think it's still possible that you can see boats disappear from the bottom up sometimes. I don't know if I'd call it proof. It's just like, this is. In fact, that was why the ancients started thinking the Earth was curved, I think.
Mystery schools. As the ancient farmer, they didn't go to the mystery schools. Did they, Mickey?
Oh, sorry. No, they didn't.
Okay, everybody, let's give Matthew him a short break. We're gonna take a music break. Hey, wait, where'd it go? I think I had it. I think I posted it. Now I gotta find it again. Oh, there it is. DJ, can you play "Spank 'Em" with Van Allen's Bell? I posted it in the live stream. If you could get that going for me, please. And then after that, we'll continue back with our flat smacking. Let's get it. Come on, DJ. Where you at? Let's spank 'em with the Van Allen's Bell. DJ, where you at? Did you leave? Let me check the thing. Let me look for a DJ real quick. Let's see here. Drace, are you there? If you're there, can you play the song? I posted it. There we go. With Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. I got bars. Call me a repeat felon. How they going to Mars but can't repeat the moon landing. Highway to heaven. Michael Landon. Did you see that moon module? How they landing? NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. They out here talking space travel. How they never left. You want the truth? Educate yourself. Don't trust the system, boy. Educate yourself. Operation Fish Bowl, we in a snow globe. NASA's faking space walks in a swimming pool. Look down there, I see space bubbles. Astronauts is drowning, I see space bubbles. I see the truth. Took off my fisheye lenses. Post about flat earth, and you see just who your friends is. Can I get a witness? Flat Earth Mafia, can I get a witness? The earth is flat, they better deal with it. Zipping and turning through infinite space, and we don't feel spinning. Then they fall back on almighty gravity. Undetectable, untestable, theoretical gravity. Where's that all at? When you need it, there it is. Run up on NASA like I was Negan. You never look in that bowl that you've been eating. You never looked in that bowl that they've been feeding. Look at NASA's founder, Werner von Braun. 1901, book of Psalms on his tombstone. The firmament showeth God's handiwork. It says the firmament showeth God's handiwork. The last laugh, he spanked them with Van Allen's belt. Once you realize here, you start looking at other stuff. Epstein didn't kill himself. Building 7 didn't collapse by itself. Pizzagate, illegal organ trade. Child sex, slaves, illegal no-knock raids. All for your guns, all up in your homes. Adrenochrome, they hear you through your phones. Looks bad for your bones. Birth certificates are bond. The elite can't wait to drop the bomb. Bases underground, pyramids in the U.S. found. 1947 Puget Sound. Men in black, they put it in the movie to make you laugh. Hey, it's funny, but it's facts. It's funny, but it's facts. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt.
Epstein didn't kill himself.
Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Woo! Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Hey! Hey! Yeah! I know you like that, y'all. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em. That's what we doing. Spanking these Globers. Left and right. Flat smacking all night. Woo! Love that song. We got nothing but bangers up in here. Flat Earth music, just dominating. Tell your friends about it. And you're right, Godric. Epstein didn't kill himself. Building 7 didn't fall by itself. Woo! Hey!
What's that?
What's up?
Like, man, my phone just went blink. Oh, there we go. Huh, I was
Hey,
like, I thought my phone died.
How you been?
I've seen better days, girl.
Okay.
My son fell and broke his kneecap in half yesterday.
Oh my goodness. Ow.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh, that's hurting.
Horrible.
That's making me rub my knee right now. I'm rubbing my knee. Oh my god.
Yeah, my mother-in-law was an RN for like 20 years. I asked her, have you ever seen anybody fall and break their
What was he
kneecap?
doing?
He stepped out of a above ground pool and he was trying to step off the ladder onto the concrete instead of the grass. That foot slipped and he's 6'5", and all his weight just went right down onto his other leg, on his kneecap, right where the cement, because my parents poured the cement perfectly super slick and a super square edge on it. It wasn't rounded, and he hit it perfectly on that edge.
Dang.
They took him to the emergency room, and we sat there for hours, like 4 or 5 hours, and then they sent him home and said, nothing they can do.
What? They didn't help him?
I broke my knee, and I can't walk. They sent him home. They said they couldn't do anything till the swelling went down. It might be 1 or 2 weeks before a surgeon could get to him.
Oh my gosh. The kneecap. So he's out of commission. He's got to just be in the bed, huh? With his leg up?
Yeah, and he lives by himself with 2 inside dogs and a cat.
They didn't give him a brace or anything.
They gave him a brace. They gave him a brace with that comes from the thigh to like mid calf down, and they gave him crutches.
Oh.
And when I say they gave him those things, I should say they probably charged him an arm and a leg for those things.
Yep.
Right.
No, they did. It's horrible.
And he lives 30 miles away from me.
Oh.
So every day I'm going over there in the morning to let his dogs out, feed his animals, and then every evening I'm going and doing the same thing, making sure he's got food and stuff. And oh my God, I'm just like, I know this is not Flat Earth Talk, y'all girls. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But this is just life, and you know, y'all are my friends, and yeah.
Hey, guess what? I don't give out medical advice, but it might be worth looking into, vacation in Mexico.
And what sucks so bad is the next day, my whole family goes down to the river, like at least 60 to 70 of us, and we rent out the whole place, and we are there for like 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
And he was so looking forward to it. I wasn't even going because I'm trying to save up to go see my cousin in Georgia, but he was going with my mom and dad, and he was so looking forward to it because my dad had been like, well, there's some spots we haven't shown you yet. I can't necessarily climb up there with you, but I'll take you there on my Kawasaki Mule, and we'll get there, and I'll be like, boy, go down that trail, And he was so excited to go with his granddaddy and go exploring, and he's just now he's devastated.
I'm so sorry. That's terrible.
It is terrible because he's like, man, I haven't been on vacation. Like, he's like, gone and done anything in like 3 years. Like, to get, well, I shouldn't say that. He went to Abu Dhabi. If none of y'all probably even know what that is.
Abu Dhabi?
Abu Dhabi?
Abu Dhabi is like, he went to Abu Dhabi. And the one before that, I can't remember what it was called. Something similar, some silly name like that. I'm like, so you're going to a concert where nobody's really singing, but they're DJs and they're playing music. Yeah, I can't wrap my brain around that. Because when I was a child, we went to concerts. You know?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So he's going to a concert. He didn't go to. I was thinking you were saying Abu Dhabi, but now I know you're meaning like he went to see a concert show or something.
Yeah, it's like a DJ, people that are famous on YouTube, DJs, and they put on a huge light show and everything. And it's like a 3-day weekend. He did that.
Oh, okay.
He did that like a couple months ago.
Yeah, that sounds like big fun.
Yeah, it's like a huge rave.
Oh, yeah. Those are fun. I've been to several.
Yeah. And he's like, Mom, come with me. And I'm like, no, I'm too old to do that shit.
Hey, Shanna, I went to a rave like in right before the 2-year thing started. I went to one and it was oh my gosh, it was in the desert and it was fun.
Yeah, girl, but you're probably a lot younger than me.
Well, I don't know.
I'm 43. I'm 43.
Yeah, we're around the same. I go girl. That's what I do. That's one of my my little pastimes. I go out and dance, go party in clubs, raves, all that type of stuff.
Well, I'm married. My husband works his normal job, and we're very. I'm a homebody, man. I used to back in the day, girl. Yeah, but I'm a homebody now. I just want to be at home.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's all good.
I gotta take care of my garden and crap, you know.
Yeah. I have garden too. We have something in common, to be honest, because I heard you mention your Kawasaki Mule. That's your 4-wheeler, huh?
Well, it's my daddy's. My daddy, that's what he drives out at their farm.
Yeah, I got one for mine. I got a Kawasaki Mule too.
He's like, he loves his. He's like, it's the best. It's an old one, and he loves it. It runs good. It goes slow, but it can go fast, but he drives it super slow. So he's like taking care of it, you know.
Yeah, and I bet he uses the dump truck part of it too, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
That comes in handy. I love it.
So to see, he's like, man, he uses it constantly.
Right on.
He actually inherited it because my grandfather passed away, and so him and my mom moved into my grandfather's house and his land and everything. And they've got like maybe 30 cows and 30 cows and probably, I don't know how many calves they have right now, but that's how they pay that's how they pay their taxes.
Right on. That's what's up.
That's what's up.
Do what you gotta do to make it happen, you know?
Yeah, they're making it a lot more difficult on everybody, though.
Yeah, I know.
And when I say I have a garden, girl, I rent a house. I've got buckets sitting all over my yard. You know, I don't have a garden. I'm a bucket gardener. Last year, I lived in a different place on our farm, and we don't live there no more. So right now, I'm growing for the first time in buckets, and this is a totally different experience.
Yeah, what size buckets are you using? Are you using the 20 gallons, or are you using like the little 5 gallons, or? Are you doing like paint buckets or what you doing?
Well, my husband, where he works, they get they're like, I want to say they're like 3-gallon buckets. They look like a 5-gallon bucket, but they're shorter.
Okay.
And
the wide one.
And I've also got a bunch of those black mineral tubs.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I'm growing a few different things, but because I'm just using what I can get handy for free, you know?
Yeah.
Because when I started this spring, well, actually, before spring, I had all my starter seeds and everything. I didn't even realize I planted that much because my husband's like, what are you going to do with all these seeds? Because I had planted over like 130 plants. And there's no way I'm going to have enough buckets for all that shit.
Yeah. I
took those plants over to my son and planted them in his yard. I took them to my mama and planted them in her yard. And so I started 3 gardens this year.
Right on.
Because I was like, y'all need to be growing shit. Everybody needs to be growing something. I don't care if you live on an apartment balcony thing, whatever. You need to be growing something.
Something.
Even if it's green onions in your kitchen, you can grow something, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or a little patio tomatoes, or whatever. Something. Everybody can grow something, and I know a lot of people are like, well, growing food takes money and this and that. It don't cost that much money to grow food. And
it doesn't. That's true. It doesn't.
And what if next time you go to the store, the doors are closed because they ain't got nothing? Because that might happen someday. It might happen someday.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to manifest nothing or nothing. I won't speak nothing into existence. I'm just saying, of course, I go to my store and I try to buy at least 5 extra canned goods of everything every time I go to the store. On top of whatever I need to get. Because I don't know if I'm going to get nothing from my garden. I might get a hailstorm tomorrow. Because I live in Central Texas, so you never know what you're going to get.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I was muted. I guess I was hot mic and another mod must have saved me. So I was going to say, did you guys hear about the rancher in Kansas who lost like a whole shit ton of cattle? I think it was like in the tens of thousands.
What? How did that happen?
It was over 10,000 head of cattle. And in Iowa, they lost over 1,000 head of cattle. They said it was due to heat stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said it was heat stroke, but it hasn't been that hot in Kansas.
How can every single cow die all at once from heat stroke? That's not possible. I'm sorry. This is fishy. It's not. It's just like all these. It's like all of these huge plants. Not plants. What do you call them? These
food processing. There's been
all
at least
these places having fires. No,
yeah, there's been at least 40 food processing disasters this year, I think, and 2 of them were airplanes. What? Like, yeah, fires, airplanes, explosions.
It's super duper fishy about that cow thing, Larry. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Because that's been on my mind since that happened. And my sister actually, and my family's very, I shouldn't say they're close-minded, but they're very not on the same page as me. And my sister posted, all these cows just died in Kansas, and then I think over 1,000 died in Iowa due to the same thing. And then she was like, seems very weird that we had all these food plants go on fire and this happens. It's like, what? Who's controlling our food source? That's what she said.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy crap, is my family waking up?
I think so, Shayna.
I think more people have started waking up just because there's been so many things over the last few years, whereas other times, no one believed anything, but
now they're coming and asking us questions now, aren't they?
Yeah.
So this has been going on for a long time, actually. If you go back to the Bureau of Land Management, the Bundy Branch thing that's going on.
Oh, yeah.
This whole thing's been going on for years. And you might say, well, what does that have to do, with the price of rice in China? But if all those cattle were like grazing on public land, and then all of a sudden they can't do that no more, well, how is the rancher supposed to just automatically poof like that much land into existence? Real estate doesn't just pop up out of nowhere, except for in the oceans, right? It doesn't pop up out of nowhere in the middle of the continent. So they should have gave him the ability to work it out somehow. And yeah, they were a bit, fuck you, my Constitution and my guns. But at the same time, something should have been worked out. So not only the Bureau of Land Management, you've got to think about the Black Lives Matter. They were also getting real estate for pennies on the dollar. And they were also burning down a lot of places where people are going to have jobs so they could earn a living. And, burning down places that were selling food at one point. We're not selling food anymore. So I kind of seriously believe that we're under attack. That may be a climate change statement. But it's like food prices going to go down. Sorry.
I get your gist though, Dave. I'm sorry, Larry. It's very hard for me to call you Larry, man. It's very hard for me to call you Larry. So hard. Because you sound just like Dave. Anyway, this is some kind of weird. This is some kind of weird bubble, like how they do the housing bubble and all of these different bubbles the government creates with their inflation, but they mask it until it just implodes. This is another thing, and I would say right now it seems that a lot of people realize what's going on. I would say it's probably about 40% of people realize there's a bubble that's going to burst and shit's really going to hit the fan. But the other 60% are just going along with it. Well, Russia, or whatever. They are buying the narrative.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people are waking up and preparing for that bubble to burst because prices are probably going to go. I mean, right now they're already through the roof.
Yeah, they went double price now, it seems.
Yeah, on just about everything.
Yeah, everything. And the grocery store, and the gas, everything.
And for that 60% of people that can't understand that, and they're actually buying the narrative the White House is pumping out to them, and the news media is pumping out to them that, this is just, what did they call it? Transitory, or
whatever that stupid stuff they say, huh?
Yeah, whatever that stupid shit they say. Because if you believe that shit, I can't help you.
I can't do nothing for you.
No,
that's right.
No, but it breaks my heart that there's a lot of people out there that believe that, and they're not even, like I told you, I can't go buy. I'm not going to the store and spending $1,000 on canned goods to stock up for the next 2 years or whatever, because it's not possible. I don't have those funds.
I'll tell you what you guys need. If you listen to me, it makes a lot of sense. There's this plant that they use to subsidize meals with in third world countries. It's called Moringa oleifera. And if you look up Moringa, it's packed full of nutrients. and there's 3 parts of the plant that you can eat. The only thing is, it's temperamental like marijuana. You can't grow it in Alaska, right? You got to have a grow room if you live up north. But down south, like in Texas or in Florida, you can just about grow it all year round except for during the freezes. Obviously, you can't grow it during the freezes. So it's really important to look up this plant because you can eat the leaves and the roots, and is the bark or is it the seeds? I can't remember, but you can eat all 3, and they have different, like, high amounts of nutrients, like vitamin C and whatnot.
Okay, say though, like dandelion. You know, you can eat dandelion. You can make teas out of the roots. You can make honey, kind of like a jelly out of the flowers. If you collect enough flowers, you can make a jelly, just like if you collect a lot of berries, you can make a jelly out of the dandelion flower itself. And it's beautiful. I've never made it, but I've watched tons of videos about it, and I'm like, oh, I need to make that because I have a lot of dandelions.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's really interesting about the moringa, because I actually take moringa for my weight loss.
I've never even heard of moringa.
Yeah.
Me either. I'm writing it down right now.
Yeah, moringa, because I discovered it was in a GNC supplement. And of course, it was in a mixed supplement, but I mean, that was the main ingredient in it. But you can buy moringa by itself, you know, like as a supplement, but it really, really helps for the weight loss. But I didn't know you could eat all the different parts of, you know, like grow it and eat all the different parts of the plant. But it also probably helps them with appetite and stuff too. So it's probably really beneficial, you know, and it's fine also for your body to go into a fast, you know, for a long time, you know. I mean, you know, that's actually
it's probably good to have a food like that when, you know, the food supply is not huge.
Right.
To suppress your appetite, because of course you're going to be hungry anyway. But if you have something to suppress your appetite, like I told you about my son. My grandparents, not my grandparents, his grandparents, my mom and dad, came over this morning, brought him a little cooler full of an ice pack for his knee and 6 boiled eggs. And he was like, Mama, I hate boiled eggs. I can't stand boiled eggs. And I was like, baby, you know what? If you're sitting here on the bed and you get hungry, I bet you're going to love that boiled egg.
Yeah, he is.
I was like, beggars can't be choosers, you know. And because this is the mindset I've had for a long time. I eat whatever is presented to me. I don't necessarily like to eat pork or some other things for weird reasons that, you know, most people don't get, and I'm not even going to get into that.
No, I don't eat pork either. I don't eat that at all.
No, I won't eat pork.
I get it. I still like it, but I don't eat a lot of it.
I want it. I love bacon. I love bacon.
I rarely eat pork ever.
Do you being that you like bacon, do you eat those chips called pork rinds? Do you like those?
No.
I don't. I mostly eat low carb, but I don't. The whole pork rind situation kind of like grosses me out. I mean,
it's weird. What's weird is pork rinds are super low in carbs. They're low in fat, and they're super high in protein. This is crazy.
They're gross. They're gross. I don't eat pork at all, you guys. And when I see those in the store, when my friends eat them, it just grosses me out.
Yeah.
It grosses me out too.
I'm the same way now, but I used to not be. So I know they're highly nutritional. They're highly nutritional. But
really?
Yeah. They have a ton of protein and low carbs, low fat. You would think they'd have a ton of fat, but they're actually super healthy.
That's crazy. I'm still not gonna eat them though. But,
I'm not either, because I'm like, I've sworn off pork. But man, I would love to have me a jalapeno cut in half, stuffed with cream cheese with some ranch in it, maybe, and wrapped in bacon and cheese
No
inside.
bacon. Hold the bacon, but I'll take everything else.
I miss eating that. That's pretty much the only thing I really miss. Because barbecuing back in the day when I was young, that was a must-have on the barbecue pit.
Eating what?
You cut a jalapeno in half, and you get cream cheese and mix some of that ranch.
Oh, no, I thought you said eating something, and maybe you said that, and I just missed it.
Oh, yeah. That was one of my favorite things, like as far as summer foods, barbecuing. That was a must-have back in the day when I was younger.
Yummy.
It was super yummy, but like I said, I've sworn off pork. I don't eat pork. Now, let's say if I go over to a friend's house and they're having supper and that's what they fix for supper, I will eat it because I don't want to be rude. But I don't buy pork. It doesn't come into my house.
Mine either.
But if I'm not going to be rude to my host, you know. And I think that's biblical. I think there's something in the Bible that talks about that, you know.
Yep, sure does. But hey, we better not get in there and talk about that.
So I try to treat everything because I try to be very, and I'm not a huge Bible thumper or nothing anymore. I used to be, but I'm not anymore.
Yeah,
and but I still try to be true, like to the Old Testament and stuff. But of course, I take the New Testament into account where they say, well, if you know. Whatever you're presented with, somewhere it says, I think it's in, I don't even know, Romans, maybe, I don't know, where it says, whatever you're presented with, accept with a grateful heart, or something like that, you know, and just pray over your food. This is where the term pray over your food comes from, I think.
It probably was, yeah.
Like, oh shit, I'm eating pork. That shit's got all kinds of parasites in it.
It sure does. It's got worms, all kind of nasty. Oof. That's why I stay away.
The average American is suffering for parasites.
I'm sure
in their bodies. That's what causes most heart problems, cancers, all kinds of stuff is parasites.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Y'all want to know how to get rid of them?
Sure, Larry.
I'm not going to give any kind of information about that, Larry, because I don't think that is YouTube friendly.
Oh, there's a doctor. He talks about it all the time. One of the ways is garlic. They don't like garlic a whole lot.
No, and I eat a shit ton of garlic. I do too.
Me too. I just pick a clove and eat it.
Yeah, I love me some garlic.
Another way is the Bob Beck protocol, where he uses, so this is a doctor, right? He uses, excuse me, wrong pipe. He uses blood electrolysis to get all the parasites out of your blood. And then at the end of it, there's this thing that they sell, and I don't know how healthy it is to be using every day, but if you use it after you do the blood electrolysis and all the parasites are not dying off and you're not getting sick anymore, the only last place that the parasites could be hiding is in your lymph nodes. So there's like this wand that they sell, and it's a EMP pulse wand. So it has electromagnetic field pulse, and you just, pulse it and wave it over your lymph nodes, and it's supposed to kill the last ones in your system. But the Bob Beck protocol starts out with colloidal silver. Now, he made it with tap water, which I think was ridiculous. I make my distilled with pure glass, pure water, and pure silver, and a 9-volt battery. And the only thing touching that water is glass and silver. And Yeah, then I filter it out. Coffee filter, non-bleach. Coffee filter. And then you get 10, 20 parts per million. You can either drink it or nebulize it. I nebulize it when I get the seasonal allergies. I get the sinusitis, swollen sinuses. The weather changes from hot to cold or cold to hot. So I actually got a little snuffy like 3 times this year because it went back and forth.
Dude, Larry,
So
my grandparents, my dad's parents, were doing that blood thing that you were talking about back in like the 80s.
Huh.
And they just hook it up to the wrist and they just like getting shocked for like 10 minutes and they turn it off.
I don't know what they did. They filtered out all of their blood and pumped it back into them. I don't know what they did. Like it took like all the.
You ain't got to take the blood out. Think about how much blood passed through your wrist if you got 6 veins and arteries.
Like it was crazy. They would. What did you call it?
Blood
Like
electrolysis,
dialysis
water.
or something?
It's not dialysis. It's totally different. Anyway, they had to go up to Oklahoma to do it, but they did that.
Wow.
Like once or twice a year, and
what?
They both my grandparents. Well, all my grandparents lived to be over 90.
Wow.
That's
and
great.
my great grandparents. I never knew my great grandfathers, but both of my great grandmas were 104.
Wow.
Wow. That's amazing.
And I'm like, dang it, I don't want to live that long. I don't need those genes. Like, really, do you want to live to be 104?
I do. It's kind of in my plan.
I never thought about it, but I'm doing it now, and it's kind of when I think about it. Oh wow! If I do, I hope I still can see without no glasses, and I hope I can still hear and walk.
Yeah, I've never had glasses. I pretty much have had I've never had a broken bone. I've never had nothing. I haven't been to the doctor in over 20 years.
That's
good. Are you guys ready for this? I don't think you're ready for this revelation.
I'm ready.
What you
in ancient Greece, the men were sexually active up into their hundreds and 110s because all they ate was organic food. They didn't take any medicine from the pharmaceutical community, and they walked everywhere they went.
I believe that. I actually believe that.
How old did they live to, Larry? Do you know?
He said their 110, like 110, 115.
Some of them died when they were young. Some died in battle. Some died from simple infections. But the ones that lived really old, they were still sexually active.
Amazing.
Well, but
over there,
those women that lived to be that age they may have been sexually active with their men, but they weren't producing children at that age.
Oh no. But the Mediterranean diet, out of all the diets, I mean, the Mediterranean is still like the number one diet, which they do eat meat. They just eat less meat, and they eat a lot of fruits and vegetables, and they eat all the good fats, the avocado oil, olive oil, and real butter and goat milk, and the other thing is that they do there, because I've researched the Centaurians a lot. Like, it's a big thing that I've researched. But one of the key things is they don't really retire from like doing things there. They continue to work like doing
till they die.
Yeah, they keep doing things. They work their land. They they knit things for people. They do things. They're still active doing things and moving their body. And that's a big thing because, here people sometimes retire and then they just sit at home and do nothing. And that's one of the most detrimental things besides our diet and chemicals and everything.
That is the biggest thing I try to. That's a good point, and that is the biggest thing I actually try to do. Like today, I woke up, ate breakfast, went, got some groceries, took them to my son since he's, he didn't have anything in his room and he can't get out of bed. So and then I got there and it was a hot mess. I swear it was Coke can Armageddon. Any of y'all have a child that lives by themselves and they just don't care? I'm like, what the hell?
Oh no.
I swear I threw away 40 Coke cans.
Oh my gosh. I stay away from the Coca-Cola soda pops.
I was like, what is going on? Well, these had been sitting there apparently for months because he's been just drinking water for the past couple months. And because I was like, what's going on? And he's like, no, Mama, I've been drinking water. And, okay.
Oh, no.
I didn't see one water bottle anywhere.
It's like, yeah, sure you have. Sure you've been drinking water. But you got all those Coca-Cola cans everywhere.
So I spent my whole morning cleaning up his room so that I could get it in order to put bedside friendly food that, like crackers, peanut butter and jelly crackers, whatever. Stuff that he would not have to get. He could reach and get something to eat because he has to have it to take his medicine.
Yeah.
And then I come home, make a meatloaf and mashed potatoes and some mixed veggies. Then I put that in for my husband. I made that, and then I cut off some of it and put it in a container. Take it back to my son this evening. So he has something to eat for supper, and man, and take his dogs out to walk 2 or 3 times. I am exhausted, and I planted 2 more tomato plants today.
Oh wow, you've done a lot.
You've been busy today.
Because he lives 30 miles away from me.
Yeah, that's really far to have to go twice a day. That's a long way.
It is a long way, and I've tried to reach out to people that live about 5 miles away from him, because he has an aunt that lives about 6 miles away from him, and his granny, my husband's mother, lives 6 miles away from him, but she's got 2 dislocated vertebrae, and she's just like, she's not a good go-to person to help him.
Right.
But so it's kind of like crapshoot. I'm like, it's just me or my husband, but my husband works full time, so
yeah,
it's hard. But I have had a full freaking day, and I got home and I was like, fuck it, I'm making me a strawberry daiquiri. Well, I should call it a margarita daiquiri because I put margarita mix in there too. But
yeah,
whatever. I don't even care because I'm so tired, and I'm gonna have to do this for I don't even know how long, because they said it'll be like next week or the week. We have an appointment with the orthopedic surgeon Monday.
And
that's probably just going to be a consultation, right?
Yeah.
Well, if they think they'll probably they may order another test or so, and then they'll probably book the surgery. They'll get it on schedule probably pretty quick.
Because they said it might be 1 or 2 weeks before he gets to have surgery.
Yeah.
Wow. So he's going to have to deal with that knee hurting like that long?
Yeah. That's what I said.
Wow.
That's what I was like, what? Because they said the swelling had to go down before they could do surgery.
Oh man. Well, tell him try not to put pressure on it when
That's why I'm going over there to take his animals out, so he doesn't have to get on his crutches and take them out. Because he can just, and we got him a bedside toilet up against the bed where he can just scoot over to it and keep his leg elevated and not have to get off of it, you know. Man, it's just he's only 24 years old.
Oh, he's young. And I don't know how they heal up when you blow a knee. You said he like blew his knee out? Is that what he did?
He hit concrete that was a 90-degree angle concrete.
Right
on his kneecap, and his kneecap popped apart, and he can't. His thigh muscle is super huge. It's like tight as a rock, and I don't know why it's tight as a rock. He's like, my muscle just will not relax. They gave him a muscle relaxer too, but it's not helping. That muscle is like tight as a rock still.
Because his kneecap probably jammed. It cracked open, she said. It cracked in half or something.
Oh, I could post probably a picture on the...
Oh my gosh, you got a picture of his knee?
I got a picture of his break, and I got a picture of the x-ray.
Get ready, everybody. We know this is going to look really crazy, and oh my gosh.
Yeah, I have a time.
Where should I post it?
Put it in the live chat.
The live stream voice text?
Yes, live stream voice text.
No. Don't you have a...
No?
Isn't there a locker room?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm going to post it in the live stream voice text.
Okay.
It's man, you're going to be like, oh my God, when you see it, because it looks like his leg is like dislocated.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. So it's like...
I'm ready.
Oh my goodness. It's like jammed. What? I'm trying to figure it out. Okay. His knee.
Half of the kneecap went that way, and the other half of the kneecap went that way.
That's right.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, it's cleaved in half. It's cleaved in half.
One half went up and one half went down. It was bad.
The other half jammed up into his thigh. Is that what I'm seeing?
And I think that's why his upper thigh, he's like, man, my upper thigh's hurting, Mom. I can't, he keeps rubbing it. And he's like, man.
Because I'm looking, I can see his leg. Oh my goodness. Where it's supposed to be bending at, and then there's no kneecap there anymore. Oh, he's going to be in pain.
There's the third definition for refraction right there. That is it.
It's going around the curve. It's going around the curve, Larry. Anyway, he's in super pain. They've got him on 2 painkillers that are very super low kind of painkillers. I think Tamarozol or something. I haven't been to the doctor in 20 years, so I don't know what drugs are called anymore.
I'm looking at the X-ray.
But they got him on.
The was separated.
It's
Give me
bad.
some fuck it all.
It's bad, ain't it, Larry? Man, do you see that break? How bad that is?
You see the
I've seen some injuries in my life. Yeah, I see it. If they can't get that bone back together, like he may lose his cap.
Oh my God.
Let's hope that it's a clean cut and it's not like in a bunch of pieces that won't go back together, because
it doesn't look by the x-ray that it's in a bunch of pieces, but I think that it probably severed the tendon as well, and I think that's why his thigh is doing what it's doing. So they're going to have to try to go get that tendon and bringing them together. It's just going to be, he's freaking out about having surgery because he doesn't want to be put under.
I'm sure did he see his X-ray photo?
Hard at all.
Did he see what?
Shannon, did he see his X-ray photo?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's seen it.
Oh wow, I know he was freaking out when he saw that. That bone is just, what is it, broken? Like it's a...
That's his kneecap. That's the kneecap being separated.
No, I see that part, but then I'm looking at the bone, that thinner little bone, towards the lower, like for the, I don't know what that is called. I think that's a bone.
I think it's called the femur. Is the top one. You're talking about the back one.
That narrow, that little thin
The
bone.
one at the bottom.
Yes.
It's really close to the other one, and it shouldn't be that close, and that's probably because when he hit it, that tendon pulled and cut, and probably that's why his thighs hurt, I think, because it janked up in there.
Yeah, me too. I think that is exactly why his thigh is really swollen, because that top piece of his kneecap is, you can see it in the X-ray. It's like it's up on top of his thigh now.
And I'm sorry, y'all guys. I'm taking this way off topic for what this channel is about, but I'm worried about my baby.
Yeah.
So I'm super worried. I'm super worried about my baby. And he's freaking out because he's like, I don't want to go under, Mama. What if I don't wake up? And I was like, baby, if you don't wake up, you're beating me to the finish line, you know?
Yeah.
It'll be okay. It'll be okay. It's like, you're going to wake up. But if you don't, hey, at least you didn't suffer and you just went home.
Yeah. But no, they're going to take care of that. They got to. There's no way they can let a person. I'm just shocked that they're making it take so long, but they say.
I know. I was like that too. I was like, how do you let a person walk out of here with that kind of what?
I know.
I was going to tell you, if you don't know about it already, is to, I don't know if you have a health food store around you anywhere, but you can get arnica. There's topical arnica gels, and then there's these little salts that you put under your tongue that are arnica. And actually, what was really interesting, I fell on my hip and had a really big bruise. Well, I actually had heard about it from a surgeon before. And then when I fell and really bruised my hip and my shoulder and my arm, I remembered about the arnica, and I was looking up all the reviews on Amazon about, arnica pills and arnica gels, and I was actually shocked. I mean, most of the reviewers had said that they had heard about it from their surgeons. Their surgeons wanted them to start taking arnica right after an injury and right before, during, and after their surgeries, because it actually helps the healing and the swelling go down so much faster.
Yeah, because I am super, because I'm not a medication person. I don't even take like Tylenol or ibuprofen, and neither does he. My son, he's like completely against medication, and he's having to take these painkillers. Although they did give him, because I called my mother-in-law, because she used to be an RN, and told her what he was taking, and she was like, oh no, honey, those are like the lowest. Everything they gave him 2 painkillers and a muscle relaxer, and he's got to take each of them 3 times a day. Because I was worried about him like getting addicted to painkillers and stuff like that,
Yeah.
The muscle relaxer is the one you got to watch out for. It's got benzodiazepine, and anybody who knows anything about Xanax or Alprazolam or whatever you want to call it, benzos is the no-no.
Well, My mother-in-law told me every single one of those because I listed all of them out to her. I didn't list them out to her. I had to spell them to her because I didn't know how to pronounce them, most of them.
Yeah.
And she said they're all very minuscule. They must have just given him like the lowest quality drugs because he's so young, maybe. I don't know.
So they didn't give him like actual pain pills, like I don't know, Vicodin or the pain pills, Tylenol or something.
No, they they gave him like shit pain pills.
He's gonna be calling you crying. I'm telling you right now, because
he hasn't yet. Last night was his first night at home. He woke up and when I got there, he said he woke up and everything felt fine until he moved.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
When he moved to go to the bathroom, he's like, yeah, that hurt, but he's actually dealing with the pain pretty good, and they do have him on, like, according to my mother-in-law, a super low dose of like the most not addictive painkillers or muscle relaxers.
Because I'm telling you right now that this injury here he's going to be in some serious pain. It's going to happen. Those muscle relaxers can only do so much, and the minute he gets on those crutches and starts trying to skip around, it's just going to be all bad. All she wrote. When he puts his foot down, it's just going to, because once his foot touches the ground, that bone that's in the X-ray is going to hit that other bone. It's just going to do it. Because in the X-ray, there's no cartilage or nothing. It's just bone to bone. Ouch.
Yeah, he said it hurts super bad when he even rolls over in bed. And I was like, dude, don't you just do, I've got we got a potty chair scooted up to the bed where he can just scoot his body over there and keep his feet lifted. Yeah. And he's like, man, Mama, that's almost impossible to do. How you put with your feet above your head?
Yeah, he's bedridden for real.
Yeah. But he's making the best of it, and he's being a good sport about it. I'm not sure I can be as good of a sport as he is, and
yeah. Well, if he calls you crying or saying, Mom, waking up in the middle of the night, just be there for him, just try to calm him down because it's going to happen.
Well, y'all just keep him in your thoughts and prayers if you're a praying person, because I hope this surgery goes well, because he's so young. And I know a lot of people get surgeries done like this and they don't last that long. I just pray that the surgery, they can get it done and it's not going to go bad. And he ain't going to have to go back in like 10 years and something,
Yeah, they're probably going to have to put some metal in his leg.
Oh, yeah. What they plan on doing is pulling the two plates together, putting a metal plate on top of them, screwing 2 screws on each side of both of the plates, and just holding it together.
Ouch. But yeah, it'll work. It's gonna work, and you'll be okay. He's gonna be back up and walking in no time. So don't worry.
I hope so. Because right now he's on community service. He's got 90 days to do 64 hours of community service.
Being with his leg and stuff, he could get a doctor's note. And
I was gonna say
he already called the judge today. He called the judge today and he was like, well, if you don't get your 64 hours, I'll give you another 90 days. So he's covering his bases. And also I'm going to go to the Medicaid office, and I'm going to call Social Security and get him on temporary disability because he's probably going to be laid up for 6 weeks at least.
Yeah.
So we're going to do what needs to be done. I don't even know how to do any of that shit because y'all, you know me. I don't even have a bank account or credit cards. I'm not like that kind of person.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh, I don't even want to talk to the government and try to deal with them, but sometimes that's what I guess you gotta do.
Gotta do what you gotta do, girlfriend.
I know. He's like, because he lives on his own and he's got 2 inside dogs and a cat.
They're probably right there by the bedside, like, hey, Dad, why aren't you playing with us or whatever? Because
they are. When I went over there this morning, he was like, I feel so bad because they just want to play. And I'm like, I can't.
That's hard.
I know, because animals know. They could tell that, they know he's damaged. They're like, he hasn't moved an inch. He's in his bed. Yeah, something's up.
Yeah, something's up with Daddy, because those are his babies. They're his babies.
Need to get him a couple of laser lights so he can play with the cats.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Give him something to do.
That is a really good idea.
I lived any closer to you. I'll let you borrow my Nintendo.
I need to go buy him a laser light tomorrow because that's really a great idea for him. Even the dogs would probably play with it too.
Yeah. Most definitely the cat will, though. Yeah, his cat will play with it. They love lasers.
He waged crusades against laser lights.
That way he still feels like he's interacting with the animals because he's just like, he wanted to walk outside today and go sit outside with me. And I was like, no. Your leg's still way too swollen. They said they will not do surgery till your leg is not swollen. And so you just sit right the fuck there. And I'm not a helicopter mother or nothing. I'm not like that. I'm just having to be like that because he's like,
yeah.
And he's got a garden. I planted a garden in his house. He's like, you need to go spray some neem oil on the plants because the grasshoppers are eating them. Yeah, man. He's a good kid. He's a really good kid. And, because he came out to Flat Earth to his entire school when he was like 17 years old.
Right,
and he's 24 now. So that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
And he got on his computer and he printed out a shit ton of posters and posted "The Earth is flat" all over his school. He taped them all over his school.
That's right. That is so cool. He was flat smacking in high school.
Yeah, he was. And he got a lot of flack for it, of course. And
of course. Yeah.
And then he kind of retreated a bit because he was just like, I just want to be normal.
Yeah.
So he's retreated from being the 17-year-old he was. Bold. He was bold and 17. Remember back in the day when you were bold and 17?
Yeah. Fearless.
But then he grew up and he's like, yeah, I just want to be normal, man. And I get that, but at the same time, I don't because I don't want to be normal.
He's young and stuff.
But he's young and he wants a wife and he wants to meet a girl. And, he's like, a lot of girls that's just very put offish if you're like blatantly being weirdo. And I'm like, well, if they don't like you being weirdo and saying what you believe in, then you don't really want to marry them.
Right. That's right. And he wants to find that young lady that he can be honest and upfront with anyway, and who will accept him for who he is. So
exactly, and that's what I've told him. I'm like, it's better to tell them up front, be who you are.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Because he was engaged for 3 years, and the girl that he was engaged to left him.
Please don't say because of flat Earth.
Not because of flat Earth. She said he was. Okay. She said he was mentally abusive.
Really?
These microaggressions have left me
And let me tell you, my son is way more chillax than me, and I'm a pretty chillax person.
Okay, yeah.
And so I'm just like, I'm thinking she just didn't, because she knew me, she knew my husband. We're all flat earthers, and she just probably was like, I don't think this is the life I can live.
Yeah.
She didn't say that, but that's what I think happened.
Okay.
Shit happens.
Aww.
Damn it.
Yeah, shit happens, and let me tell you, I think this shit happened for a reason, and I'm actually grateful because she told me straight up to my face, because they were living together, not married. They weren't even graduated from school. And she told me if she got pregnant, she'd have an abortion and wouldn't even tell my son.
What? Yeah, it's good.
And when she said that, I was like, thank God. I was like, this is a godsend, because that's not a woman I want to be my daughter-in-law.
Yeah, she wasn't the one for him.
She's not a flat earther, that's why.
Exactly.
She's not a flat earther. She's definitely, and she definitely has not. She doesn't have a good moral compass about her.
Right.
Exactly. She's not a flat earther.
Dude.
I have not yet come to meet a flat earther yet that doesn't have. I mean, a true flat earther. There's people that say they're flat earthers and they're just doing it, I think, for fun. But a true flat earther, I've not met one flat earther that does not have a good, true moral compass.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
I met a couple cucks. Anyway,
have you really? Are they pretending to be flat earthers?
Who knows? We'll never know. Hey, it still says Lady Night on the live stream. I want to call this a beautiful ladies' night. I think it was.
Thank you, flat earth dude.
One of the longest ladies' nights I've ever seen, man. You guys
this is one of the longest ladies' nights. They're usually done by 9.
This is ladies' day.
7 hours. 7 hours, man. 7 hours, lady night.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm glad they did. I'm glad they did, because I would have missed ladies' night on a normal night of ladies' night.
Hand out to Tracy, man, holding it down.
Woo. Yeah, we broke records today.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to apologize for bringing my own personal family drama into ladies' night. But I know we are a family.
Drama.
And I can't necessarily reach out to most people to say, please keep my son in your prayers and thoughts, because
he'll be all right.
I know he's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine.
No problem.
Yeah, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
It'll be all right. I saw a guy today, man, had his leg, and it was wrapped in like these metal bars and then screws going into his leg, and
I've seen that.
It was like one of these traction things, man, where you are you're not moving your leg for fucking months, man. That looked nasty.
Yeah, I have
did.
seen that before, and it looks
Did.
like what? It's got like it's
My
got bolts
husband.
going through the leg.
Looked like he had a fucking globe
Yeah.
screwed to his leg, man. It was crazy. It was hilarious.
My son,
dude.
like son like fire. Because my husband he was riding his ZX11, hit a curb. He was drunk on tequila. Back when he was 19 years old, flew about 100 yards and then landed and broke his femur. He didn't break anything else. He broke his femur, and it was not. It wasn't the good kind of break. It was the worst kind of break. It was a compound for as soon as it broke.
So for anybody who doesn't know about the pain scale, that's equivalent to giving birth without medication.
Yeah.
And so his femur bone was out of line about 2 inches. And so he was in traction, and because he had tequila and alcohol in his system, they couldn't give him any drugs. So they screwed these bolts into his leg, put the weights on them while he was wide awake. No locals, no nothing.
Crazy.
And so I told my son, I was like, listen, at least you know you're not as bad off as your daddy. Because he was in that traction for I think 12 hours. And they couldn't do the surgery. They said, well, because you have had drank anything, they would, because back then they wouldn't do surgery unless you have had nothing to drink for 24 hours.
Ouch.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so I was like, baby, you're better off than daddy, at least, I mean, God, yeah.
Right. Shout out to Super Fluoride. Cool.
I'm on mute for a minute.
All right.
Okay.
Go grab another beer, Shauna. Come on.
No, dude, after the day I had today, I'm going to make me a strawberry margarita daiquiri something. I don't even know.
Let's get some tequila up in here.
Good.
I'm gonna make me something good.
Do it. All right. We'll be here waiting. Make it a double.
Sounds good.
I'm a drinking cheerleader. Yeah, go for it, man. Make it a double. Sure, why not? What's up, Sun Forest Fairy? What's going on?
I don't know. I was thinking about having another drink too, but I think not. I don't know. But you're like, hey, have a double.
I'm having a beer.
Well, I'll tell you what. I seen that X-ray, and I went straight to the medicine cabinet for some morphine and Dilaudid. Just
It's not that bad.
I know. I'm just kidding.
It's gonna hurt. Be all swollen. Look how swollen and things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll be all right though. He'll have a funny looking kneecap the rest of his life. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'll have a big scar across it, but he'll be fine.
He'll be all right.
They're good at building that shit back these days.
Man, I can just replace your whole knee, man. Boop, yeah, here's a new one. Ready? Go home. All right, go home.
Even if they can't fix it, they got fake kneecaps you can put in there, and they work just fine. A friend of mine's got one.
Yeah, they got like a silicone.
Yeah. Yep. They even got pads that are even padded now. They're
make
like cushioned.
Yeah, they can make them all pretty and big and whatever you want.
Yeah. Fluorescent blue.
Can we make it purple or pink? I don't know.
I don't think he's going to go for pink, but
yeah.
I don't think I would. You're not putting no pink bone in me.
I can handle it. I can deal with it.
Yeah, they're good at that shit these days. They really are.
Cool. Yeah, they are really good, man. I've seen people get like 2 hip replacements and go, "Here you go, go home." I'm like, what? They sent you home? I'm like, nah. Really?
My sister got 2 brand new knees this year, and she was up walking in like 2 days.
Right. All right. Got a big meetup tomorrow. There's a few people from Discord.
I know. I heard you guys talking. I heard you planning it last week. And then I heard some girl come on today and said she'd be there, see you there tomorrow. I think that's pretty cool, bro.
That's Tracy. Tracy's right here. She's coming. We got
Tracy. That's awesome.
She's bringing the house, some Flat Earth t-shirts, boombox. I'm bringing my guitar. I'm pretty sure Sonny's coming down. Coming up.
How far is it from where Sonny's at? Like, it's only like
100 miles.
100 miles? Yeah, that's not that bad. That's a couple hour drive.
He's going to hop a train. I'm going to pick him up.
I'm jealous. I want to come up and jam with y'all.
Oh shit!
We're gonna have so much fun.
Drum circle. It's gonna be great.
I'd put one together here in Utah, but I don't think I'd get one person to show up.
I could play the cowbell.
I think Ryan's coming down. Anyway, so yeah, there'll be a few people from Discord here that's going to show up. That's cool.
Super cool.
Did you say Orion's coming?
Not Orion, no. Ryan. Different guy. Different.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Ryan.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Fun.
So yeah, there's a few, like at least 4 of us from Discord going. That's cool.
Yay.
That's really cool. I hope y'all have a good time.
We will. We'll be having a great time. It's at the beach. It's going to be a nice day tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So how bad could it be? Oh, man.
I got my beach chair. I got my umbrellas. Oh, wow. Yeah, I can't wait.
That'll be fun. It'll be a really good time.
I'm going to be bringing food and drinks.
Drinks, food.
Yeah. Do any of y'all live close to Savannah, Georgia?
No, we're all in Cali.
Oh, dang it.
Flat Earth Dude, Sonny, few others. I think Rookie, he's in Northern California.
New Perspective's coming.
Oh, cool.
I live in Texas, so I'm not close to either coast. I'm like, yeah. But I'm gonna be going out to Georgia at the end of August, and
I know.
I was just curious if any of y'all lived out there. You know, maybe it'd be cool to meet up.
There's a few Flat Earthers out that way. I know.
Well, I mean, I figured there were, since they had the Flat Earth convention in Raleigh. You know.
Yeah. There's definitely some.
Didn't they have it in Raleigh, Georgia?
I believe they did. Yeah, that was the first Flattoberfest or something.
Yeah, so I figured there might be somebody in here that might be close to there.
So, Tracy, man, I gotta back you up on this bitch that wrote that book.
Yes, did you see that damn video?
I was like, what the? She brought up, I can disprove the globe, or I can prove the globe pretty easy. And I was like, bring your ass up on in here then, girl. Come on.
I know.
I'm
like, where's she at? Where are you at, lady? Where are you? Come up in here.
She ain't coming in here. She'd get destroyed in 5 seconds, man. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely. She sure would.
I don't see this book link, but
we got fucking people that work for fucking SpaceX and fucking Space Force and shit coming in here trying to prove their fucking globe. They ain't got fuck off. They ain't got shit.
They ain't got nothing.
They ain't got nothing.
Are you familiar with True Stream Media?
Yes, she did, her and her husband did that video about, it's called, This is a Housing Crisis. Fucking what a piece of work that was. True Stream, she's great, man. She's absolutely.
I love her. She did a video. She did a video the other day, talking about. Well, I don't even know what the name of the video was. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I can look it up.
All right. But I love listening to her laugh about they recorded over the space telemetry recordings.
Yeah. Let me. I'll pull up a link. Everybody can go have a fucking giggle. Come on.
Because it's
This
not
is
that long
great,
of a
man.
video, and it's
fuck-
just
she's tight.
she's laughing the whole way through,
Yeah.
and just like, "Are you freaking kidding me?" You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, I
great.
gotta see it.
She's fabulous.
Yeah,
Her
she is
husband's
fabulous.
really good too, and I don't want to leave
Yeah,
him.
I love both of them, but I like listening to her.
Which one was it?
No, I can't remember what it's called.
You think it came out the last one?
I would say it's in the
3
last
weeks ago.
I would say in the last week.
Oh, this was the housing crisis. Maybe she took it down, man.
Oh no, it might have got struck because she was really hating on NASA.
Yeah, it's gone. Damn it.
Damn it, it was so funny. It was so funny because she was like, basically she took her 2 favorite quotes from NASA.
Yeah.
And one of them was Dom Pettit, saying, well, we'd really love to go back, but we've destroyed that technology and we just can't create again.
Oh, damn it. That's
And
too
then
bad. I
she
wanted to
spent
get it.
probably about 10 minutes talking about the telemetry tapes being recorded over because NASA, with this huge budget, can't afford to buy new videotapes.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Dang.
It was really good. It was really, really, really fucking good.
It sucks.
It does suck. I can't believe it doesn't exist anymore. Oh my gosh. I'm so blessed that I got to watch it though, because it was
all right. I'll
hilarious.
just have to.
That's how fast the YouTube haters are. They're like watching everybody flat Earth in minutes.
Suppress that information.
But
Yeah, they're haters.
I'm really blessed that I got to watch it because I love her. I don't know why. I love her voice and I love her laugh. It's such a genuine laugh. And she's like literally just talking about just we are talking right now, and she's just being person to person in her video, and it's so great.
I'm gonna post her channel. She's got a lot of content on here you might enjoy, but I'll just post the one I watched just recently.
Cool.
Called "This Is a Housing Crisis." It's really good. It's a little long, but
Does
as
it
it goes
talk
along,
about BlackRock? I think I watched that one.
it talks. Yeah, she goes in a little bit of the BlackRock, the financing, and how the government and the feds they create the money, and then they're buying up all these. They're just buying up all these houses all over the place, man, and they're renting them out for extraordinary amounts, and it's crazy, man.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna check this out.
You check it out, and sub to her channel. That way, you get.
Yeah, most definitely. I sure will.
Because I like to watch a lot of, because they do a lot of the cryptic characters, Mothman or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not following you, but okay, cool.
Or Bigfoot cryptic characters.
Lady Night's still going. Hey,
Y'all talking about Blackwater?
we need some flat Earth music up in here.
Okay.
Let me
Hey,
bust it.
Larry, we're talking about BlackRock. BlackRock is buying up a ton of real estate.
They're buying up all of it.
These companies are. So BlackRock is an Israeli company.
And you know who owns BlackRock?
Who?
It's the same people who own Disney. They all. Well, there's a few different people that own those companies.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the other one? It's like state something state. Oh man, and these people are buying up real estate like crazy.
Yeah.
Dang.
That's what I keep trying to say.
Is it
I wonder how many people heard me say, like, buy some food, stock up on food. I wonder how many people are like, damn. There you go.
Oh, what was that sound?
was a
I'm
hot-
sorry, I couldn't hear
That was a
anybody.
high pressure industrial
That was
plant.
some heavy metal.
No, some heavy rocking. In the bathroom. Hold on.
Okay, so what were you saying, Larry?
Who?
I was talking about, I hate to say it, but it's like, I told everybody to buy some food. Like, if you buy some spinner pants, it's going to some food. It's not actually be you. Shouldn't have got that big screen TV. What are you going to do with it?
Oh,
Dude, listen to this. Listen to this shit. I bought some peanut butter to take over to my son today, since he's bedridden, and that peanut butter had an expiration date that was older than the peanut butter he had already eaten, getting out of it with a teaspoon.
You know why, don't you? Everything's coming off the ships.
I do know why, because
And when that supply's gone, that's when shit's really going to start. Everybody's going to start noticing it.
I
Everybody
noticed
will be like,
noticed those
"What the hell?"
dates because I look at dates on everything I buy, and I compared it to the date of his oldest peanut butter, and I probably bought the older one for him probably 2 months ago, and so the one I bought today was stock date older than the one he was eating. Isn't that crazy? Y'all look at your dates of shit you buy, because a lot of them are not dated out very far.
So they're expired,
because that peanut butter I gave him today goes out in September of 2022.
Oh my goodness. So, well, that's because they haven't been able to unload all these ships that have all the food and packages and stuff. There's a whole bunch of ships just sitting out in the ocean.
But the one that he had sitting on his bedside table, because he's one of those people that likes to have a spoonful of peanut butter at bedtime, and have a glass of milk or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It was November of 2022. So the brand new one I just bought has a lower shelf date. Isn't that's crazy?
Mm-hmm.
So y'all really start looking at your dates on your shit you're buying. I got home with some stuff the other day that was past its shelf date. Because I didn't pay attention, I was in a hurry, and it was literally past its shelf date.
Wow.
Of course, I'm one of those people where I'm like, that's just a shelf date. That don't mean shit. As long as that little tab on the top, if it doesn't pop when I push it, it's good. I'll keep it for fucking 5 years longer. I don't care. Because as long as that tab stays down, it's good. They have to put that date on your food. Don't throw... Anybody listening, you got food that says it's expired, don't throw it away. Okay? Disclaimer, I'm not a trained whatever canning person, but I'm just saying, don't throw your food, because I work for this lady and she gave me some canned chili, Hormel chili, that was from 2013 back, and I was working for her. I was working for her in 2019, and she gave me canned chili because she was like, I know you don't care about dates and stuff, but my husband does, and he's like, I got to get rid of this. They were going to throw it away. And the top was still sealed down good. I took it home. we had hot dogs that night, and we were fine. And it was out of date that was from 2015 is when the date went out, and we ate it in 2019, so it was out of date. 4 years,
Yeah, that's a long time.
It was out of date. 4 years. We ate it. We were fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, generally, there's a couple reasons for the date. Number one, they want you to keep turning over your food, but also it's more of a, like, it's best by that date, and it's also a liability thing for the companies. But normally, you can usually use most of your foods past those dates, like eggs. Whatever date's on it in the fridge, normally I can keep them like a month past if they last that long, or like I stop eating them,
And the good test for eggs is if you just put them in a glass of water. If they float, they're bad. If they don't float, they're good. Even if they turn up on their pointy end and point up, they're still good. If they don't float, they're good.
Right. Yeah, I learned about that a couple years ago.
There's also a good way, like, because a lot of places throw their eggs out when they're past their date. And I've got a good relationship with a couple of managers at places when they do that. I'm like, hey, yeah, I come and get them, and you can freeze those. You can put them in like if you've got like a muffin tin, you can crack those eggs in muffin tins, freeze it in your freezer, and then crack it off, and put them in some freezer bags. Throw them in your freezer, and you can use those for like making bread or whatever, anything that calls for an egg.
Sweet. Hey, you guys want to hear a Flat Earth song, man?
Yes, I was just getting ready to play something. You got one ready?
Let's go. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh.
Woohoo!
Oh look, oh look, oh look, oh look, oh look, oh look, oh look in the sky, look in the sky. Can't you see a miracle? The stars are close. Can you make a wish while they circle around them? We're not spinning any ball. They're all wrong for this time.
What happened?
Where'd it go, Flat Earth dude?
I was like, I'm rocking, I'm enjoying.
We're not spinning on the ball, and they're all wrong for this. Just a look, oh look, oh look, oh look, oh look. Just a look, my friend, please look. Oh look, oh look, oh look in the sky. Oh look in the sky. Can't you see a miracle? The stars are close. Can you make a wish while they for this. For it. Just look, please look, please look, please look.
Woohoo! That's the flat eye.
I'm not able to play music, but if you're able to play music, could you play a song called Endless Hallelujah?
I can only play what you give me a link to, and we'll take it.
It's a beautiful song.
I don't know. Is it a Flat Earth song? I don't think so. I don't think we can play it.
No, it has to be flat Earth, Shayna.
Well, I don't know if it's flat. I wouldn't say it's flat Earth, right? And I wouldn't say it's.
Shauna, get another drink. You're not drunk enough yet. Come on.
I know, man. Listen. After the day I've been on the road 24/7 today. It's like I've been on the road all day, and I got home and I was like,
I think you got your weeks and days mixed up.
no, I have not had near enough to drink today because I'm generally by this time I've had about 15 beers in me, and I've only had about 5. So
I'm not buying 5, man. No.
No, that's the story, man.
Buying it. You got any proof? You got any empties? Take a picture.
They're over there. Cause I even took the time to squish them and put them in the little trash can.
No.
Because I'm not a what do you call it, like a I recycle, but I'm not one of those crazy recycle people.
It's okay. It's all right, man. We're all right.
I only recycle because if I get a
Yeah, got it.
thing full of cans, it will pay for my trip to town and back.
That's it, right? Yeah.
So I'm like, if I'm already going to town, I might as well drive by the recycling place and drop off my cans.
All right. Cool, man. You know what's cool about the cans when you do that? You flatten the cans.
Oh, I do. I flatten them. I take them heavy bags. Generally, when I take my bag in, it's like 11 pounds.
You removed all the air from the container.
Yeah.
Flatten the cans.
So, are we talking about pressures? Are we talking about a vacuum system here?
Exactly. You crushed the air out of it. Rush.
Yep.
Man, how do I find this song to send to you? Because I want to send it to you so you can play it. Because it's I don't care how religious or unreligious you are, you will find this song insanely beautiful. You will love it no matter where you are in your life.
Is it reggae?
And that's why I love that song, is because it was reggae. But this one's not. It's It's made by a guy that lives in I think Pakistan or something.
Mm-hmm.
But man, this song is
all right, we'll check it out.
Amazing. I'm gonna send you the link. I'm gonna post it in the general post.
Do you guys want to hear a song from 1974, Flat Earth song?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll play it.
I'm ready.
1974.
She's ready.
Well, I always thought you were a hip cat. But how can you say that this world ain't flat? By Jupiter, you don't get no stupider. You don't get no stupider than that. Oh, no, you don't get no stupider than that. Well, I know a lot of guys dropped over the side. say you happen to know that just ain't right. Ye gods, you don't get more oddball, you don't get more oddball than that. Oh, no, 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 you don't get more oddball than that. So it's hail and farewell. Hail and farewell. So you're setting your eyes on the new horizon. I say you're heading for the edge of the world. Heading for the edge of the world. But when you say this whole world is as round as a ball, well, now what are you, some kind of radical? Buying Neptune's beard, you don't get no weirder, you don't get no weirder than that. Oh, no, 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 you don't get no weirder than that. So it's hail and farewell. Hail and farewell. So you're setting your eyes on the new horizon. I say you're heading for the edge of the world. So it's hail and farewell. Hail and farewell. So you're setting your eyes on the new horizon. Well, now, there ain't no flies on me, 'cause I'm wise, and I say you'll be so surprised. You'll laugh till you cry when you get to the edge of the
Earth is flat.
It sure is.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it says I do not have permission to post anything.
Uh-oh.
Are you in the right live stream? Are you in live stream number 1?
Yeah, I'm in the voice chat.
You
Live
have to drink.
stream.
You
Post
have to
a
drink
link.
more water before you can post anything.
You're too drunk.
So who's got to say, yeah, you can post a link.
You have to breathalyzer, Shauna, then you can post in the live stream.
Are you freaking kidding me?
No, you got a breathalyzer. You read it out. 2.0. Oh, shit. No, you're not allowed to.
It says you do not have permission to send messages in this channel.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow, maybe, but
Maybe not tonight. Maybe.
I have posted many things in this channel. That's weird. I can't even type and text and
are
say
you
anything,
pressing the
y'all.
right button? Are you in the right section?
Yeah, I'm in I'm in the lobby.
That's why, Shayna. We're in the live stream. We're not in the lobby.
Hey, Tracy.
Yeah.
I need your Flat Earth music playlist on wherever it is. You need to send me a link.
Okay, I will. I'll
I do a weekly Truth or Flat Earth show called Thursday Night Therapy. And I play music. All I do is play music and hang out with people, and we just play like truth music and good music. We play some other stuff too, but but I always like to do every couple months. I like to do just a straight up new Flat Earth music, shit.
Yeah. All right, Flat Earth dude, you got it. I sure will. I'm gonna send you my Flat Earth
You played a lot.
music hit.
You played a lot of shit today I never heard, and I was like, "Damn, she's probably got a sweet."
I know.
Yeah, you guys. I take my time, and because I love music, so
Me too.
I went and found Effie music that I could jam to, and I love it.
There's so much of it. There's so much of it. It blows me away.
No.
So much of it.
Wonderful.
So last night, Jenny she said, we hadn't had a good ladies' night in a while. She said, why don't you contact your favorite flat earther and, just say, hey, we haven't seen you in a while. Hope you come back to see us on ladies' night. So, yeah, next week do that. I didn't contact you, Tracy, because I knew you were already doing it. So I contacted my secretary. So,
You kind of roboted at the end there, Hank.
of course, typical.
It's all right. It happens. Anyway, yeah, more ladies' nights. We're always into more ladies on the ladies' night. And I mean, I heard some talk about maybe moving it to like a Wednesday or something. Maybe more ladies can make it. I don't know, man. I would say move it around and see what happens. Might be Monday night or Wednesday or something. But you don't have to keep it on Friday nights, man. I mean, Friday nights are,
We're trying to get something going. We're going to switch it up for the summer, but
switch it up, switch it around, move it around. It doesn't matter. There's no rules around here like that. We had only 2 shows on the channel, man. We had Precious Metals and we had Ladies Night, and that's the only 2 like guaranteed things that we could kind of say, okay, well, shit, we can count on that. Friday afternoon and Saturday morning, man. That was it. But if somebody wants, I would be cool if somebody would do, Wednesday, like NASA news or whatever, something fun.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
And we're trying to do it. I think we're going to get something going for Wednesday night, I think, for Wednesdays and Fridays. So we'll have 2 times.
Try it out on Wednesday night or Wednesday afternoon or whatever, because there's so many different time zones here, man. There's so many. There's no way to get all the ladies in here in one night, man. It's impossible. You got people in Australia and UK and what do we got? There in like Greenland or Iceland or shit. It's like
Iceland.
It's like damn.
Everywhere,
right? So,
and someone's in we got somebody in like Brazil. We got people in Puerto Rico. Everywhere.
Like Level Up. She's like Midwest or mid. So yeah. But I don't know. Maybe just try some different nights. It's nice to move it around, see what happens. But I do miss the Precious Metals thing. I don't know what happened to it. I never got a proper explanation what happened. But it was cool. I really enjoyed it. If that's it, that's cool, man. But it's all good, man. I love just hanging out with y'all and laughing and getting pissed at flat earth authors that don't know shit about flat earth. Those I love.
Oh man, whoever she is,
you know what really got me, Tracy, was when she said, there's a lot of people they just put like flat earth on their stuff and it sells. People are getting ripped off, and she's like, and people are getting ripped off, is what she said. That fucking.
I know. I couldn't believe my ears.
What do you mean people are getting ripped off, man? It says flat earth on it. They buy a T-shirt. So what? Fuck off. It's so pissing me off. She said that.
I am too, dude.
Somebody went way out of their way to make those fucking T-shirts, and you don't appreciate like quality materials and whatever.
Yeah,
bracelets.
She's up there just talking bad on us. I did not appreciate that one bit.
And that really got me just as pissed off as you were. I'm driving down the road going, yeah, fuck yeah. She's fucking spot on, man. I felt exactly the same way. I was triggered too, man. I'm like, you little fucking bitch.
Yeah. Hey, Flat Earth dude, it's an actual video where you can see her. She on the channel or the news guys. She's there getting interviewed. It's not just the audio; it's the actual video.
And I don't know. She was very suspiciously the way her approach to talking to flat earthers and finding out what they know about things, and she
like who does that? Like, and then like she didn't meet real flat earthers. I'll tell you that, because I don't get how the things she was saying. None of us say any of that, and we don't act that way or do anything that she said.
I thought it was interesting, Matthew. Matthew read the book. You manga. Good.
Well, buddy, for a second, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Hank. Go ahead, Hank.
So, obviously, in my opinion, if she works for the mainstream media, she is an asset of the CIA, right? Which means she basically has to go look at these group of people and, don't do the honest hit piece, do like a hit piece, make them look stupid, make them look bad, make them look like they're money grubbers. So, you guys know that I follow the cop watch people on the internet, the First Amendment auditors. One of the things that they always try to do is the cops try to control the auditor when they say, hey, do you put your stuff on YouTube? Do you make money on YouTube? And I don't know how much you guys know about the commerce laws. It's kind of one of those things where, yes, we have separation of powers, right? So the Supreme Court can't do anything that the president has power over unless the president, regulates that power to the Supreme Court and vice versa. Right? And those breaks true. So there's a separation of powers. So when it comes to the commerce clause, there's a real blurry line where the separation of powers ends and begins because Congress has the right to regulate commerce. So what the cops are saying is because you are getting paid on YouTube, we can now tell you where you can and can't go, and we can regulate you because you're doing commerce. Do they not realize that the mainstream media gets commercials like every day, all day long, but they get paid all kinds of money for, Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson commercials and all sorts of shit like that. Of course they do, right? So it's really weird how they act like you guys are making money. Like that's so dishonest. Like it's so dishonest. Like I can sell my soul to the devil, the CIA, but if you guys make $1, it's so
right. I know, man. Just disgusting what they were talking about, what she was saying to that man, and then he's up there like going along with it and saying, I forget what he said at one point. He says, so is this gonna be dangerous for us? Should I be watching out for comments coming into my comment? What if you watch it, you'll see that he's acting like it's just awful. That whole hit piece was just awful on us flat earthers. People who see that we're nothing like what she said.
Well, a lot of people know about Operation Mockingbird, right? So a lot of people are not trusting the mainstream media right now. Anybody who still trusts the mainstream media, they're not worth who they're trying to talk to. It's like if you're watching Fox News and you think you're getting the good shit, you're not. Shit's what I'm telling you. None of us are putards. I don't know any putards up there. I've only heard the word putard. I've never heard pro-Q statements. So she was completely way off track.
Yeah, it's kind of. I hear what you're saying, Hank. It just sounds like really. I don't know what to call it. It's not robot. It's like a reverb sound or something.
Well, I do got a really loud machine next to me.
Okay, but I got what you were saying. Yeah, I'm gonna. I see her name is in the video or whatever, or Matthew Learns posted it, so I'm gonna send her a message, email her or something. That's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna put our Discord 24/7. I'm gonna tell her to come and visit us, so she could talk to some real flat earthers, because I don't know who she met at that whatever conference.
See, tell her you got a ladies' night thing. We get together, a bunch of ladies.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about where we live.
Yeah. I'm gonna let her know. I'm gonna let her know. All right.
We don't talk much about outer space, but we do talk a lot about where we live.
Yes.
Which is Earth. And we live on Earth, and Earth, last time I checked, there's not a single observation that can prove that the Earth is spinning, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Do you have something that maybe can help me figure that out? But
yeah, I want her to come on here and explain to us how this vacuum of space works and how the rockets are up there. I want to listen to her explain her
Tracy,
globe model.
remember she said that, oh, I can prove the globe really easy or something like that. And she said, and I'm like driving down the car. I'm like, really? I've seen a whole shitload of people come in here and try to prove that fucking globe, man, and they walk out of here with their fucking scratching their head, going, "What the fuck?"
I know.
They're like, I'm gonna prove it's a globe, and they slap a NASA photo onto the cover. What?
I know. It's
really
so crazy.
Really? Yeah, Cox. I'm sorry, you guys.
It's mind-boggling how they do this stupid stuff.
It says Ladies Night right there, still on the live stream. So as long as it says Ladies Night on the live stream, that's it's still Ladies Night. Mongos, get over it.
Yeah, we're running it Friday night tonight.
Busting it. So any other ladies out there, man, please join us. That'd be great. But no, we're just having a piss, taking a laugh. One of those.
Let me put on another song.
You gotta have a balance in life. You know, you can you have to laugh, people. And if you guys ain't laughing, you're doing it all wrong. So don't mess it up. Anyway, laughing at NASA is so easy, man. It's so fun. It's so fun.
Isn't it?
I'm 7 years in, and every day I'm like, all right, what other stupid shit they coming up with today? Ugh.
Every day it's something different popping up about NASA doing this and that. They're not doing shit but lying. They're not doing nothing.
This Tracy, man, NASA's spending money on Mongolian sheeps. Make sure that the cashmere is environmentally friendly. I snort you. You think I'm kidding? I know you guys think I'm kidding. I am not kidding. You can check it out. Mongolian cashmere has to be environmentally safe through NASA. NASA's funding this shit. Okay, thanks.
What? I'm done. I'm just so done with it. I got
too, man. Fucking Mongos.
I just can't take it. I don't understand how this is happening to the human race. I don't get it.
Well, I've been on NASA's ass for years about their spending habits. And it's the shit they spend money on, man, just fucking knocks me out. I mean, Jin and I know you guys know Jin from Japan.
Yeah.
Yes. Fucking awesome flat earther. But him and I went for like 2 days, man. We were like looking into the NASA toilet. And, they spent $25 million on this bad boy. And I was like, dude, man, I could put one together in my shop vac for like, $79 at Home Depot. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Seriously.
I know I can make one for less than $100, dude. Come on.
And you could build one for luxury for like $150 probably.
Right. I can get it super quiet for like $200, man. I mean,
yeah.
I didn't hear the thing, man. It's like got a long hose on it. Yeah.
Oh man.
It's just like I remember, I'll never forget that. And I just looking at all the numbers for the toilet, man. We were laughing our asses off so hard that we were crying, man, because he got into the whole, like, what happens on the ISS if somebody has some diarrhea, explosive diarrhea?
Right. That's supposed to be floating all over the place.
We have to evacuate immediately. There's particles in the air that are, potentially dangerous. Lockdown, total lockdown in the toilet area. Where's the sirens in there? Joey blew out a turd and it's floating around. What? No. Jeez. We have to lock down. I don't know. There's probably a procedure. I don't know. If you have a leak, you have a leak. If you have a leak.
I know. I was on here earlier tonight telling it. I don't remember who I was talking to, some Glober. And I was letting them know about that, about their toilet or what, their pee, all that nastiness.
Nastiness.
And I don't know who. Someone told me, well, Tracy, your water is recycled too, and you're drinking. No, the hell I'm not. I drink spring water, and the water. It's the water I drink is not that. Trust me. I'm not drinking astronauts' piss. That's for damn sure. But they do. They claim to be doing that, but we know they're not up there. That's a fact. They're not in outer space, but still they're portraying that that's what they're doing. It's nasty.
I gotta kind of revisit something here. Let me see if I can find it here. What screenshot? Come on. I'm pretty sure I grabbed it last night, but
okay,
maybe not. Anyway, it was a picture of a 747.
An airplane?
747 transiting the moon. And it was the same size as the ISS transiting the moon. And there was a guy in here last night, man, was trying to come up with a reason why the perspective, because they're basically about the same size, this ISS and the 747.
Okay.
They're pretty close in size. I mean, they're close enough.
Right.
Way close enough in size. And they both look the same in the moon transit picture. And he was trying to figure out the mathematics between, 35,000 feet versus 250 miles. And it's like, it's an exponential number. It's huge difference between how the angular resolution would be just ridiculous, right? And yeah, it would be ridiculous. There's no way in hell, and you're gonna get that picture, and that thing's at 250 miles, man. I know I have my friend who got a ISS transit on a video. And he sent it to me because he knows I'm into this shit. And I go, yeah, man, I've seen other people capture that, but it looks just like a 747. It's the same size, man. It's the same fucking size, people. Yeah, it's cool, man. It's a great proof. We need to use it, pin them to it. They don't have an explanation for it. And there's no way you can explain it away because the distances are completely ridiculous. And it's kind of where I'll end it there. But let me see if I can find the... I thought I screenshotted that bitch, but it's not coming up for whatever reason.
Shoot, they probably, who knows? YouTube probably, whoever. Yeah, they wiped it out. They wiped your... They wiped your picture gallery.
Wiped it. Oh no! I've been edited. Picture deleted, edited, whatever. It's anyway. So that was the comparison, and the guy was stumbling, and he couldn't. I could tell by the way he was reacting that he didn't have shit. He's a pretty smart guy, man. He had some pretty good stuff that were. It was good, but he was digging hard to try to figure that one out in his head, man. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff, people. Keep it up.
Good stuff.
Keep it up. Since I can't find that shot, I should probably just post this one because this is some great pictures from Europa and Jupiter, man. You'll check it out. This is...
Let me see.
Pretty hot right there, man.
Wow.
Come on, that's a great picture.
It's bullshit. Oh my gosh.
Mongo.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
Right?
and people are buying it.
People are buying it. Yeah, way to go there. Ace. Way to go, Ace Ventura. Ace Ventura.
Yeah. Oh, dang it.
People are buying it. Isn't that? I remember. I don't know. This is probably I got this like a year ago or something. And I was like, what? No,
It's not.
What the hell?
What is that supposed to be? Water dripping? What is?
Yeah, it's water collecting from the non-atmospheric flat plain, from the non-mountaintop that collects water from space. I don't know. It's complicated. It's complicated.
So Tracy, do me a favor. When you write that lady, and you invite her, make sure you offer her some lunar, Venetian, and Martian real estate, and send her the website. Because people are buying.
Yeah, good one, Larry. Yeah, very good. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna contact this chick. I want her in this server quick, fast, and in a hurry. So whoever met her, if you're listening and you know her, because she said she got friends and flat earth friends or whatever,
right?
That she met, you know, at this.
She met her.
Mm-hmm. Give her a call and let her know that I said that I would love for her to come in here and visit with us.
Right.
And meanwhile, meantime, and in between time, I'm going to be sending her some emails myself and asking her to come on in here. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring her in for ladies' night, man, and have fun, man. Have fun with it.
Oh, I'm going to have so much fun if she shows up. Trust and believe that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she'll have fun, man. If she's hanging out with Tracy, she's gonna have a good time, man. I'm pretty sure. Tracy ain't gonna let that shit go down without fun, man. And
oh, I got something for her.
I like the way Tracy does the fun way and excited way and fun. It's cool, man. It's a nice mix.
Yes.
Then you throw music on top of it. Damn.
Yeah.
Killing it, man. Killing it. I love it.
Telling you, flat earth dude.
Fun way.
And you like music too, so that's what's up. And I'm gonna send you my playlist.
I like music so much. I'm in the music business for a living. That's how much I like it. So.
Right on.
Oh, man. Now I fix musical instruments. That's what I do. I just fix them because people need to. Those musicians have to have people fix their shit, man.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. Fix their shit.
And that's what you do. And that's great. Without you, we wouldn't have the music.
That's right. And we need to have a conference for the people that build the instruments. Oh, we have one of those. Never mind. It is a fun conference. We have a conference. Speaking of conferences, one of the largest conferences in the country is called NAMM, NAMM.org. And we get together once a year, and it's everybody that builds musical instruments gets together with everybody that plays musical instruments, and we hang out for 3 or 4 days, and we play music, and we get fun, and we just rock it for and we celebrate each other, man, doing what we do, and it's great. And
it sounds like it.
To the public. It's not all. It's a private party, man. It's totally private.
Oh, okay. I was just getting ready to ask if I could go to something like that.
It's
so
fun
basically,
to do something like that because when the guys that are playing the music for the guys that built the instruments, they play a little bit more precise.
Oh, okay.
They bring their fucking AA game, and it's like, oh shit. Oh, okay, here we go. This is getting hot. Yeah, it's great. Thank you. All the musicians and builders of instruments, thank you guys. They don't get enough recognition, I don't think.
Wow. And it's at this event, it's a whole bunch of like brand new or new instruments that
brand new, and it's like, hey, check this out. Yeah, it's cool.
Ooh, that
What's the
sounds so
microphone now? Is it
fun.
better?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
I can
Yeah.
understand you now. That's way better.
sound good.
Way to go, Hank. No, but I remember when Larry was a fencer, man. I was hanging out with him then. He was
Really?
still hugging a little bit of globe, hugging. And,
Wow.
Wait. I got to stand corrected. I got to correct you there. When have you ever seen me hugging that globe? I was still ripping it. I was still ripping that shit to smithereens.
You were still you were ripping there you were ripping the globe because it was easy to rip. But
because remember what I would do to them? I would take them to space and I would take the gravity away from them.
Yeah.
And then I would ask them, how are Spaceballs made? Your gravity's gone.
Wow.
Spaceballs, no gravity, Spaceballs. Anybody help me out? Somebody help me out, shit. Hey, I do like to laugh about this stuff, and there's no times better with hanging out with Larry than back in the day, man. We were laughing our asses off pretty hard, man. Oh shit, it was crazy.
Yeah, because I was all about that dark matter. I was tearing them up.
That's cool that you guys go way back.
Yeah, we do. It's great. It is great. It's
Yeah.
we have history, with people and places. History, people and places, man. We were in a different place in Discord, but it was hangouts, live stream kind of stuff going on.
The remnants of hangouts.
That's the original spot, huh?
Yeah, it was.
Where everything happened.
Hangouts was awesome, man. If you had a YouTube channel, you could go, hey, clickety click, I'm going to start a Hangout live stream. Okay, click here. Do you want to live stream now? Okay, yeah. How many people do you want to invite? You're like,
wow, it was like that, or YouTube. YouTube was
from your YouTube account. You can go in and start a Hangout and live stream on YouTube like that. Anybody could do it.
Oh wow!
Your fucking phone. It was so easy.
Dang.
It was awesome. But they got rid of that because that's too good, man. I knew it was too good too, man. I'm like, oh, they're gonna take this shit away. Just like fucking Napster. That shit's gone.
Oh yeah, I remember Napster. That was great.
Napster blew my mind, man. I typed in Mojo Nixon Skid Roper. I'm like, and it came up, and I was like, no way. Fuck off, kid.
You were like, wow, they got this.
I've never heard of Mojo Nixon Skid Roper, and it was there instantly.
Yeah.
And they had a full album. I was like, you got it.
Whoa.
Man. I mean, Mojo Nixon Skid Roper, man, just this little duo that toured the country playing these little shit bars.
Okay.
But it came up, and it was, he had a song.
They're like an underground band.
Yeah, it's like a little college band touring like college campuses and bars, and
Yeah.
But, he was a really good musician. I mean, he certainly recorded some music, but when it came up on Napster, I was like, no, somebody. This shit's gonna change the world, man. Fuck off. This is it. And yeah, they wouldn't let that shit last forever. Fuck no.
Yeah, I know. Napster was here for a little while.
And then you had Metallica out there going, no, man, you can't fucking damn P3 fucking mine. You remember Metallica, dude? Metallica.
Yeah,
man,
they sued.
Copy my music and put it on the internet. Fuck off.
Ulrich, man, it was the drummer. He's from one of those Eastern.
Fucking cock. He's a fucking cock, man. Bastard.
Yeah, I remember.
I never saw him.
So yeah, there's different technologies that come along. It's just too good. Napster was one of them. Hangouts was another one, man. When you could just start a live stream hangout from your YouTube account, that was pretty tight, man. That's gone. Now you gotta have OBS and.
Yeah, it's just.
Figure out how to do it. where I was the only mod. So, like 3 months after I finished my live stream, people would still be in my hangout arguing.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't censor each other. Because everybody wants to censor each other and mute each other and ban people and snipe people. But in my hangouts, I was king. Like, nobody could snipe, ban, or mute. And my hangouts are all about free speech. Say whatever the fuck you want. Just don't hurt nobody. No underage bullshit. No drug use on the live stream. But other than that, you can say whatever you want. You know, no threats, obviously. And 3 months later, people will be like, Larry, please, come shut down your live stream. They got photos of my children. I'm like, what? Why'd you put them on the internet, dumbass?
Yep, they do that. Fucking bastards. Yeah, they'll get wicked, man. They'll hit you where it hurts. And you're like, really? You guys are that fucking evil. Fucking cock.
That's messed up. Yeah.
They weren't even flat earthers. They were normies.
Damn. So back in those days, like anybody could just join in and stuff, and you couldn't really control if you wanted to have them on the live stream or not.
Oh, I controlled them. Oh yeah, I had all the control. They had none. So at the end of my live streaming days, nobody had a wrench. Nobody had any authority. Anybody could come in, and I would just do my best to make sure nobody was filibustering.
Dude, man.
Oh, I see.
Hank, we saw all the craziness of porn bombing and people taking out just these Glovers, man. They'll call your work and say, "Do you know that Joey's a flat earther? He works for you." Like, I've heard.
Wow.
Yes, they'll. That's how cocky these bastards are, man. And you gotta, be prepared for. They're evil bitches, man. So anyway, just be out there. I've seen it all, man. People coming on and just wrecking Discords and Hangouts, and I don't know to tell you guys, man, because the first Discord around here, the ODD Karen B1 got fucking spanked, man, and it just got wrecked. Once somebody has control of it, man, it's gone. Somebody that's that fucking wicked.
Yeah.
They'll just wreck it because they can. I think that was in a movie called Wall Street. They wreck it because they can. And they make money.
That was a true story movie. I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they wreck it because they can.
Yep.
Sucks.
Well, they can. That's why they do it. I mean, that's weird, man. I watched a show called American Greed. I've been watching it for over a decade. And it's always fascinated me to see a guy that started a company. It's making millions of dollars. He's making $2 million a year. But that's not enough, man. He takes the whole goddamn company for $100 million.
Dang.
And then what goes it through your head? You're making $2 million running a great company. But that's not enough, man. I'm going to take the whole goddamn fucking thing and I want all of it.
He's greedy.
It's called American Greed, and it's a great show, man. And there's a lot of weird ones in there, but there's a lot of really crazy ones that just makes me shake my head and goes, what goes through somebody's head? Does it want to be that greedy, man?
Yeah, it's insane.
Through your fucking head.
They're psychos.
And the one guy, all the years I watched the show, they get an after interview and they're talking to the guy in jail. And he goes,
okay.
I don't know what I was thinking. I lost my mind. He goes, I don't know what the fuck. I lost it, bro. Something snaps in the head. It's similar to the globe and the flat earth thing. Something is in their head.
Yeah.
Just hang on to this fucking globe because it's like they're stealing from the company and they don't want to get caught. And how dare you, accuse me of stealing? It's a similar kind of mental aspect to it. That what goes through somebody's head like that just it goes out every day. It doesn't feel like they're spinning or moving or shooting through space. And go, yeah, man, I'm definitely on a globe, bro. definitely.
I know.
Refraction, man. Come on, fuck off. Like what?
I know.
That's what you got. That's all you got. Okay.
They don't got nothing. Just nothingness.
Because nothing feels like you're spinning shooting through space, right?
Never. But they'll say, "Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, I feel myself spinning."
I got my neck.
They are crazy.
It's crazy. So it's a mental thing, man, we're dealing with here. It's a mental issue, and that's what keeps me around this Discord here too, is because I get to listen to people coming here going, "Yeah, baby, I got the fraction of the curvature compared to the thing with the space and the vacuum and the light speed." Yeah. And you're like, you got nothing, man.
Nothing.
How big's the Earth? I don't know. It's big.
I don't know. What's the R? What's the R? Huh? What are you talking about? They don't even know that. They don't know nothing, but they believe everything about it that they were told. It's just crazy.
They don't know shit, but they'll. Yeah.
But they want to argue with us.
There's the Hollywood gift there, man, with Michael J. Fox on the wires.
Oh, I see it.
Right, and that's the hoverboard is on like a pole thing there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's great. That's a great gift, man. I love that. Fantastic. Radical Earther. Sweet. Shout out. Radical Earther.
Good meme. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. That's perfect. Mm-hmm.
Well, hey, Flat Earth dude. I see it's past 12, and I want to be on time tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to go ahead and lay it on down.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I think I gotta get to.
All right, you guys.
All right.
Hey,
See you next time.
thank you.
Yeah.
Have fun tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll do. I'll come. We'll come on here tomorrow when we're live over there, hanging out.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll visit Discord. We're gonna come and visit our 24/7 family.
Say hi to the peeps. Then we're all hanging out together. It'll be fun. All right.
All right. See you tomorrow, Flat Earth dude.
Yep. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye. Bye. Good night.
Good night, Fairy. Sun Fairy.
Good night.
All right. All right. Thanks, dear.
How do I get out of here, anyways?
Get out of here. Hit
You gotta go up to the top. I'm going up to the top of where.
Well, it's just because I'm on my iPad, so I'm like, wait, where am I? Okay. Bye.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
Cheers.
Good night, everyone.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. All right. So, Hollywood. They can make anything look good, man. Hollywood. No doubt about it. Hollywood is really good at their craft. Yeah, we'll have fun tomorrow. Thank you, son. Sun Fairy. Sun Forest Fairy. The sun does look better in the forest. I know that. I was just in the forest this week, man. Hanging out with the sun in the forest. All the trees get different lightings, different elevations and stuff, man. It's really cool. I was a mountain-esque forest kind of thing place. It's really good. Yeah, it's really good. Motionless, except for the wind. The wind that's creating a lot of turbulence. All right, anybody else here, man? All right, it's just me. Cool, man. All right, I'll try to find some more music, man, since we're just sitting here. Well, All right. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. Your kids are going to love it.
Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of Gish Gallop and wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight for a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, just too hard, that's it. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated 8 makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates, but my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song that turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know.
You don't know. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. You don't know. You don't know. Shout out to Issa Mikulski, man. A little reverb for you, man. Love you, brother. Alright. That's pretty cool. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Alright, how about rich guys like rockets, man? Yeah, I heard that rich guys like rockets. What do you think?
Rich guys like rockets. So do the babes. So rich guys making rockets. They come up in space. Rich guys like rockets. So do the babes. So rich guys making rockets. Make you think that you go. Say hi, say go say hi. Rich guys like rockets. So do the babes. So rich guys making rockets. Put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets. So do the ladies. So rich guys making rockets. Just to get laid high, just to get laid high, just to get laid high. Rich guys like rockets, so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, make you think they go. Rich guys like rockets, so do the lames. Rich guys making rockets. You gotta pay high, yeah, you gotta pay high. You gotta pay high, yeah. Rich guys like rockets, so brave. So rich guys making rockets, up in space. Rich guys like rockets, so brave. So rich guys making rockets. Just get laid. Rich guys like rockets, so the babes. So rich guys making rockets, look up in space. Rich guys like rockets, so the ladies. So rich guys making rockets. Want you to think they go spend nights, they go spend nights, they go spend. Rich guys like rockets, so babes. So rich guys making rockets, up in space. Rich guys like rockets, so names. So rich guys making rockets. The people just to get down, just to get down. Just to get
Thank you. Yes, rich guys like the rockets. They like vacation homes, rare cars, big boats. They like airplanes. They like the Big Bang, rockets. They like transhumanism. Yes, they do. They like. Oh no. Mess that up, man. Anyway, enough reverb on that. Truth sounds like hate to those who hate truth. That is really well said. Yeah, you can show the individual knowledge, but you can't make them take it all. And yeah, man, you can't take it. I've had some recent people in my life wake up to this Mongo world, man, and like, whoa, man, it's cool. Even a buddy I was camping with this week, man, he turns to me and goes, "Dude, I can't believe people don't see it, man." And I'm like, "Yeah, I can't believe people don't see it either, man. That's a problem." It's like, damn, people are falling for all kinds of kooky shit, man. Damn. It's bad. It's bad out there, people. It's bad. Hey, I was going to play another song, man, but I messed it up. Hold on, man. I'm close. Nobody's going to join me, man. I'll just keep playing music, man. Damn. What's wrong with music, man? You got a problem with music? You got a problem with that? It's there we go.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, I'll give you 2 Cherokees and trade you in for a refraction.
I'll raise you 2 refractions and a direct curvature measurement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got 4 Iroquois Indians here and a refraction, and I need 4 curvatures.
Well, I'll give you 2 radiuses and a distance to the sun and raise you another the speed of light.
You know, you can't measure any of those 3 things you're going to give me. You know that, don't you?
I know.
Radius, distance to the sun, and speed of light. You can't count any of those.
It's true. It's definitely true.
My goodness. Hey, are you going to behave yourself with Matthew tomorrow?
No. Tracy's coming, man. She's going to actually physically slap Matthew, and I'm going to get it on video.
It's photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Anyway, no, I'm just no physical violence.
Okay, so you have your P900, right?
I got a P900. I got an iPhone 8. And
yes, that's right. Water farms into a mountain.
That's right. Thank you, Matthew.
You got Catalina Island 26 miles away?
26 miles across the sea. Catalina's waiting for me.
So
yes, that's right. Water farms into a mountain.
So on your live stream tomorrow, you're gonna prove once and for all the Earth is flat and stationary, right?
The Earth is flat.
Well, here's the problem. Southern California, it gets hazy over the ocean, man. We might not even see the damn thing tomorrow, man. It's that hazy. I know.
I was going to send $20 to your PayPal account if you could prove the Earth was flat tomorrow.
Shit, $20. Make it $100. No. Let's see how the visibility is. I think it's going to be low. I was out there today. If it's going to be like anything like today, man, yeah, we ain't going to see shit. So, we could do like maybe 1 or 2 mile observations, pretty easy. But I don't know.
So
where's the water, man? Left or right?
So Matthew's going to come back here Monday as Glober as he's always been, huh?
Pretty sure that's going to happen, and I got one experiment I'm going to do with Matthew, and we'll do it together, and we'll calculate. We're going to calculate if I was standing under a street light that's maybe, 25 feet tall, something like that. If I'm standing under it, I'm looking straight up at the street lamp, right? I'm going to see a 90-degree angle straight up, right?
Yep.
Now, from the street lamp, if I walk away 100 yards, it's already at 40.
Internal opening.
It's at 45 degrees, right?
Yeah.
How much farther do we got to go before it's gone?
Before it's gone from sight?
Before out of sight, yeah, baby.
Oh, I have. Maybe you know, I don't.
Well, there's a mathematical equation for that. Matthew can work out depending on the height of the street lamp and how far away do we have to get till we're not gonna. That's gonna be on the horizon, and then what? it's going to go down to the horizon. It might take a mile, might take 2. I don't know. I don't think it's more than 2 miles. If it's only a 25 foot, 30 foot light, whatever it is. Right?
I heard you can stand at your on the beach tomorrow and see Japan if the Earth is flat. That's what I heard.
I've heard this too, man.
Yeah.
Back in 2016, there was a lot of people coming here going, "Well, if the Earth's flat, man, why can't I see London from New York, man? Come on, man. You're just such a stupid retard, man. And everybody knows you could see all the way across the fucking Atlantic Ocean. Come on, man."
You should be able to see Pearl Harbor from where you are tomorrow.
Exactly. I could see Pearl Harbor tomorrow. It's 2,700 miles. I got it. I got this. No problem. With
get
my
that P900 out. You got it.
Yeah, I need my naked eye, man. I don't need a P900. I know we can see it tomorrow. Yep.
Is the weather forecast good for tomorrow?
I don't know, man. I mean, the weather's fine. It's warm, but it might be hazy and kind of just some thick clouds laying across the ocean there, man. It's just the way it is sometimes. Cool. God Rockin' dropped a balloon footage video, high altitude.
He did. It's in the voice text.
It's in the voice text, baby. Hey, man, the voice text is the greatest place in the world. I don't know if you guys know this, but
Science Heads high altitude balloon. Okay.
I appreciate the. Someday we might not have this text. It's good though. Might be like Netscape and Google Hangouts. Might be a thing of the past someday, but this is a great place to drop and share links and pictures and videos. And yeah, it's great. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, about halfway through that video I just posted, there's these weird-looking ice balls hanging down all around the balloon, and there's I don't know what they are, but it's awfully cold up there, obviously, because there's these looks like sheets of ice and like ice round balls of ice hanging down off the gear. So I don't know. It's really strange looking. Yeah, that's why I said very strange. You decide what it is. I can't really tell other than it looks like some kind of ice collected to some of the gear as it's going around, and the camera's catching it. It's pretty strange. It's cool looking.
All right, man. Check it out. Strange ice balls in space, man. Check it out.
God Rockin's pretty good with these word games. Hey, God Rockin', take a piece of reversal and combine it with action. What do you get? That rhymes with action.
Jackson.
Starts with what? Starts with reversal, and rhymes with action.
It's a reaction.
Or rhymes with action. Come on. What's a Glober's favorite word? Oh, I gave it away.
Refraction action.
I gave it away.
It's a refraction action. I had the funniest refraction laugh this morning, man. It was great. I don't know if any of you guys were here for my refraction joke, but it was a timely thing because they played a video, and then my comment after the video was about, I think it was refraction, but
I've been looking for this other balloon launch that's got this the sun really close. It looks fairly close to the sun for some reason, and there's an extremely bright white, hot spot right underneath the sun. and there's a big arrow that's pointing that says, "Where's the sun?" And then it's a big arrow and it says, "Right here, just above the clouds." It says, and I swear that's exactly what it looks like. It's just maybe a mile or two above the clouds. I mean, that's actually truly what it looks like in that.
I love the
in that. I just can't find that one.
So
I've been looking for about half an hour.
So the Globers, man, like to bring up. They don't like to bring up the hot spot, man. They
I know, because it's a killer for them.
It's a toughie, man. They got all kinds of barky explanations for that, but in reality,
there's really only one.
It's as close.
Explanation. Really?
There's only one, man. There is only one, but the ones they come up with, man, are just like, what? On a clear day over the ocean, you see the sun, and there's like one hot spot, you know? It's like, what? That's interesting. Man,
that's called tunneling refraction.
I don't know what it's called, but
I know what it's called. The sun is very close to the clouds. That's what it's called.
Go ahead,
A
Orion.
second ago, when you said a second ago refraction action, I pictured in my mind like an old 90s commercial on children's television for like action figures. And I was thinking like refraction action. It's like some action figure man and he's like some Glober just like dicking around with the theodolite or something.
Like the Ken dolls playing with his fucking sextant. Refraction action. That's hilarious.
Like Glober man, that's his special power. Refraction action.
Glober man. We got to have a Glober man doll.
Yeah.
Come on.
We gotta change somebody's name like Matthew to Glober Man and never call him Matthew again.
Right. Glober man.
Glober man.
He's shooting at unbelievable speeds. It's Glober man. Spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour. It's Glober man.
And he's got blue marble balls.
It's Glober man.
We got to come up with that with Matthew. We got to. No more Matthew. No more Matthew. It's Glober man. And then everyone knows how to sing a part of the song.
Yeah, his secret power is fallacious logic.
Have Sonny write a nice, quick little tune when he plays guitar. We'll all sing to it. Glober man.
Oh. You need to put in voice text the lyrics, and then we can sing along to it.
All right, I'll get to work on it.
That would help. Glober man, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. It's Glober man. Spinning around the globe 1,000 miles an hour. It's Glober man.
And you got to make sure you get refraction in there for God rocking, because you got to make him feel at home.
Right. Refraction action. Refraction action. I hope you guys are smiling. Refraction action, man. Everything is looming, guaranteed. Everything's looming. Anyway, never mind. I can't go there. Anyway, it's refraction action evening. Thank you, ladies' night. Damn, that was good. Hope you guys enjoyed it. It went for
record, wasn't it?
I think so, man. It's pretty good, man. It's pretty much the afternoon and evening. Yeah, it started at 2:00. It's like, yeah.
It's like it's almost 2:00 here.
You're right.
30.
So.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
Glober man. When you want some light, call Glober man. When you want some refraction, call Glober man. When you want to go 1,000 miles an hour, call Glober man. When you want to go 66,000 miles an hour, call Glober man. I don't know, something like that.
That's good, man. It's a good start. I think we're on to something.
Yeah, I think Matthew will no longer be Matthew.
I think it.
Starting next week.
And his birthday is 66.
There's got to be a new superhero called Glober Man. I mean, that would be such a cool cartoon.
Yeah, I can't wait for the animated series.
Right, it's gonna be great. It's a 12-part series. I don't know. Glober Man, are you kidding me?
And we're his Glober Man, and we're his biggest fan here at 24/7.
Hey,
we are his biggest fan. I mean, we put up with him for.
Hey, I'm a big Matthew. I don't know, defender in a lot of ways because
me too. He's just so easygoing, and he doesn't get upset about really much. I've seen him rage quit maybe a couple times.
He did trig out the other day, man. He goes,
yeah, a little bit.
And
not too bad though.
Talk to him. I say, dude, man. I go, dude, I've been threatened to be kicked out of this server, dude. Don't take it personal, man. Don't take it personal. So yeah, everybody has a different day or bad day, whatever you want to call it, man. But don't trip out because, dude, I've had people come down on me because I thought they were drinking, and I was like, I'm gonna fuck you are, man. I'm gonna fucking ban you. You look, like, whoa, man.
Oh yeah, when someone said something to Matthew about banning him, he's like, "Oh no, don't ban me."
Yeah, he goes, "If you're gonna ban me, I'm just leaving." I was like,
"Calm down, Matthew. Calm down.
Calm the fuck off, man."
If you ban him, he doesn't get his stipend check from NASA every week.
Exactly, man. We want to keep Matthew fucking getting his stipend. Come on.
Yeah.
Don't be taking money out of Matthew's mouth. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, he bought a telescope. He's probably still paying for it.
Exactly. He works at a Christian school that teaches mathematics and under the Christian
umbrella.
Well, it's what you get the degree in. What's the degree where Christian? They have a degree, PhD in. What's the term? Theology. Theology. Wow, theology, man.
Oh, okay. I thought it was lying, but I stand corrected.
I mean, there's a lot of theology majors in his school, I'm sure.
Well, it's just make believe. Isn't theology just kind of like make believe shit?
Well,
kind of.
Well, that theoryology is that the Orion? Help me out, man. Theoryology, isn't that the same? Is it different? I know he knows.
Are you thinking about philosophy?
Well, philosophy isn't the theology is the religious part of.
Of philosophy.
Of philosophy, right?
Theosophy.
Well, PhD does mean doctor of philosophy, man. PhD. You guys know that, right? PhD, doctorate of philosophy.
I'm going to tell you, good people, what really pissed me off about Matthew 3 or 4 days ago. It was like, we have the Earth curve calculator, and we were talking about highways and railroads, and he was saying all they have to do is take 8 inches for each mile, and just do that 8 inches a mile, or even 50 yards at a time, 50 yards, and just keep doing that. For example, do it for a mile at a time, and then do it for another mile. Do it for another mile. You never have to go over 8 inches, because you're always doing in mile increments.
Right.
If you did that over 301 miles, like at the Trans Australian Railroad,
do it for just 10 miles.
You'd be a mile in the fucking ground.
Well, what would happen? what would happen if you did that at the Trans Australian Railroad?
Would turn into a tunnel.
Well, if you did that, I figured this out. If you did that 8 inches for every mile for 301 miles, you'd only have 200 feet worth of curve, and unfortunately, to fit to the Earth, you'd have to have 60,000 feet of curve.
That's what I said.
To
It'd be
the
a
Earth
tunnel.
calculator. So he's off by a factor of 301, not 10 or 20, 301. And if he actually did that, what he wanted to do, that stupid railroad tracks would be levitating in the air. It would be up in the air. Makes me. He just lied to us right to our face, thinking we're stupid. I'm sick and tired of being considered stupid.
Well, you just got to believe the Globers or you're stupid. I mean, it's real simple.
So I'm going to call him out on it one of these days because I'm a little too mad to call him out on it now. But I'm going to let it rest for a little while, and then I'm going to call him out on it. And then I'm just going to call him. What are we going to call him now? What was that word again? Globerman. Globerman. Thank you. He just says things that I don't know if he actually believes it or if he's just wanting to keep his stipend coming from NASA. I don't know.
No, he believes it.
The new action refraction figure.
Globerman.
Action refraction and Globerman are the new
action refraction Glober fiction. Or what are they? Yeah. Those little.
Do you guys
balls they make out of them for kids to play with? What are they? Action figures?
Yes, that's Action Jackson. Action refraction. That's why it's funny. And then Globerman is like, Globerman. Globerman. That's funny, man. It's funny stuff. I hope you guys are laughing.
Of course.
All right. Well, there are funny things. Things that make you laugh because they're so ridiculously true, and people are trying to sell us this bullshit lies, and or we're just like no. You can't just say gravity, man, and have it all figured out. Fuck off. That's just not even going to come close. It's funny, man. I mean, they think, oh, yeah, man, with gravity, definitely. Which gravity? I don't know. Which one they say it is. That's the one that's the one I'm buying. Like, oh, you are lost. You're lost. And when you say you just buy whatever they're selling. You're just buying their gravity. Gravity for sale over here, man. We got a couple of grams and a couple of pounds. How much do you want, man?
The guy, the meme I just posted is a guy who's going to actually join us next Tuesday or Wednesday from the UK. He slips me memes every once in a while, but there's that Globerman for you. You like that?
I do.
Pretty cool.
That's Globerman, dude.
That's Globerman.
When you need to travel more than 1,000
you need to put Matthew's fucking
his face on it.
Yeah,
his face on it.
Yeah, you could definitely put Matthew on there, but no.
Yeah.
Oh, please. Oh, shit. He'll get embarrassed. Don't embarrass Matthew like that.
No, this is like a special gift from 24/7.
Yeah, you know what? It'd be nice to have Globerman as our mascot.
Yeah,
Should he be that muscular, or should we skinny him down a little bit?
You got to skinny him up.
Yeah. You need to make him a little frail.
Yeah. Now with refraction action.
Hey, God Rock, we got you in there now.
So good, dude. You don't know how good this is, man.
New and improved with refraction action.
Our friend from the UK, our friend from the UK, Jay from the UK, is actually listening in right now on YouTube.
This is ace, dude. This is so funny. Oh, yeah.
Oh. Jay in the UK says, give me a picture of Matthew's face and he'll do it.
All right.
It's right on his icon or his avatar.
It's on his
and then he said, and I'll skinny him up too.
Oh, it's so funny.
You need to put a couple of blue marbles between couple mini blue marbles between his legs.
I love the fallacious arguments, false equivalencies. It's what it should say. False equivalencies.
Okay. Can I research and get a picture of Matthew's face and send it to my friend in the UK and let him do it?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do it. Hey, Jay in the UK, you got permission. I'll get you his picture.
Dude, I've seen this chat do more things than any chat in my entire life, man. This is ridiculous. I mean, the memes, the audio, the videos, the pictures. The pictures are great too, man.
Okay, so
plus all the text that everybody types in here and goes, dude, your refraction action is off by whatever. Anyway,
we got Glober Man. Glober Man. Matthew is no longer Matthew. He's Glober Man.
What's that one picture of that ancient god that's got the globe on his shoulder or holding the globe or over his shoulder? There's a picture of a ancient god or something that's theology god or whatever it is.
Right.
Got a globe and he's holding it curled up on his arm or something.
All right. Can I play a 3-minute song? You guys are cool with that, right?
Yeah.
All yours. Jay's gonna work on Glober Man for us.
Atlas, God rocking.
Hey, you guys work it out, man. Hey, space.
Outer space is so cool.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon. It's not black and white. I mean, it's black. There's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is
as fuck.
Space is fake as fuck.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. The stars. You fly to the moon. In a second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies, space space is fake
AF. Sing along, everybody. Space.
Space is fake.
Hey, space boy.
Hey, space boy.
Hey, space boy.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, all the time.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
You have a leak.
Deep up my bubble.
hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Little bitty overdose.
Space is fake AF.
That's the sing-along part.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Shout out to my buddy Chief, man, Chief Crow. That's a great video, man. Here, I'll drop the link, man. Gotta watch the video, man. The video is like half of the song, man. It's a great song and everything. Don't get me wrong. Space is fake AF, but to watch the video, man, he did a great job of putting in the truth, man. Dropping the truth bombs. Like, yeah. Like an ace, like a pro. Thank you, Crow. Chief Crow. Different Crow, man. There's Crow 777, man. Jim, you know about Crow 777? You ever?
I've heard about him, but I've never watched any of his
Jim
stuff.
777. Wait a minute. You never heard of Crow 777?
Oh, he's got some good shit.
I've heard of him, but I've never watched any of his stuff.
All right.
He's got some really good stuff.
Crow's not in the flat Earth community, man.
He's not?
Well, he has said in the past, and if I'm wrong, if I've misheard him, he doesn't join any groups.
Oh.
But he's also said, "Hey, man, we're living on a stationary plane." He thinks space is water, man. That came out of Crow 777's mouth. Space is water.
I think that's probably right. That's what I think too, believe it or not.
He had some pretty good arguments to this effect, but this is going back 5 years ago, probably at minimum.
He did film the moon wave.
He had the lunar wave. He had the big lunar wave, and other people have caught the lunar wave. I've seen Venus waves, and I've seen like Jupiter waves.
If space is water, just think of the monstrosity of like dragons and shit that could be swimming around in that motherfucker.
Well, I don't know what's just swimming around up there, but
I think there is. If there's water, there's got to be life in it. Water is the lifeblood of the world. It's the lifeblood of all things. I think it's like the universal solvent. It's the lifeblood of so many things.
Well, I remember talking to some college students back in the 90s. Some really intellectual type people that going through the system, whatever. And I'm like, life does not exist without light, oxygen, or you gotta have water. You gotta have those fucking water, light, and some kind of oxygen, man. I don't think we're gonna live too long if you don't have those three things, man.
Yep.
Can you prove me wrong, please?
No.
No. And that was just my position, even way back then, man. Being a truther learner at that time, man. I'm like, just common logic, I'm just like, can I just deep into my logical brain, not my baby brain. But
well, you've seen those
Globe.
What's that dude? The Mud Fossil University from Roger from Mud Fossil University. Mm-hmm. You've seen some of the stuff he posts where he shows like a big dragon that's like in the desert, and he shows the fins, and he shows all the body parts to this big dragon, and it looks it's a mountain range. And
is that Mud Fossil University? Is that okay?
Yeah.
He had the elephant on the mountain.
No, that's Selenium 7.
That's Selenium. Okay, I get those guys confused, man. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that Roger believes that this entire plane or planet, he thinks it's a planet like a moron, but he thinks that it was made from living creatures, that these animals became petrified and turned into mountains and whatever else. And he's got this big theory about how the entire planet was created from these creatures. And he shows several of them on the surface, and what it looks like could, they look. I mean, they kind of look like what he's saying they are, but that doesn't mean he's right. But anyway, he's got this theory where he says that all of this Earth used to be organic material, and it shows where the dragon bled all out and all the guts and everything, and it's all this different material. He lays it all out and says it's. I don't know. Just watch it. Watch Mud Fossil University, Roger, when he talks about the dragon in the desert, shows all the parts to it, and then he goes on to say that he thinks that the entire globe was created from organic material and big giant beasts and shit.
I love it.
It's kind of. I mean, it's obviously out there ways, but
we got the Glover, man. There he is.
Hey, it's a work in progress. He's going to skinny him up, give him a globe, and put some other words in there. Oh,
that's pretty great, dude. You can't buy this kind of entertainment. Where's my where's my ball?
Where's my ball? Hey, that's what we should put on here. Where's my ball? Where's my globe?
Where's my globe? I want my globe. I've lost
my globe.
Dude, I don't know if you guys have ever raised kids, I don't know, maybe you have.
How do you think Matthew's going to deal with this?
You can't lose the kids' little blanky. They get attached to it, and you're like, oh, fuck.
Oh, I wonder how Matthew's going to deal with this. Oh, boy.
He'll be like, you're trolling him. He'll take offense, but offense is taken. Check with Helio on that one. Offense is taken.
Hey, I'm offended just listening to Matthew talk, so that's fine.
That's fine. Yes, offense is taken. It's not given. So remember that, my good friends. Hey, I gotta go.
Glover man.
Glover man rules the globe.
The earth. He rules the earth.
Yes, Glover man rules the earth.
Hey, Justin. Justin, you there? Sounds like a train's going by.
You look, hey Tap, man, you're looking for Justin?
I'm looking for Justin. Yeah, Justin.
He sent you, right? Is that right?
He didn't send me per se.
He invited you, right?
No, I joined from the vanity, but what I was saying, I joined the server about 2.5 years ago on Tap. Yeah, and I was a Soul Refi, my account was actually terminated by Discord for joining, I guess, too many truth groups, or I guess, groups that We're just not going to talk about that anymore. But it was just and it's happened a few times as well to me and a few others on the server. But yeah, it's me.
Truth is it's dangerous misinformation.
Right, exactly. Yeah, misinformation. I should say misinformation servers, right? Servers spread bunch of misinformation about the world. Okay, but yeah, obviously, I mean, like, I'm back now. I guess we're just here,
What are you gonna do when they start coming house door to door and start arresting us?
No. Oh no! I better move to the States soon so I can carry a firearm. Right.
Welcome back, man. We got some audio engineers in the house this evening, dropping a lot of cool, audio.
Hey, Tap. Does your tap water have fluoride in it?
Oh no, completely fluoride free. I've got my own. I got my own source. You know what I'm saying?
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, got 5 tubes of toothpaste with an extra fluoride. Because my water don't have it in it either. I'm a little disappointed.
Bubbles. I'm not gonna do a fucking bubble sound. Okay, well, now it sounds like you're trying to open a pack of chips in a movie theater. Trying to be as quiet as possible.
I did a radio broadcast in school and high school. I was a writer for the newspaper, and I did some radio broadcasts. And I interviewed Bubbles one day. She was an Olympic fucking medals winner for the United States. And every time we asked her a question, she would answer with the sound like them bubbles. We asked her questions about her Olympic fucking journey and whatnot. Every time she'd answer, it was like her name was Bubbles. That was a long time ago. Shit. Big
Will all you people in Utah stay up so late?
Yeah. Yep. Mormons, they all have insomnia.
Of course, it's 3 o'clock here, so I guess I shouldn't say anything.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one awake in the neighborhood. I could probably walk outside and there are no cars driving around, no nothing. No lights on, no nothing. I just fucking lied. My neighbor's standing outside watering my fucking flowers in my front yard. She's out there right now. I looked outside when I said that. She's standing there. Fucking hell, watering my flowers.
Hey, Justin, could you check the chat, please? Oh, awesome. Wait, am I rolled up again? I am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it.
Ring, ring, ring.
It's 10 o'clock p.m. Do you know where your Globers are?
Uh-oh.
Chugga, 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 chugga.
Well, thank you anyway, Justin, again for the rolls. I appreciate it. Stay safe, Flat Earthers. I'll see you guys soon.
Hey,
Tap out.
hey, stay flat and stationary, my friend.
Oh, absolutely. I will stay at no axial rotation. I'll stay at no tilt.
Hey,
Hey, tap. There's something you should know. I sometimes say for fun is, say what I say. Oh yeah, the kitchen sink. Wait, the Earth is moving, yet the kitchen sink is stationary.
I
That's kind of a fun thing to say.
I suppose, yeah. If you were to let a tap run, you'd see. Justin, no. We're trying to justify this. Okay, we're trying to make this better. Okay, if you let a tap. Okay, right. If you let a kitchen tap run for, let's say 24 hours, right? You'll see no change in the water, right? You set a live stream up. You'll see no change in the water, and water does not bend. It does not, curve at all. It doesn't go with the Earth. So
what?
It's either the tap's moving with the Earth, or the Earth's not moving at all. Welcome to Flat Earth, you guys. Red pill. Can we get a few air horns in here? A few near. Oh yeah.
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 Yummy.
Honk honk.
Yummy. Yummy. That was easy.
Oh, poor baby.
Nice. I love it. Huh? How? Look out! Gross. Hey! Dude. Blah. Blah. Bingo.
Bomb chicka wow wow.
What is this, Justin?
Brilliant.
I'm guessing this is what's going on inside of Glober's head.
Awkward.
Justin, I think it's time for bed. Okay. No, don't you buzz me. Okay, Justin. It is bedtime. You must catch some Zeds, alright? Catch some Zeds.
Down.
No, we're not touching down on anything, Justin. You gotta. Oh, no. All aboard the no sleep train. Okay, whatever that is. Sorry, I think this needs a bit more recognition. Flatty 2.0 in the live stream voice said. Well, he didn't say that exactly, but he said the Earth may be spinning, but the office supplies are still safe. Okay. The office supplies are still stationary. I think that's great. I know, that's wonderful. I'm gonna. Oh, wait. I'm gonna set that as my about me in the server. Fuck. Edit server profile. Shit, I can't do the banner thing because I don't have Nitro. Fuck. Okay, it's okay.
Knick knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. This old man was rolling home. Right, Roland?
I'm unmuted.
Access denied.
Exciting. Does somebody want to fight with a Glover, or should I just like cherish the unmute and come back tomorrow?
What'd you say, Roland?
I think at this point in time, Roland, it'd make more sense for us to just try and say interesting things to each other than to argue about the surface of the Earth.
Oh, okay. All right. And where do you take somebody that was injured playing peekaboo?
I don't know, where?
The ICU.
That's a good one.
Was that a... No, I didn't get that. It went right over my head. I hate to be that guy.
I see you.
Yeah, I see you. Or I understand that, like, I see you visually, but, like, how does that relate to anything? I don't know, maybe it's just 9 a.m. just not getting it yet, but, you know, maybe it'll come back to me later on. I'll think about it.
Okay, Ryan, it's your turn to say something interesting.
Yeah, today at work, there was this woman in the kitchen. I was working at this Italian restaurant, and she was making these what do you call it, eggplant Parmesan things, putting them in batter and sending them through the oven. You send pizzas through, and like at the end of it, she had like this batter left over that was like 10 whole eggs and a bunch of garlic and seasonings and cheese and stuff that she'd just be throwing away. And I was like, I'll take some of this, I'll put it in a tray, and I made an omelet in a pizza oven, and it was really good tasting. And I was like, it's just a fascinating thing because it's like this stuff would have just gone in the trash.
Good luck with that.
Was that fucking QE? Is that a QE clip?
Headshot.
Absolutely.
Although that's not really the funny part. The thing is, there was this new employee there, and he was telling me at the end of the shift, he was having a hard talk with me about how, you got to be careful, extra careful, because, the stuff could have spilled over the filament and shut down the oven, and that would have lost the whole night's worth of business or whatever and stuff like that. And he was doing all these restaurants. And then I was telling him yeah, okay, you got a good concern there or whatever. And we were shaking hands and being friends with each other. And then as I was walking away from him, I said, oh, by the way, the Earth is flat and stationary. And he said to me, yeah, I've heard of that. And I was like, yeah, all right. I'll tell you about the Discord later. It didn't sound like a Glover.
It's good. Maybe he was on the fence. Maybe he was just, there, and he needed you in his life to, I guess, sort of, really discover it. Did you invite him to the Discord?
No, but I'll give him a card probably tomorrow. I got a link to it printed on these business cards.
Hell yeah, 100%. Right, tell him even if he's not on Discord, because a lot of people now are starting to hop on Discord, but some people still aren't. Tell him he can always check out the live stream, at the YouTube if he's ever just looking for information. But it'd be It'd be way
Oh yeah,
better.
and on that topic, there was an employee that earlier on in the shift, I was talking to him about the live stream or whatever, and I think he'll be listening to it.
Oh, that's rad. Maybe he's listening to us right now. Wouldn't that be crazy?
That's what I was hoping earlier with the funny ass stuff that Flat Earth Dude was saying earlier. I was hoping he was hearing that.
Oh yeah. I mean, maybe he did. Maybe I'll talk to you about it in work tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Although, come to think of it, probably not. I think I did tell him about the other live stream, but it's like he'd probably just be looking at the card for the instructions anyway, and that one's censored at the moment. But I don't know. Maybe he's listening. Hopefully.
Oh, okay, Ryan. I'm pretty tired, but I'm still here for right now. What is the one thing you'd ask a tired Glober that was too tired to properly defend themselves?
Wait, I don't quite understand the question. What do you mean, too tired to defend yourself? What?
Yeah, I'm pretty tired, so maybe you could catch me in some sort of contradiction or something. What's the one, like...
Let's do that when you're not tired.
You'd bring. What?
Well, I catch you in contradictions when you're not tired. So
Well, that's pretty easy to do, too. That's fair. But I'm saying it's a freebie right now. It's like free. So just lay it on me.
I mean, to be fair, the whole, I mean, again, this is just my, I guess, point of view on it, and if you guys disagree at all at any point, please cut me off and just tell me, oh, no, you're wrong, Tap. But, I feel the point of debates is, some can be really good fun if, the other person's knowledgeable, you're knowledgeable, and you both understand the topic that you're talking about, and you can go back and forth having meaningful conversations about the topic, right? I don't really feel like it's about catching someone out or saying, oh, you said this in the past, therefore you're wrong, therefore I'm right, therefore I win, therefore you lose. I feel it is more of a learning experience for both parties, so you can understand not only the other side point of view to strengthen your argument if you know you are right. You can learn about the other side point of view to strengthen your argument to become more prepared for the next debate. And you can, if you are wrong, if you do discover that you're wrong, well, there you go, right? You understand that you have now learned something rather than saying, oh, he's right, I'm wrong, I guess I should just, go back and practice my argument for the next time so I can just fail and fail and fail again, right? It's good to learn and, to understand that, not only, oh, I was wrong, but make sure that the other guy is not talking absolute bullshit, right? So, it's more about a learning experience rather than, sort of contradicting or getting caught in a contradiction.
Yeah. Okay, Tap. Let's. How about I challenge you right now, and Orion will moderate. You, me, and Orion moderates.
I mean, sure. Let's go for it.
Let's do it.
Okay. Let's do the exact same thing.
Wait. We should ask Orion if he agrees to.
Which Ryan?
For at least a few minutes, like at least the next 20 minutes.
Oh, Orion. Okay. Right. Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead. You choose the first topic. I don't even care what the rules are. Let's go. You, me, Orion is moderating.
Okay, well, I haven't done this in a few months. I haven't really talked to anybody about Flat Earth in a few months. So, I mean, we can talk about the observation of the Earth and how we observe it flat and stationary plane. What would you have to say to that?
I'm sorry. A little bit of what you said roboted for me. Just say it again one more time.
So the observation of the Earth being a flat and stationary plane. The fact that we can observe the Earth, again, flat and stationary. We observe no movement, no axial rotation, no curvature.
So okay. Personally speaking, I will agree with you that it does seem to be stationary. However, if we're just talking about sort of like if I walk out of my house and what's it feel like, it does not feel flat at all. So I can go with you on the stationary 100%, but the like flat part, not so much.
Okay. Now, what would you say that you? Sorry, did I cut you off, or were you gonna carry on? Or
No, God Rockin' is hot micing a little bit.
all right, that's okay. I was gonna say, well, have you, seeing as you agree with the stationary part, have you ever observed? Now you said it doesn't seem or it doesn't feel flat. Have you ever observed any sort of, any sort of thing that would tell you that it is not flat? Have you ever observed any curvature of the Earth?
Okay, so your question kind of asks me to share my personal experience. Of course. And it's, not proof. My personal experience is not proof. So I'll spot you. It feels stationary. Like in any context I have ever been, it feels stationary. Okay. But then the flat part where I live now is like hilly and very contoured. And so my day-to-day experience is not flat at all. Where I was born and grew up was on the ocean, and it's mixed. I can see where you would want me to say it's flat, and I get that, but I was also indoctrinated from elementary school onwards, like I was taught as a globe, and then the ships and the bottom up and the blah blah blah, and just like living next to the ocean. Like my like life experience was that it seemed like a globe. Like I just that's baked in. Growing up next to the ocean.
You were given the picture that it was a globe your whole life, and then you looked at it and thought, yeah, it must be a globe.
No, that's no.
No, I think
those things happened all together. Like I was raised with this. I grew up in a place where
Would you have ever thought this must be a big giant spinning ball in a vacuum if that wasn't the story that was told to you, though? Would you have just looked at the hills that you live around and been like, yeah, this thing is a ball? Yeah.
No, probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But
There we go.
I wanna like really point out to you, I also would not have thought it was flat.
Well, obviously not. There's topography. From our point of view, yeah, it doesn't really look that flat with hills and stuff like that.
Right.
Depends
So
what
like
scale you want to
asking
go
me
to.
if you had taught me nothing, if you had just raised me with the wolves and found me and asked me these questions, it doesn't seem flat or globe. I don't know how I would answer.
But you wouldn't have gone to a ball. I mean, maybe it's a
No, I
plane
would
of
have-
some
I
sort,
wouldn't
right? The
have gone
land
to
is
a ball
laid
or a
out.
plane. I would neither of those things.
You wouldn't have thought that the land is just kind of laid out, flat.
I don't think so. It doesn't.
Why would you think that it was curving, though? That's an extra step beyond what you experience. Why would you just think, yeah, it must be wrapping around a ball? Like, that is a step beyond already what you say that you can't experience, which is just the level plane.
You're right, but also you overreach. I don't think I would have said if nobody had ever taught me anything. I agree with you. I don't think I would have said that I live on a sphere.
I don't think anyone would have.
Well, I don't know about anyone, but I'm answering your question about me. And my honest answer is I don't think I would have said it's a plane either. It doesn't look like either of those things.
Well, it's okay if you don't want to make positive statements about, the grand scenario here when you can't really necessarily
not look like a
confirm it
plane,
for
though?
yourself.
The pure direct experience is that it isn't a globe or a plane. It's neither.
But how
well,
is
why
it
go
not
to
a
globe?
plane, though?
Yeah, and also you're going to globe, though. Like, you're here defending the globe, and then you're saying, well, I don't experience it either way. I mean, well, what's the point of that statement in this context?
Okay. I feel like we're sort of piling him here. Let's stick to, I guess, one sort of conversation, one sort of topic at a time. So as you've respectfully answered, that it, given that you were, a complete blind eye raised with the wolves, you would have not, given no external information from indoctrination or whatever, that, the Earth is a globe, right? If you were given none of that, you wouldn't believe that it is a globe, but you would also say that it is not a flat plane. Now, may I ask, what what's the word, deters you? What sort of brings you away from the idea of us living on a flat and stationary plane when everything that exists on a flat surface? Now,
Okay, so Tap, you said not to derail it, and then you basically took the conversation right to where I took it to. But thanks.
no, that's not okay. Right, that's not. I guess sort of what I did. I said let's follow one sort of conversation, and we'll carry it on through there. A conversation holds many topics, right? So I was gonna say, for example, I'm looking at my table right now. Everything's sat on my table. My table is sat on my floor. My floor is sat on the ground, and the ground is relatively flat to where my house was built, right? So if everything exists on a flat and stationary plane, and I can measure the water, and I can see that the water is always level, whether it's in my bottle or in the ocean, right? I can always tell you that it is level, right? Because I've tested that. What gives you, I guess, sort of the reasoning behind you not thinking that the Earth could be flat? If my question makes sense, you'd like me to reword it?
Makes, no, it makes. I follow.
Yes,
I follow.
Okay. Cool.
Well, I think I follow. Can I re-express your question? And if I'm wrong, then interrupt me.
100%. Go ahead.
So like, just thrust me into a world where I kind of don't know anything, and I've been presented with two models. One is that it's a globe and gravity and spinning and blah blah blah, and one that it's flat and stationary and blah blah blah. So I think you're correct. My like visceral, this moment in time, I don't feel any emotion. The flatness depends if I'm at the beach. I guess maybe if I'm in the mountains, maybe not. Like just the visceral, like this moment in time. What do I see? Stationary, definitely. Flat, depends. Then we go beyond, and the globe people say, well, like we're moving, and that explains these things, and you say we're not moving, and so then I've got to make sense of the stuff that I see: sunrises, sunsets, tides, stars, etc.
That's easy.
There's the seasons, sure, whatever. There are competing explanations for these things.
Yeah, but the Globers take it a step beyond what we all experience every single time. They take it a step beyond what all of us experience universally, and they add a bunch of stuff into it that they can't confirm or verify. We all agree on the base axioms. They go beyond that, and they can't prove any of the stuff that they go beyond with.
I guess I don't dispute that, but it's just not necessary for me. Like, you could say it's going to rain tomorrow, and then are you right or wrong? And like,
I don't know.
You have to prove like your ability to infer what's going to happen in the next hours or whatever weather from.
I'm not talking about fortune telling though. I'm just looking at what's outside your window. That's all.
Is saying what the weather's going to do over the next 6 hours?
Yeah, Roland, I told you I'm not fortune telling. I'm just looking at what's outside my window. That's all.
Do you think predicting the weather over the next 6 hours is fortune telling?
It's a calculated fortune telling, I guess.
A calculated fortune telling.
Educated. But I'm not talking about making predictions, though. I'm talking about looking at what is. What's here, what's already around us. I'm talking about looking out my window. I'm talking about measuring the ground and seeing whether or not it curves off. I'm not talking about asking, will it curve? Maybe, someday, tomorrow. Will that happen? No, I'm talking about right now, what is this?
I don't think you're being like 100% genuine, because you just said, just now you said, measuring the ground and seeing whether it does blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
So you did want to make a prediction. You wanted to predict that the ground would do this or that, and you wanted to measure it and see which of the predictions the measurement supported.
No, Roland, hold on. It doesn't matter if he did or if he didn't. It doesn't make any damn difference. I'm going to tell you exactly why. Because it's the base axiom, all right? The Earth is flat and stationary. So I observe it as flat. I observe it. I feel it as stationary. Now the question is, what evidence do I have from that point onward to the contrary? Because if I don't have any evidence to the contrary, there's no logical reason for me to believe anything to the contrary.
And that's why I've been saying that Globers add a bunch of extra sauce on top of what we all experience and agree upon as axioms. Like, I mean, I heard you in the middle of his sentence saying, yeah, no, I don't agree that that's the axiom. But you did agree just before that. You said, yeah, I don't really feel motion. I can't really tell that it's a ball. You already agreed to it, even though you wanted to deny it in the middle of his sentence. So,
a little bit of a tricky position for me, but Tap is raising an objection, which I concur with.
Okay.
Right.
And Orion, I think we designated you the arbitrator of these things.
Absolutely. No, I mean, again, no disrespect, Central. I completely respect you and your point of view and your input. However, sorry, AFK.
Okay, well, he didn't want me to talk, but he's away from his keyboard. Does anybody else agree? Or is it just him saying that kind of stuff?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Again, I was going to say I am back now. But, I do completely respect you, but, this was, again, a one-on-one conversation with Orion.
Oh, it's a one-on-one in the live stream room. Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you just go to one-on-one room then?
Well, I mean, we sort of initiated it here.
Yeah, we just didn't make it clear to you, Central. I
okay.
Probably should have.
Apologize.
Let's just call it my foul. Yeah.
Okay.
It's all good. Right. So,
all right.
Roland, just taking it way back. So you did say you observe it. So as you observe it, you said stationary, definitely. Right. We can both agree on that, 100%.
Feels stationary.
Not so much, right? Yeah, feel stationary, 100%. Flat, not so much. And you said
the flat thing, whether it feels flat or not depends on where I happen to be.
Exactly right. So where you are, I think the point of misconception where I guess you may be misunderstanding, I guess, the whole ideology of what it is that it being flat and it being the Earth, we talk about how the surface of the Earth is flat instead of the entirety of the Earth being flat. That would be, obscene to say the entirety of the Earth is flat. Okay, because we clearly have topography, right? Mountains, hills. We've got trees. Okay, trees aren't flat. We've got buildings and everything. So we understand that it can't be flat, but measured from point A to point B on a level surface, the most level surface being either ice, really long ice, or a large lake, a large ocean. Whenever we observe a distance, from point A to point B measured, and we put it through any sort of curvature that the globe, curvature measurements. So a distance to a horizon measurement, for example. This is where the black swan may come in. But whenever we measure it with the radius that they give us in the globe model, we see no curvature. We see beyond what we are supposed to see as the alleged horizon from the globe model is supposed to be at one point, but we see way further. Way past that. Situations where we see 10 times further than that. So, forcing the main focus on, I guess, the point is that whenever we say flat, we mean the surface measured. Obviously, there are mountains and hills, but from point A to point B over a flat surface of the Earth, we will obviously measure it flat. The flattest surface being one of the, an ocean or a large ice lake, if you want to call it.
Yeah. Okay. So I feel like I misspoke a little bit. I do not want to. I am definitely not attacking the flat Earth argument based on like mountains or valleys or hills or whatever. Like topology is topology. People ask me, "What's my direct experience?" And where I happen to be living right now, if I walk outside, it's hilly and mountainous. And so my direct experience, if I walk outside right now, is absolutely not flat. Like if that's all I take, if I walk outside and look, it's fucking mountains. It doesn't look flat. So I will not yield on that. Like if you ask for my direct experience, that's what it is. I did grow up next to the ocean. I know what that was like. And in some ways it does look flat. In some ways to me it doesn't. I don't know. The one thing that I've never debated any flat earther on is stationary. Like, you know, I can balance a salt shaker on its corner. It doesn't feel like there's any motion at all. I agree completely. Now, this bigger question about like what's the shape beyond our direct experience? How do we decide? How could you and I agree, given our direct experiences and what they are? Now we've got to go beyond that. We've got to make some assumptions, conjectures, whatever. How do we do it? How do we come to an agreement about what we're seeing? Any ideas? I mean, I come from the completely opposite world than you. Any ideas how we could meet in the middle?
100%. Now, just to go back over, I don't know whether I was, I guess, daydreaming about you saying this word, but did you mention the word shape of the Earth?
I could have. Shape is a thing. It could be flat, could be a sphere.
Right. So, flat isn't actually a shape. Believe it or not, it's a descriptor, right, of a shape. So you can have I don't know any good examples of a flat, but flat.
I can give you one. Can I jump in? I don't want to interrupt, but a geometric plane is a shape for sure. And flat. When I said flat, I kind of meant geometric plane, and when I said globe, I sort of meant geometric sphere. So while I agree with you, flat is a descriptor, I was sort of referencing geometry. And when I said globe, I was also referencing geometry.
Okay, awesome. So in terms of dimensions now, because obviously we observe flat, we can see from point A to point B without any curvature, we can observe flat. But in terms of dimensions, well, we can dig down, we understand that there's depth. So it is not just thin as paper. I mean, even paper has depth. But we observe a flattened stationary plane with depth. So that leads us, I guess, you could say an assumption of us being on a, I don't like to use this word often, but a disc-like or a box-like plane. Okay?
Or you could even just say just a plane. Like you don't even have to put limits on it, right? Like it could go forever. Who knows?
Right, yeah, exactly. And, we haven't been beyond that point. So we cannot determine a shape, as you per se, of the Earth, but we can tell you a lot about it, and we can tell you that it is, number one, definitely not curved. And number two, it has, from point A to point B, again, I was like saying this, no measured curvature, no observed curvature, over a long distance. So that leads me to determine now it's no longer belief at this point in time that the Earth is indeed a flattened stationary plane, geometric plane.
Okay, so if I'm picking up what you're putting down, so to speak, you and I kind of walk two different roads. We both lived the same sort of life experience. We both walk outside. We both see the same sky, same ground, same trees, whatever. I have been told that we're spinning the motion of the shapes in the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars. Those are all because the Earth is moving. And you've been told that the Earth is actually stationary. And I feel like a lot of this comes down to how do you and I decide which of those stories is true, if any.
Well, my easiest answer to that would be, first of all, I would like to say that, I believe me and you have had the same education. See, I was raised to believe that it was a spinning ball in outer space, going at these crazy speeds with these crazy things moving around it with all the gravity and all the curvature and everything, right? And it was beautiful.
When did you think that the speed was crazy?
Oh, well, since it was told to me. I mean,
like first grade, kindergarten, before.
Oh, well, I don't remember exactly when it was told to me, but I mean, I know when I was a lot younger, I guess 14 and below. I guess 14, 15 is when I really started, I guess, testing whether this is true or not, testing whether I am moving, testing whether there is curvature, testing, all sorts of stuff, right? Testing space and all of that. But
so like you're saying, like in I don't know what country you're from, but it doesn't matter. Like in high school or whatever, post elementary school, post primary school, you you doubted what they were saying, physics, chemistry, astronomy, like all those things. You felt like they were not telling you the truth.
Absolutely. It was really, I guess, a moment of realization for me, where I had a conversation with a few people, and I guess they sort of led me on the track. But really and truly, anecdotes is not direct evidence. I think everyone in here can agree on that. I think you can agree on that. Anecdotes is not direct evidence. Your words, the words that come out of your mouth, the words that come out of my mouth, are not direct evidence to a fact, right? I could tell you that I'm 85, right? That's not direct evidence, okay? So it's all about testing for yourself, testing the, physical properties of the Earth, testing the chemical.
If you'll spot me,
Mm-hmm.
if I can be a little bit contrary, you saying that you're 85 actually is direct evidence.
Wrong.
It doesn't necessarily mean that you are 85 or convince me, but you saying it is definitely direct evidence of your age.
Okay.
So like and that might even be telling. Like if we ultimately deduce that you are not 85, the fact that you ultimately did claim that initially could tell us a lot more. I don't know. Like it is evidence doesn't always have to be direct evidence. It's just a piece of data, right? Like what you make of it is really what's important.
So
don't you agree?
I'd have to disagree personally. So direct evidence in my eyes, and anyone else can either agree or disagree with this, and it really doesn't matter. But generally speaking, direct evidence is again, yes, you're right, it is a piece of data, but this piece of data needs to be accurate, and when tested, it needs to be valid. So let's go on with the example. I'm 85. I tell you I'm 85. Everyone, Tap is 85 years old. Now this is the piece of data. It's been submitted. Now, upon testing it, well, we can test it in many ways. We can get, we can get together. We can meet up. You will see physically, number one, I'm not 85. I won't look 85. I won't act 85. I don't sound 85. I hope. We can then look, at my parents. If they are still here while I'm 85, which I hope, we'll see that they have birthed me, and they can tell you that I'm not 85.
These are additional pieces of evidence, yes?
These are additional pieces. These are additional anecdotal pieces. I wouldn't say that they're direct evidence yet. We can then move on to documents.
What would be direct evidence of your age?
I'm getting onto that. So we can say that there are government files or government, I guess, pieces of information stating that Tap was born at this date at this time. Hello? Telling you that I'm not 85. Okay, I'm 18 years old. But yeah, that tell you I'm not 85 years old, and I am indeed 18 years old. I guess that's as close as we can get to a birth certificate or an identification.
So government documents are direct evidence?
That's not what I said. In this instance, it would be the closest thing that we can get for this example.
Why does this instance make government documents a reliable direct evidence?
Well, because in this instance, my birth has been documented by the government, or it's been documented by whoever documented it, sent to the government. It is a purely a birth certificate, and it tells you that I was created on this day, or I was born
But
on
to take up a purely antagonistic position, the moon landing was documented by the government as well.
Sure thing.
So why do I need to believe your birth certificate, but not the moon landing?
Well, because that is purely.
But they're both government. They're both government documents.
You mind if I interject for just a quick second? Does him being born violate the second part of the second law of thermodynamics? So there'd be no reason to question that, but there'd be a good reason to question the moon landing and going to the vacuum of space, or the vacuum of space existing to begin with.
I think a person could very well want to fake their birth certificate in order to attain citizenship for a country they aren't actually citizens of, or for many, many, many other reasons. Drinking out of age, getting cigarettes, getting their parents'
he's in
healthcare.
Hold on, Roland. Most of those people would want to get to America, right, Roland?
I don't know.
Hold on. Most of those people would want to go to America, right, Roland? Most of those people would want to go to America, right? Correct, Roland?
No, there are.
Which country would they go to, Roland? If they could go to any country in the world, where would those people go to?
There are countries that have more favorable.
America. They go to. The point
policies.
is, he obviously has an American accent. Roland, Tap has an American accent, so.
So
he was probably born here. He has no reason to flee anywhere else until this place collapses.
Wait, what?
Anyway, the point is, you can't equivalate this guy being born. Roland, you can't equivalate this guy being born to the moon landing. All right, him being born doesn't violate the second law of thermodynamics. The vacuum of space violates the second law of thermodynamics. That's a false equivalency right there. Continue, guys.
Okay, sorry.
So I'm debating two people, and that's okay because it is a flat Earth server. But it's not a false equivalency. The question is, can we trust government documents as primary evidence?
That's a lot of damage.
Thank you, Justin. That is a lot.
You can consider it, but it's not the end all be all. Like, I don't know how old Tap is,
Exactly, and government documents, would they really persuade? If Yoke Smasher, if we gave you Tap's government certified birth certificate, would you believe it without doubt?
I would have to have a reason to not believe it, I guess. But
interesting. So you feel like some government documents are acceptable and some aren't, based on how you feel about them?
Nope. Objection.
No.
So yeah, I would have to say no. Number one, Yoke Smasher didn't say that, and number two, it is a false equivalence purely because my birth has been documented since I was born. Whether you'd like to believe, now I put emphasis on the word believe because this is purely a belief because it is a document, a government document. They are not all accurate. They are not all invalid, right? Because I could say, Tap said, let it be on this time at this day and submit it as a government document, and it could get approved, and that would be a fact, right? And I would know because I've verified it. However, if it is something that again violates natural law, so again the second law of thermodynamics talks about gas pressure and talks about how space is a violation to said law, right?
Gas pressure being just force over area.
Gas pressure being the force
over area
that a gas exerts on a container, right?
No, you can't pressure. You can't pressure of all kinds. Pressure means force over area.
Not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily. Pressure means force over area. Period.
Pressure can only be, physically obtained. You can only measure and test pressure when in a contained system.
No, I can put pressure on you with my open palm. pressure means force over area.
And that's
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but I think Roland might be right about this. But this is still not, saying those words is still not what I would love, which would be a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity, which you have provided none of. You have not done that. So there's no reason for me to believe that it exists.
And even more so, it would be better to move back to TAP. I have a question. If I give you a birth certificate that is got the government seal on it, and I say the government was present at this birth, this person exists, like I've got the government documents. You take my word for it? That's direct evidence that proves the person I'm claiming exists because I have this piece of paper. You're good to go.
So, sorry, I didn't know if Orion was going to answer that.
No, if he does, I'm asking you, Tap. I'm asking you if I've got a birth certificate issued by the government for a person, you believe that person exists without question. Period. That's direct evidence, and it proves it.
No. Well, not necessarily. No.
Yeah, and why does, now after you answer that question, I want to add on to that.
Why does your birth certificate prove anything about you?
Well,
surely it does.
So I didn't say it proves directly.
Why is it even good evidence for?
Well, because number one, it is marked the date that I guess I've come to Earth. It is it is official to some sort of level, meaning it hasn't been written by just anyone. It hasn't been you understand that it couldn't be forged.
Why couldn't it be forged?
It could be. Let's just call it record keeping. So it's record keeping that we hope is accurate. It's not evidence. Okay, but Tap, something I want to point out to you about this is that the burden of proof. I had a lot of fun talking with Roland, and before that, I think Matthew learns about this, which is that the burden of proof that Roland has and Matthew learns for the 1969 moon landing. The burden of proof that they have, the standard of proof, not the burden of proof. Excuse me, I didn't mean to say burden of proof. I meant to say the standard of proof that Roland and Matthew Learns have for the 1969 moon landing is exactly the same, not anywhere above or below, but exactly the same at the level of standard of proof that Bigfoot believers have for the existence of Bigfoot, which is two things, basically. Boils down to eyewitness testimony and photographs and videos. There are photographs and videos of Bigfoot. There's a lot of eyewitness testimony for Bigfoot. I don't believe in Bigfoot. I sure as hell do not believe in Bigfoot. But a lot of people do. And I don't believe in the 1969 moon landing. But there's a lot of eyewitness testimony. Well, a lot less, but still eyewitness testimony and photos and videos of the moon landing. I don't believe the moon landing happened. I don't believe in Bigfoot. Roland here believes in the moon landing. Probably doesn't believe in Bigfoot, but the thing is I think Roland's kind of, and I don't mean to be insulting here, but I think you're a little bit crazy for not believing in Bigfoot and still believing in the moon landing at the same time, because your standard of evidence, it fits it. Same thing with Matthew.
Okay.
At this point in time, I'm just wondering myself why you guys don't believe in Bigfoot.
I hear you. And I'm just gonna make a nod towards Tap. You kind of left the moderator role between me and Tap, and have entered the arena.
No, I was trying to teach him something, but
that's okay.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna reply. I want to reply with a question first, though. What do you expect a Glober to say is the difference between the moon landing and Bigfoot?
Well, I'm talking about the evidence for it.
How do you think a Glober would react to saying moon landing Bigfoot? What you just said, what do you anticipate?
I don't know. I guess they just simply say what Matthew said, which is that I just simply trust the eyewitnesses for the moon landing. I don't trust the eyewitness for Bigfoot. That's pretty much what his freaking answer was.
I see. That's a little.
I don't know what I would expect someone to say.
Okay. My answer is that the sources of Bigfoot and the sources of the moon landing aren't equivalent. I don't.
That's the same answer, pretty much.
Hold on. Let me get the full answer out. First, I don't necessarily trust. Like the people that have posted Bigfoot, if I look at other things they have said, it doesn't jive. But the people that have said things about the moon landing, if I look at other things that they have said, it does jive. Then on top of that, and I think this, maybe I should have said it first because it's probably more important, is the quantity, the number of people willing to vouch for Bigfoot is considerably fewer than the number of people willing to vouch for directly having participated in the moon landing.
That's actually completely false, Roland. That's completely 100% false.
The number of people that have directly observed...
I don't even believe in Bigfoot, and I'm just going to tell you that's false. I don't even believe in Bigfoot.
Interesting.
I'm going to tell you that's false. No, there's a lot more people claiming that they've seen Bigfoot than there are people that have claimed to go to the vacuum of space. A lot more people. There's thousands of people. Literally thousands. There's hundreds of people that claim to have gone to the vacuum of space. Hundreds. Not 1,000 or more. There's thousands of people that claim they've seen Bigfoot. So that statement you just said is false.
No, it's not. We just kind of crossed ships in the night. I'm saying people directly involved in the moon landings. And not people directly standing on the moon, but people just involved.
I was just counting the people that claim to have gone to the vacuum of space. Whatever.
Right. That's a much smaller number. Sure.
Well, but that's the way. Hold on, that's what we're equating the claims to. These are two extraordinary claims. So no, no, I am though. So the extraordinary claim, two extraordinary claims is one extraordinary claim. I went to the vacuum of space and I orbited around the Earth, or I went to the moon. And then the other extraordinary claim is I saw Bigfoot. These are both extraordinary claims that require extraordinary evidence, and without extraordinary evidence, they can both be dismissed.
Right, but the thing is, if you, I mean, this is so hypothetical and convoluted, but if you were making the claim that you saw Bigfoot, and you said, I went to Siberia on these dates, and here's the photograph that I took, and if you look at this photograph, clearly you can see Bigfoot. Okay, that's great. But then if you can get the pilot that flew you to Siberia, and you can get the Sherpa that provided your food, and the people that made the base camp, and the blah 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 blah, and the more people that you can bring to say that you actually were there and actually did take that picture, it helps. Like it just is different. I don't
right.
Like, I get you. I get you.
A more detailed story.
Bigfoot is a big joke, right? We can all agree Bigfoot doesn't exist, and it's a big ha-ha. And look,
the moon landing's a big joke, Roland.
Exactly. I get you. I get you.
Roland.
I get it. I get the joke. I get the joke.
I fear that this conversation started off really well, between me and you and Orion. However, I feel like you're just becoming more and more fallacious as you go. I mean, you said if someone took a picture of Bigfoot,
I'm fielding Bigfoot conversations, dude. How serious am I supposed to take it?
I mean, you're supposed to take it serious enough to back your point up.
If Orion said, I took a picture of Bigfoot, and he had a long list of people willing to vouch that he was there, and they saw him take the picture of Bigfoot, and that Bigfoot really was there, it makes a big difference.
That's another fallacy.
Then you would believe it, Roland? Then you'd believe it?
I don't know.
That's another fallacy.
I don't know. It didn't happen. I don't know. It does make a difference. It does make a difference. I don't know if I believe it.
Roland, what you just did there was just a fallacy. Argumentum ad populum. That's appeal to the people. Okay, appeal to the popularity.
No, it's not. It isn't.
Of course it is.
I'm saying people that were specifically, directly involved and willing to offer up their own testimonies and reputations. That is not appeal to
secondhand information. Tap. What it is secondhand information.
It isn't even
exactly information. So here's the thing. Here,
it's not. It isn't secondhand information.
Let me do this real quick. Okay, let's say I were to go to talk to the owner of the server or one of the admins of the server, and I would tell everyone
what server. Okay. We're doing a new hypothetical.
A new hypothetical because it follows the same principle of, I guess, it follows your thought process from what I can gather. Now, correct me if I'm wrong in saying this.
Well, hold on.
But this is what you...
Slow down. There's a good chance that I'm going to sound like a jackass Glober because I'm going to take the what I think is logical answer. So go ahead, but I'm going to give you my honest answer, even if you lead me into something that has an obvious right answer. I'm going to give you my honest answer.
Again, it is an unlogical, I guess, approach that you're taking because you're being very fallacious with, I guess, the way you're, coming across things. You're saying, it's just, appealing to a population of people. But let's say I were to go to the owner of the server and tell him that I was 85. Now, I want the owner of the server to tell everyone to understand that I'm 85. Okay, and tell everyone this story that I'm 85. So you'll see Orion saying I'm 85. You'll see Godrockin saying I'm 85. Flatty saying I'm 85. Does that mean I'm 85? Is that direct evidence of me being 85 years of age?
So am I in the world where you're either 18 or 85?
Well, I'm 18, but I told the owner of the server.
Yeah. But what am I choosing between? Am I choosing between whether you're 85 and 84 or 85 and 18? What's the... what am I having to evaluate?
There's no choice in between this. This is either whether you understand the fact, remember, the fact that I am either 85 or I'm not. Or I'm not. Okay? Or I am not. So would you accept as a fact that I am 85 if I told the server owner to tell everyone to tell you that I'm 85?
There's probably nothing that could happen to convince me that you were 84, 85, 86, 87,
there we go.
19, 20. There's probably nothing that could convince me of anything of your age from what you're giving me.
Perfect. So, what convinces you that people have been to the moon? Apart from, remember...
Okay. Let me answer. Let me just answer. No more qualifications.
Okay.
I have talked to Helio many times. And, I think Helio's basically a good guy.
He is a nice guy.
Yeah. If Helio said, I actually met Tap, and we had dinner, and Tap is not 85, I would believe that you are not 85. Like Helio seems credible to me, and if Helio offered me evidence, like his verbal testimony, that would weigh really, really strongly because I think Helio is credible.
Okay.
And so then if Central said no, he's really 85, I'd be in a conundrum because I've got competing testimonies and then I have to decide who's more credible, and that sucks. But that's a realistic situation, right? Like you've got now people who I think are credible saying different things, and I have to decide.
Okay. Well, this again,
and that's the moon landing. The moon landing is people that I think are otherwise credible. Saying they landed on the moon.
Have you watched Astronauts Gone Wild?
I've seen more moon landing debunking stuff than I can stand. So please don't. Please
don't ask questions. Have you seen a movie?
You can ask questions. It's just exhausting. I have.
So you say Bart Sibrel is not credible in the hours of that, and everyone in this room is not credible.
No, I'm saying, what if Helio tells me that Tap is not 85, and Central says he definitely is 85. Central says, yeah, I met with him too. And Helio says, no, you didn't. I met with him. And now, now it comes down to, what do I choose?
Yeah, you got to make your own mind.
I choose to believe the moon landing, dude. You can throw a lot of stuff at me, and I choose what I choose.
Okay, right. So this right. a few things I need to. It's like an itch on my back, okay, and it needs to go. You've been saying.
But I hope you don't feel like I'm being like mean or anti-flat Earth or anything.
You're good. You're good. 100%. Because I can totally understand your standpoint, and I can totally understand the fact that I would have been here. I would have been in the same position that you are about 3 years ago, when I really understood that the Earth was indeed flat. Before I understood that the Earth was indeed flat, I was arguing. I was saying, no, but this cannot be because this person told me it was. This person's telling me it wasn't, and this guy's stupid because he believes in the flat Earth and he probably wears a tinfoil hat.
Okay,
This guy.
I gotta. Please let me interrupt.
Okay. I haven't made my point yet.
Moon landing, and flat Earth are not the same thing. Whether or not we landed on the moon, and whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a flat plane are two, like, separate things. They're not the same. Like, if I could say, yeah, we landed on the moon, but it's flat, or like, fuck no, we didn't land on the moon, but it's flat. Like I don't want to. They're separate things, right?
I mean, they are completely separate things because if we did land on the moon, it would mean that we've traveled to space, and if we did travel to space, it would violate the second law of thermodynamics. Do you see where I'm going here? Alternatively, if the Earth was indeed flat, we wouldn't be able to violate.
I've tried, and I honestly have never understood this second law thing.
Well, gas pressure. All you need to know is that high pressure goes to low pressure.
That's true.
Right, and tries to fill its equilibrium. So if we have a high pressure here and a near perfect vacuum there, why is it not rushing from here to there?
Do you know what question you're not asking? What made the pressure?
What made the pressure? The containment.
Why did containing it? Doesn't make any sense. Why did that make pressure?
Because properties of pressure require containment.
What properties?
The properties of the gas. I guess the gas moving freely. You'd understand, if you've taken a physics lesson. This actually came up on one of my physics exams not too long ago, where
did you pass?
There was what. Did I pass? I'm not sure yet. I didn't get the results. Pretty certain I did.
How do you not know if you got the results? That's
I get them in August. So yeah, whatever. It's because I did them recently. Anyways, it was talking about a pressure cooker, and it was telling us that as soon as the seal is lifted, pressure flows straight out. Well, we understand that the pressure inside that pressure cooker is being created because of the containment that's in it. As soon as that containment is breached, as soon as I lift up the little tap thingy on the top of the pressure cooker, it just completely equalizes, right?
Yeah.
They're on the inside.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't completely equalize.
Well, like completely. I don't mean completely. I mean completely. Right. I mean it equalizes to the point where if you were to leave it as an open, it's just like
No, it doesn't. You can't just wave away. You can't just wave away the inconvenient numbers. Like it does not equalize.
I'm not waving away any inconvenient numbers. I'm just saying that it equalizes.
Doesn't it equalize? Why doesn't it equalize?
Why doesn't it equalize?
It does not equalize. Why not?
It does not equalize fully because there's a pressure gradient. See, because the denser gases go to the bottom and the less dense gases because of the density layers, because of the density of the object. The density of the object is relative. If you're going to keep on saying why, I'm just going to keep on explaining it. The density of the object is relative.
Tell me the physical law that models it, and I will stop asking why. Give me a mathematical equation that models what you're saying, and I'll stop asking why. And by mathematical equation, I don't just mean math and life and blah 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 blah. I mean, give me something that makes a prediction, and I'll shut.
You're making this really hard for the 18-year-old. Okay, here, specific gravity. There you go. Are you
I'm
happy?
sorry, 18-year-old. You shouldn't come to such a hard place if you don't want hard questions. You think it's easy for me to come here?
Specific gravity. Okay, here.
Specific gravity. What is specific gravity?
The density of an object is relative to the median that it's in.
Okay, why does that matter?
What do you mean, why does that matter? That's the reason of
give me the
density
equation.
layers.
Just give me the equation that predicts where something will be.
I can link you to the equation if you'd like.
Link it away.
Okay.
Give me time to digest.
All good.
Please don't let this be Matthew from Australia. I know it's Mitchell from Australia, but I like to call him Matthew from Australia.
Okay, here you go. I'll actually just put this in the chat. I think this will work. Let me see. I'm getting a bit too old for technology, apparently.
How can that possibly be?
Exactly, right? Alright, give me a sec. There you go. I'm gonna put it in the live stream voice text.
I'm watching. I'm looking. My eyes are glued.
So, Artie, specific gravity.
You know, I think Orion, as our moderator, silently abandoned us.
Oh, he's gone? That's okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Well,
we're doing pretty good, though, aren't we?
Well, we are. We're keeping it controlled.
Self-moderators.
Hell yeah, that's it. Right. So relative density.
Relative density, RD, or specific gravity, SG, is a dimensionless quantity, as it is the ratio of either densities or weights. All right. This looks very much like a Wikipedia screenshot.
Indeed, it is. Yep. Taken straight from our reliable wiki.
Yeah, you do realize, like, the Globers have debunked this to the point that they generally, like, vomit it, like, the debunk at you. This is as aggravating to Globers as many things are to flat earthers.
And how so?
Because it doesn't predict anything. Tell me about artillery fire. Tell me about an apple falling from a tree. Tell me about your car stopping at a red light. Make an autonomous driving car work using this. It just doesn't do it. It doesn't do it. None of the things I said can be predicted by what you have posted.
So I'm not a specialist in artillery, and I'm, I don't drive.
Okay, but what about driving?
I don't drive that often, but I can, I'm not a mechanic, so I'm not 100% certain on how all that works. But I can tell you about an apple falling from a tree.
Okay,
apple
really?
has density.
Okay. Whoa. We're not. The question is not does it fall to the ground. The question is how fast. Where is it? Like the moment the stem breaks and the apple starts falling. The question isn't just does it go down. Yeah, I agree. It goes down. How fast?
Okay. Let's say
use your post to tell me how long it will take the apple to hit the ground. In
Absolutely.
milliseconds.
I could do it without my post.
Okay, do it.
And I'll tell you that your question is very circumstantial. First of all,
no, the apple stem. The apple stem broke. And then the apple hit the ground.
Exactly right. Hey, now here.
All I want you to do is tell me how much time elapsed between the stem breaking and the apple hitting the ground.
Okay. Let's say there were 2 apples on this tree, right?
No, just one. One apple. Just one apple. The stem broke. The apple hit the ground. How long did it take?
Okay, well, seeing as your, example is very circumstantial, and I'll get to that in a moment, I will approximate, depending on...
Okay.
From the ground.
I threw a basketball at the basket. I threw a basketball at the basket.
Okay, right.
You saw me throw it. You saw it leave my hands.
Yep.
How high did it go? In the arc that it followed on its way to be nothing but net, because that's all I throw. How high did it go?
Okay. How much air was in your basketball?
You tell me. You tell me.
You're the one who threw it.
You specify all those things.
You're the one who threw it.
It's a basketball, dude. I grabbed it off the floor and threw it. You tell me.
Okay.
All of those things. I just want to know how high it got on the arc on the way to something like that, or how long the apple took to hit the ground. Tell me, any of these things.
Well, okay, believe it or not, I have 4 arms, and I'm holding 2 basketballs. One of them that's pretty flat.
Right, and you're 18 as well, right?
Absolutely. I'm holding 4 basketballs. 2 basketballs. I've got 4 hands, and I'm holding 2 basketballs.
Let's do it. You wanted you really wanted two
Let's go.
apples. You really want two basketballs. Go for it.
Let's go. Right. So, in my two left hands, I've got one very, very tiny mini baby apple. Okay, it's just about just barely classifies as a apple as an adult.
How many grams? How many grams?
Right. Well, I mean that doesn't matter in your eyes, does it? I've got a really
You're saying
big.
it's a baby apple. Just give me a number. How many grams?
10. Right, let's say 10 grams. Okay,
Let's
and I've got one in my other left hand. I've got a apple, and it's pretty big. Let's say 500 grams. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
10
good.
grams. 10 grams. 500 grams.
10 grams. 500 grams.
That is a substantial apple.
Right. And now I've got a basketball that is very, very flat. I mean, I'm talking like almost as flat as a pancake. You know how it like turns inside out?
No.
Right?
No. I've never seen such a thing.
Oh, you've never seen? Oh, that's a shame. I think you need to experience that. Okay. Now let me continue with my point. Very, very flat basketball, and a basketball that's pumped to where it's about to pop. If I were to drop all four of these things at the same time, release them from my hands, right? Let's say I'm holding them like holding them with my palm facing down and my I'm clawing them.
Whatever. You don't have to be okay.
I hold all of them and I drop them simultaneously, right? Let's make the assumption that I dropped every single one at the exact same time.
I got you, boss.
Every single one of these four objects will land at a different time. Would you agree? Yes or no? Given we're in the same medium, every single one of these objects, right, with the 10-gram apple, 500-gram
Which
apple,
is the 10
really
the
flat.
10-gram apple is very small.
Very, very baby, yeah, tiny baby apple, and
okay, sure,
500-gram
They're all
500-gram apple, flat basketball, and a really pumped basketball. All of these will land at a different time. Or if I were to throw them at the
let's
net,
do it.
okay,
They're all different
they'll
times.
land
Let's do
at
it.
a
Let's do it.
different time.
Go. I'm all in. Different times.
Absolutely. So now,
We don't need no fucking moderator.
Absolutely. So, what would you have to say to that? They all fall at a different time.
All predicted. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No problems. I could predict, if you describe them properly to me, I could describe each of their individual times that they might hit the ground.
Okay, well, an assumption
You
or
can't. You
is
can't
not a
do
fact.
that. You can't do that, but I can. That's the
Well-
difference. That's the difference. The thing you posted from Wikipedia about specific gravity cannot tell me when those things hit the ground.
Well, of course,
my worldview can.
If your model claims
And
downwards
honestly, like, that's
acceleration,
my biggest proof of like globe Earth as anything. Like
you're cutting me off.
My
Melvin.
physics can. Okay, I'll stop.
You're cutting me off. I think we need a moderator.
We should talk about something that's not boring as fuck.
Right. Okay.
I'm self-moderating.
So, the fact that your model claims a 9.8 meters per second downwards acceleration of objects falling down is absurd, because if I were to drop all four of these objects at the same time, they would not land at the same time. They would not travel at 9.8 meters per second, therefore hitting the ground, because they are dropped from the same level at the very exact same time. They will not drop and they will not land at the same time.
Don't straw man.
It's not a straw man.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely not.
Nobody, no glober that's being honest would say 9.8 meters per second.
Squared? Is that what you want to say?
It's important. It is very, very important.
Apologies. See, I don't keep up to date with bullshit. I mean, your model. So
I don't know why you have a problem with that. Acceleration needs, like, I don't know what the problem is here.
The problem
like,
is
that's one number. That's one number in an equation, and if we put all the numbers into the equation, it does exactly what we say it will do. We being Globers, like if you put all the numbers in the equation, it's all correct. So I don't know why, like, picking on one number somehow messes things up. Like, everything will work out.
Well, I completely
exactly we say. Like, do it. Do your experiment. Do your experiment and apply actual globe nonsense to it and see what happens.
Well,
Do what you
I think
just said.
something.
Do the thing you just said.
I think something you need to understand is that
Because you could find a 500 gram apple. I'm sure of it.
a 10-gram apple, 500-gram apple. You
We
know,
can
you know a
make
guy.
those things. We can.
You know a guy.
I do. His
Yeah.
name is Orion.
All right. Oh shit! No, he's gone, bro. He's gone. We don't have an Orion anymore. Fuck. Okay. All right. Anyways, going back to it, I think something you do need to understand, realistically speaking, is that whenever you do have the claims that the globe Earth makes in the globe Earth model, it makes many different claims. So it can make claims that are true, that are not. It can tell you that the sky is up, and whenever we look up, we see the sky, right? Or we start seeing
Okay. Look. I don't disagree. If you construct a model of anything, the model can be wronged. You're right. You're right. I spot you. That you are correct. Models are not de facto correct. Okay.
Absolutely.
You win.
So,
You win.
whenever I drop, my let's deal with only 2 this time. Let's say we have our 10-gram apple, baby apple, and our 500-gram.
What is going to be different?
Apple. The speed that it drops, right? It will drop at a different speed. They will touch the ground at a different speed because they're at a different density.
Sure.
Well, absolutely. That's it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay. Do I get a badge?
You get the pass. You get the pass. Yeah, you get your Flat Earther role now. Formerly Globe Earther, now reformed into a.
But I'm not reformed. It's still a globe. You failed.
But it's not a globe. But it is not a globe. We need to. Okay, we need to step back. Okay,
you need a new role. You need a role. Should have been a glober by now. Should have been a flurf by now.
Should have been a flurf by now. I think we've got reality denier. I think that and you got that.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Should have been a flurf by now. Should have by now seen. Should have by now seen what's up.
Should have by now taken the initiative to test and validate the Earth and validate the 85-year-old Tap.
You're
and his
not
statements.
85. Helio told me.
Orion told you that I'm not. Who are you gonna believe?
Okay, look.
Yeah.
Between Helio, who's never really done me wrong, and Orion, who abandoned his moderator post without warning. Who do you want me to believe?
Well, I don't think you should believe anything. I think you should directly test that for yourself, because a belief is nothing but a conviction or an opinion.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. Right? Absolutely.
I said it first.
Well, I said it second, and 2's a higher number than 1. Okay? Right? Don't try me with this shit. Okay? Anyways, and that was a good conversation. I feel like we've done a lot of learning. We didn't you did this, you did that. Well, we did that a few times, but I mean, it was all fun. It was all good and fun. And
this is true. It is proof that if you wait until the very, very, very middle of the night, civil conversations can happen in 24/7.
Absolutely. You don't hear people shouting over each other all the time. Well, we had a bit of that as well at the start. But I mean, it all works out, okay? And everything happens for a reason. So I think you should go outside.
I don't think either of us have really tried to shout over the other. We've both kind of just eased off and let the other person talk. I don't know. This is
Yeah, I mean, that's how some people, I guess, in the server handle it. They always, try to, prove themselves right by just shouting over, because loud equals right. Am I right? It's like, ugh.
Loud and slow equals right.
Oh yeah, loud and slow equals right.
You got it.
Absolutely.
Because loud and fast is angry wrong.
Shit, you're. Oh wait. Let me try something. The Earth is flat.
Oh my god,
right?
I think you might be right.
Got it. Boom! Fucking yes! Woo! Another one bites the dust. Let's go. Awesome.
Yeah, dude. The Earth is not as flat as you wish it was.
It's pretty flat, man.
Unfortunately, it isn't as stationary as you wish it was either.
Oh, it's absolutely stationary. I think we agreed on that at the start, right? Or is this where you pull a reverse card on me?
I want to be just for the live stream record. It feels stationary.
Wow. Okay, I see what you did there. So you played the long game, right? Fair enough. I tip my tippy hat to you.
Dude, in terms of like Globers that I've met, I am as green as they come. I thought that I'd been here like a while because I've been here a few months. And people and other Globers, I mean, they've been like, yeah, I've been like 6 years and I've been fucking around the flirts. Like 6 years?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll be here 6 years from now, man.
I mean, to be fair, you are a very, like, I guess, sort of easygoing, Glober through. You understand you understand your concepts. You understand, the definitions of certain words. Some words not so much.
like flat or level.
Like flat or belief, yeah. But or round. But it's
the important words. The important words.
Just the important words, right? They're the ones that link directly to the sewer topic. No,
I mean, you know what a cupcake is. I'll spot you. You know what a cupcake is.
Right, but I mean, honestly, you're really really easygoing. I sent you a friend request as well. But you, I guess. There's a guy. I don't know if he's in the server anymore. I think he might have joined back. He left temporarily, but he's back. Octane Weasel. He's pretty big around here. He's a Globerther, and he's very very chill. So chill that most of the time, I catch him in chill chat and everything like that. We catch up with each other, just talk about games and everything like that. Because he's like he's genuinely a nice guy to have a conversation with, and he's not like some idiot who will say, oh yeah, we share a lot of common interests, like we like the same music, we like the same games, but I'm right and you're wrong because I'm a globe earther and you're a flat earther and flat earthers are stupid, right? Like he will, he's a very, very nice, chill, respectful guy, and you and him have the same, I guess, sort of behavior and sort of mannerisms. Now, and I thank you, and I totally respect you for that. I respect you, quite a lot.
Well, to be fair, you're a pretty easy guy to talk to, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna get on your ass, like, if you make a mistake or two, but if it's something that goes on, again and again and again, I'll correct you on it. I'll point it out that you've done it, like the fallacy thing or definitions of certain words. But
I honestly, like, I feel like I could handle some criticism from an 85-year-old. Like, you've been around the block.
Absolutely, right? I've been around. Yeah, no, for sure.
I have a question.
So you and Octane, do you have a favorite game that you
honestly, Apex, I guess, is like one of the games that we have in common. Apex Legends, right? And his name is Octane Weasel, right? And Octane's one of the characters in Apex. For those who don't know. But
What's the earliest game you feel a connection with?
Earliest game I personally feel a connection with?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know. I'd have to say Minecraft. If I'm gonna be completely honest.
Yeah.
with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I am 85 after all, right?
Right. I mean, sure. Why not go way back?
Well, we can say
go ahead and say Mario Kart.
We can say Pong. Okay.
A Pong. Oh, really?
Pac-Man. Right. Absolutely. But yeah, no. Honestly, Minecraft really, I guess, hits a soft spot for me because I just remember, being really young. Again, I am actually 18, being really young, and just spending my time on
Okay.
the original Xbox.
You are still really young.
I am really young, but like I'm not as young as I was. You know what I mean? When I was like really, really young, I mean like toddler Tap or like Tap that could like walk but not run. You know what I mean? Without falling on face.
Right. Yeah. When I was in diapers, I like Minecraft, but
Hell yeah.
I've gone to Call of Duty.
Hell yeah, I've gone to killing people, right? Siege, right? But no, honestly, like it's just like it really brings me back every time I play the game because like I remember the first time I ever played it, first time I really enjoyed it. It's just it's a really long time ago. And
well, okay, so here's my tip to you. If you wanna cut through the cuff and know how old somebody is, just ask them what game they connect with, and they'll tell you how old they are.
Fair enough.
They'll tell you accidentally.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Because if they go I don't know, like game I connect with. Well, okay, yeah, boomer.
Yeah, they're definitely right.
So I don't know. Just saying, what game do you connect with? People will tell you how old they are like that.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess I was right. Yeah, at the start I was like, it's about learning, and I guess we've both learned something. I know how to identify anyone's age at any time if I feel like it, and that I am 85 years old.
I know that you did not say actually you threw out Pong later.
Absolutely. So it just took me a second, right? Because I'm 85, right?
But I'm not gonna lie. No boomer is gonna go Pong.
Listen, it's one of the first things that came to my head. Okay, only 18 years young.
If I wanted to pretend like I was a boomer, what would I say? Pong. I'd say Pong. Snake. Oh, I played Snake.
You want me to say Tetris instead? Right? Tetris, fucking. Oh, dude. Ugh.
I do not get it. I don't even. My parents don't let me play games.
Really?
So, yeah, I'm in preschool.
Oh my god! Wow. I mean, I knew that, right? You're a Go believer, so of course. Full offense. I mean that with 100% offense.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, regardless, I got to bounce, but this was fantastic. So I hope we do it again.
You said you got to bounce?
I've got to go. My parents put me to bed.
So let's say I had 4 arms, right? And in one of the arms, I had a really flat basketball.
Isn't there a Hindu god that has
There is. I think it's Lord Shiva. I think he has
Shiva.
6. I think he has 6 arms. 6 arms. Yeah.
Okay, so supposing that you were Shiva.
Right. Let's say I had 2 basketballs. How would you? I guess 6 basketballs, right? In each hand. How would you? I guess estimate using your 9.8 meters per second squared. How would you calculate how far you would bounce using that formula? With the left being the flattest and the right being the most full.
Oh, that doesn't actually. Oh, I see.
That doesn't work, right? Welcome to Flat
Dude.
Also, no, 100%.
You and me are gonna go to math class. I swear to fucking God.
Absolutely, dude. We're gonna be in the same like physics class one day, and we're like, oh shit.
And I'm gonna make you pass.
You're gonna make me pass.
Yeah, I'm gonna make you pass.
Absolutely not. I will tell you all about the second law of thermodynamics, right? You said you don't really understand
you're not
that.
Gonna tell me. You don't know anything about this.
Absolutely, I definitely do. Okay, maybe about a year ago I did.
Okay. Go ahead and copy pasta what QE thinks he knows about. Go ahead, give it to me.
QE's a very knowledgeable guy, but I mean,
he's a super knowledgeable guy. He's. I don't know anything that I've never heard him say something he doesn't know.
Right? I mean, he might revise every now, which is always great, right? He might revise what he's going to say, which is always a characteristic of someone who is
except for the Bible. Except for the Bible, don't revise the Bible.
Hey. What's up?
Ask Roland about triangulation and trilateration.
I don't think so.
What do you? I gotta bounce. But what do you want to know about trilingues? What are those words? They're
Roland,
so tricky. You're trying to trip me up.
I think what Flatty was trying to say is your favorite instrument the triangle?
No, what he's trying to ask me is what is the difference between locating yourself using directions, or what is the difference between locating yourself using distances? That's what he wants you to ask me about.
Well, I mean, the way triangulation works is it takes, like a triangle, 3 different points.
No, it doesn't take a triangle. Dude, stop.
Not as.
Just pause.
Careful.
Just pause.
Roland knows about this subject. We've talked about it before together.
Yeah. Pause to tap.
Uh-huh.
Pause. Go look those 2 words up on your Wikipedia and come back tomorrow. And don't make an ass out of yourself tonight.
You're telling me a triangle doesn't have 3 points? Is that what you're
I'm telling you that what you think triangulation and what you think trilateration mean are probably wrong.
Oh, trilateration. I don't know a damn thing about trilateration.
Exactly. So just stop.
Triangulation on the other.
If you don't know trilateration, you don't know triangulation either.
Well, I mean, I understand it to a certain point. Like, seriously
It has the
speaking.
word triangle in it?
No. Not just because it has the word triangulation in it. I think I've got a few files, actually.
Flatty, help him. He doesn't believe me. Help him.
Yeah, Roland knows about this. We had a bit of a long conversation about trilateration, triangulation, and finding yourself using points.
Who won, Flatty?
Nobody won. I don't.
Yeah, it wasn't. We just talked about it. It wasn't there.
Who won? I just want to know who won.
No, see, I'm actually testing you, Roland, because obviously I'm a very wise guy. I'm a very 85-year-old guy.
85.
I'm very 85, right? You have some people who are just 85. I'm very 85, so
I'm so 85 I could buy booze if I wanted.
I can buy the alcohol. Anyways, obviously I was testing you and seeing if you knew that there is no actual point of winning. It is all about learning, which is something I said right at the start.
Did I pass the test? Or
No,
fail the test?
no, you failed because you mentioned 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. Anyways,
I had a quiz that I was. Oh shit! My pen again. I had a quiz I was asking people for a while. It was a lot of fun. You would have enjoyed it.
Okay. Well, do you still have it, or so
I
on
don't have
the
the
line?
paper anymore, but I
That's
sent
okay.
it to some people. Maybe I could find it for you.
You know my Discord at. If you ever come across it, just drop me. Just
I wrote it. I wrote it, so I mostly remember it.
Cool. I mean, if you want to run it by now, you did say to bounce, but you could run it by now if you'd like to.
Oh, from memory right now? No, not a chance.
That's all good. Right. Just drop me in my DMs or drop it in the chat. Mention me, some of that.
Oh no, I would do it in the live stream so that you felt embarrassed.
Oh, okay, right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's not a way to talk to your elders. Okay, Roland.
That's
you did say you were in elementary, right? You gotta respect your elders. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
I've yet to learn these lessons.
I hope you bounce like a very pressurized basketball. Okay? Have a lovely time. Okay?
Pressurized basketball? Not a flat one.
No, not a flat one. Because I have very high hopes for you. Okay.
Well, good sir, I hope you bounce like a flat basketball.
Oh, I don't bounce. I just tap out.
I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Absolutely.
Face planted right in a telephone pole. That's bad.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, okay, you win. You know what? You win the night. That's just.
Hey, it's not about winning. It's about learning.
You learned the night. You schooled
I learned tonight. I learned tonight.
Okay. Where do you take somebody that was injured playing peekaboo?
I see you.
Jackass. You heard that before.
You said it earlier on.
I did. It's late. I gotta go to bed, man. My parents are on my shit.
Good night, bud. Take care.
All right, man.
Oh, Lord. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the what is that? Saturday morning crossover of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream. I think you guys are. I found out what we can't see forever. Humidity. I think that you guys should have a lovely night, lovely rest of your night. If anybody's listening to this, if everyone's listening on the live stream, I hope you guys take care. And yeah, just stay safe. Love one another, unless you hate them, in which case that's completely your opinion. But it's always a good thing to, I don't want to say it, love thy neighbor, right? I think you guys should just respect one another and take care. Why am I stalling, bro? Is this like an intermission or something? This is like an ad? No. Right. Take care, you guys. I'm gonna tap out. See you guys. Peace out. Bye.
Is that sponsored by the Alphabet Organization?
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the age of the sextant. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for this awesome beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth threatened from be a global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to gravity, you don't have no gravity. It's your head just a cavity, that's just a simile. Science cannot see, it's pseudo actually. Loss of humanity, groupthink insanity. Hell bent on vanity, you gave it sanity. Freedom lost rapidly, you gave up happily. Truth has validity, lies fear scrutiny. Objective reality, a global fatality. Public pageantry, lacking veracity. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is funny, me? Public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call it university, a death slave undoubtedly. Fury stolen from the heartbreak travesty. They lie to you and me. It doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? The stolen your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea. We're all one family. Raise the children to be free, don't die or work a bee. You cannot lie to me, no knowledge sets you free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see, it's just a 43. What's in bigger, take a knee, stop the we and take the plea. Open eyes, see the points, 3, undeniably, but not all can see. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality, this genial generality, a hollow superficiality. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. The Time to rise up, come together, teach each other. Time to rise up, break the bonds from one another. Time to rise up, I believe in you. They lie to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain fried, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie. The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into a socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, its history. Behind the UN as well, so mystery. Do the research, stop the faith. It's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
Seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
It is Photoshop because it has to be. Who knows the altitude of where gravity starts enacting with helium? Because it damn sure ain't on the surface, but they say it's holding it in the atmosphere. So I'm just trying to figure out what's that altitude?
So the problem with this whole thing, if you ask me, is that you would think that they could mention other reasons that people are flat earthers. You know, like the fact that NASA has been lying about going to the moon for 50 years. You know, the fact that they took more photos on the moon than is even possible. Even when you multiply it out by the amount of people on the moon, the amount of time they were on the moon, you take all the images, take in the time that they were on video that we know of, and they would have been taking photos at a rate of like 1 every 10 seconds the rest of the time they're on the moon. Completely and totally impossible. Or that water always finds its level. Or the fact that surveyors don't take perspective into account, even though we know 100% that things appear to get smaller with distance. Or that we can see Canigoo from 1,000 feet high when it's 175 miles away. I mean, we can either admit what we see, or we can trust men who tell us that we actually don't see the mountain chain, that you see the sun and the moon cause mountains to rise a few thousand feet, displaying themselves perfectly for you at the horizon line. Or they don't mention the Chicago skyline, where the globe calls for the buildings to be hidden completely. But we can look at the Skunk Bay footage, the time-lapse footage, and see how weather affects our views of distant shores and how atmospheric effects can account for everything that we see and everything that we can't. Or how they explain our observations without assuming the Earth is a giant ball in space, just like density and buoyancy can completely explain gravity. And the only thing they can't explain, of course, is how the Earth became a sphere. No, gravity, this unseen force, must exist because everything must pull to the center. It's required by the model that has been built on for hundreds of years. How about ignore asteroids and meteors, or who chooses which gravity? Einsteinian, where it's isn't a pull force but a push force because mass bends the fabric of space-time? Or is it Newtonian gravity? Which one are we actually looking at? Don't mention that NASA trains in a pool, as if this training was anything like space, with somebody swimming behind you carrying all your cords and handing you all your tools. Well, that doesn't happen in space. Why the hell would we practice like that? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. How about the idiotic design of the ISS, that no engineer would ever put every operating cable and control and cord and multiplexer, demultiplexer, all of it they put on the outside of the craft? It makes no sense. It's actually embarrassing to think that any engineer would come up with that design. The impossibility of it, or that it's maintained and cleaned by a 3-person crew. I mean, that is ridiculous. The amount of cleaning and dusting and everything else that would need to be done on that, and the seal protection, and it's just not there. You know, if they get a leak because they're little O-rings, well, you got a leak. Then you do a spacewalk, I guess. Don't mention the $53 million a day. That might be a little bit too much for people to grasp. Like, what do you mean? Who gets $53 million a day? NASA does. What do they do with it? I don't know. Launch rockets about once a month into the sky. And they go pretty. And then they do a sonic boom from the sky, and people like Red's Rhetoric have an orgasm. That's the only thing I really noticed. Let's see. We don't mention that there's no cameras on the moon looking back at Earth, because if we can get to the moon so easily, we can put all these robots there, and we can put the LRO to go around and take pictures. We can do all that. What a godsend it would be to sit a camera on the moon, face the Earth. There would be no more questions about eclipses. We could show it in all the schools, but they don't have it. Wonder why. How about the fact that there's no 24/7 video feed of the Earth from the craft that's in orbit of the Earth? Nope. It's on the dark side sometimes, so we got to shut off the cameras. Otherwise, we'd have to beam them off satellites back to Earth. Whew, that'd be way too hard. Don't mention that there's boats over the horizon. Big mistake there, but that wasn't mentioned by IFL Science. Yeah, the fact that, hey, you know, when boats go away, they disappear behind what looks like the horizon to your eye. Pull out your camera, zoom in, and there's the boat again. Yeah, imagine that. It didn't actually go over any curve, did it? They don't mention that. Yeah, leave out the idea of plane flights that make no sense on the globe, ones that travel from southern South America up north to, say, Frankfurt, and then down to Dubai, or down to Johannesburg. Don't mention any of that. That might make people look into it. How about the lack of undersea cables from Australia or New Zealand to South America, or the lack of cruises between the same two places? They don't mention that at all. Don't mention the Earth.NullSchool site removed the AE map once people started to catch on to the fact that everything made sense on the AE map. They didn't mention that, did they? They didn't mention that the jet streams on a flat Earth make sense versus the supposed 300 mile per hour easterly jet stream in the south that is spinning 300 mile per hour faster than the Earth in the direction that the Earth spins. That's still a big one, and people can't grasp it. Take a basketball, spin it on your finger, and then realize if that was the Earth, that there has to be a wind going in the same direction as the Earth, 300 miles per hour faster than it. Does that make sense to anybody? Sure, shouldn't. How about the problem with the east-west on a globe, as I showed last week? Or trying to think of these off the top of my head. I don't know. Coriolis. We have a problem with Coriolis. It does not exist on a spinning planet with an attached spinning atmosphere. Wouldn't make any sense. Or that we have no evidence of a gas atmosphere without a container. Or no proof of a 93 million mile distant sun. Look at my video called Scaling Indifference, telling us that we can adjust the sizes and distances and the observation remains the same from Earth because it remains the same angular size. Or the idiots like Brian Cox, who actually said, and I quote, "Nobody in human history, as far as I know, has thought that the world was flat." Let me say that again. This is a quote from Brian Cox, cosmologist or physicist or theoretical jackass, whatever one he is, said, and I quote, "Nobody in human history, as far as I know, has thought that the world was flat." So I guess Brian Cox in his college education may have missed when they talked about the Babylonians. Did he miss when they talked about the Egyptians? Oh. How about names like, I know these are rare, you may have never heard of the Mayans. I don't know if you've heard of them. How about the Hebrews? How about the Incas? How about the Navajo? How about the Norse? How about the Hindu? Nobody in the history of human history has, as I know, has ever thought the world was flat. That is a jackass statement if there ever was one. But or they tell you that you can easily see the 240,000 mile distant moon, which is a joke in and of itself. Even though the inverse square law tells us that the light on the moon would be about at 1,000 miles from the moon. The light of the moon should be 65,000 times as bright as it is from Earth. Give me a break. It's impossible. Go watch the moon landing films and tell me those guys are standing on something that is 65,000 times as bright as we see it from Earth. No frickin' way. It's a lie. It's all a joke. So, you can get into, there's so many more. They didn't bring up the Foucault pendulum, which of course is their proof of the Earth spinning when it wouldn't even possibly work if the atmosphere moved along with Earth. Think, people. Use your heads and think, if there's an atmosphere sitting on a spinning Earth, and the Earth is spinning, and the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, then there is nothing that would be affected on the Foucault pendulum. Please use your head. Please don't just trust people who try and tell you that they know what they're talking about, because guess what? They don't. So, I just wanted to go over that video real quick. I want to check out some of my SAO COM-1A mission footage that I just filmed of this rocket launch from SpaceX down at Vandenberg. Other than that, thank you all for joining me. Trying to keep it quick and to the point. Get those out there just so you can realize that those 7 things are just meant to keep you from looking further into it, which is up to you. Again, you can believe the lie if you want. You can be done. You can say, I live on a ball spinning in space with endless planets and endless stars and the endless universe and endless galaxies. And you can believe all that. Go to bed. Have a good night. That's all you have to do to believe a lie. Or you might have to look into it a little bit. You might have to start digging to see that we've been lied to on a mass level. So I appreciate everybody so much for watching. Thank you so much. If you want to become a patron, you can go to patreon.com/Jaronism. That'd be awesome. Join the crew over there. Appreciate all my patrons so much. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for all that you do for me. Thank you a ton. Also, if you want to help me out in an easy and cheap way to support this channel, you can go to Sorry, that's wrong. You can go to j.mp/JaronAMZ. All you have to do is type that in before you shop at Amazon, then do your normal shopping. You pay your regular price, and I get a percentage to help me make more videos. So if that's good for you, you can do that. If you hate me and rather I didn't make any videos, I've got a suggestion for you. Go to my channel name, click on it, go to About, click on it, and then block my channel. You'll never have to watch another one of my videos again. How happy are you? You live on a ball, nobody's questioning it, you can continue in Fantasyland for as long as you want, and you can buddy up and be best buds with I Frickin' Loathe Science, the coolest website ever for idiots, basically, who love science, and they love it so much because it means they can just be lazy asses and don't have to ever look into anything, because science already knows. They've already proved it. Men, a long time ago. They did it. So, other than that, I appreciate you guys watching and remind you always to do your own research, because if you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. Other than that, nothing else. We'll see you next time. This has been Jaronism, and until next time, peace!
Hey, it's your boy J-Rock from Sunnyvale Trailer Park, you know what I'm saying?
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is.
What's cracking, y'all? Let me be the first to officially welcome y'all motherfuckers to my brand new joint.
According to the globe model, the surface of all standing water must have a certain degree of convexity. Based on the alleged globe circumference of about 25,000 miles, the Earth must curve away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. The formula is simple and accurate over all visible distances and has been proven by engineering software. At just 10 miles, there should be a measurable curvature drop of 67 feet. 20 miles, 267 feet. 60 miles, 2,400 feet. To calculate what amount should be hidden behind the alleged globe bulge, you can use an online calculator like this one. We can prove that this curvature does not exist. For example, in this video I filmed the opposite shore 21.03 miles away. You can see both the laser source and its reflection on the water. That laser in the opposite shore should have been between 218 to 223 feet below the globe horizon. No curvature is present. At a different lake in freezing conditions, the source of this distant laser should have been 168 feet below the curvature. No curvature is present.
Minutes, need an hour. What are we gonna do with the other 55 minutes? You know what I'm saying? That's how fucking hard the rock pile is.
If the Earth were a globe with a curvature drop roughly equal to 8 inches per mile squared, and the surface of the Earth and its atmosphere allegedly rotated at approximately 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, as claimed by the globe model, you'd assume those claims would be vital to NASA and the military for modeling and building aircraft. Instead, you'll see through declassified documents that government agencies and their contractors repeatedly assumed a flat and stationary Earth. For example, this NASA document assumes a flat, non-rotating Earth. Georgia Institute of Technology, on behalf of NASA, the model used is a flat, non-rotating Earth. Technical memo from the NASA Langley Research Center, flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA Technical Memorandum, flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA publication on the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model, flat, non-rotating Earth, and flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA contractor, flat, non-rotating Earth, and flat Earth assumptions. NASA Ames Research Center, non-rotating flat Earth. Army Research Laboratory, flat Earth. Army Research Laboratory, propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth. Army Research Laboratory, a flat Earth approximation provides the best estimate. NASA Technical Paper, stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA Technical Memo, a non-rotating Earth. MIT Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics, flat Earth, flat Earth. NASA Memo, flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA Contractor Report, assumption based on the Earth is flat and non-rotating. NASA Technical Memo, flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA Technical Paper, stationary atmosphere and flat, non-rotating Earth assumptions. NASA Technical Note, flat, non-rotating Earth. NASA Langley Research Center, flat, non-rotating Earth. Army Research Laboratory, these equations assume a flat Earth. Even the Soviets made their assumptions based on a flat Earth. If the Earth were a ball and rotated at 1,000 miles per hour, you obviously would not see the repeated engineering assumptions that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Two things motherfuckers gotta know about J to the ROC, straight up, you know what I'm saying? First of all, I spin more rhymes than a lazy Susan, and I'm innocent until my guilt is proven. Peace. Represents Sunnyvale, straight the fuck up.
According to the globe model, there is a point on the globe where the alleged curvature of the Earth begins to obstruct distant objects. Under the globe, this point is referred to as the horizon and is marked by an X on the diagram. One can determine the distance to the alleged globe horizon in miles by taking the square root of the observer's height in feet and multiplying by 1.225, or you can simply use an online calculator like this one or this one. We can prove there is no globe geometric horizon and therefore no globe. In this test, infamously referred to as the Black Swan, with a camera height of only 1 foot, the globe horizon would have to be closer than a mere 1.2 miles. 1.2 miles would be the maximum distance to the horizon under the globe. But the closest platform on the right was 6.2 miles away, and the platform on the left was 9.4 miles away. As you can see, the horizon is miles beyond 9.4 miles, belying the globe model. In this video, with an observation height of 105 feet, the globe horizon would have to be closer than 12.6 miles. But the horizon is well beyond the third platform, that's 26.4 miles away. Again, there is no bulge and no geometric horizon. The globe fails. For this test, filmed by an engineer, the globe horizon would have to be closer than 8.2 miles. Instead, the apparent horizon is well beyond 14.6 miles. The globe fails. For this test, filmed by a PhD, the horizon would have to be closer than 2.3 miles. Instead, the apparent horizon is many miles beyond 11.2 miles. You can even see a boat further away and perspectively higher than the base of the wind turbines, proving there is no curvature whatsoever, not even an inch. The globe fails. In this video, the globe horizon would have to be closer than 1.9 miles. As you can see, the horizon is beyond the bird rack that was 11.2 miles away, proving the globe faults. Again and again, the globe geometric horizon is proven to not exist. Therefore, the globe cannot exist.
And this girl over here, you know what I'm saying? We used to be real tight. Now we're alright, but we still roll together, you know what I'm saying? You could roll with shorties like this too, you know what I'm saying? If you buy J-Rock's Trailer Park Girls Gone Wild.
As I have proven, and will continue to prove, when visibility is high without miraging, we see way too far in total contradiction to the globe model. Because of these repeatable observations that anyone can perform, the only counterclaim the globe propagandist has is refraction. As though refraction has this fairy tale property that inexplicably removes all evidence of giant bulges of Earth curvature. The globe claim is patently false. As shown here and in countless examples, refraction is real. It compresses, it stretches, it distorts, it obscures and mirages. You can see it with your own eyes. But the globe propagandists have hijacked the term refraction and took this observable reality and deceptively changed refraction into an imaginary Earth curvature removing device. In my last video, I shared this footage proving the Earth is flat. The globe horizon was supposed to be closer than 2.3 miles, but the horizon is many miles beyond 11.2 miles. The globe bulge was supposed to be blocking 25 feet of the first turbine and blocking 53 feet of the furthest turbine. Instead, you can see the base of the turbines getting perspectively higher instead of sinking below the supposed Earth bulge as the ball would require. The globe propagandist's only counterclaim is that refraction caused the Earth bulge to disappear without a trace and then reappear miles beyond 11.2 miles, all without affecting the 6 turbines in between. I hope you already see that the refraction claim is without merit. I filmed this footage as my wife walked from the top of the beach all the way to the water's edge where she placed a 4-foot mirror into the water 6.3 miles away. I filmed her the entire way, but the globe curvature was supposed to be hiding 12 feet. But look at this still from the video. There is absolutely no distortion of the distant shore, but this 12 feet here should be behind the curvature of the Earth, like this. Did that 12 feet hop the curvature without causing a cascade of distortion? If 12 feet jumped the curvature, wouldn't it then overlap the 12 feet above it, causing manifest distortion? Are we to believe that every inch up to at least 100 feet uniformly arced perfectly over the curvature to present this flat, non-distorted distant shore? Ridiculous. In this example I shared in my Flat Earth Fact Video 1, the distant shore was 21.03 miles away. You can see the non-distorted distant shore. 223 feet should have been hidden behind the Earth curvature, but none of it is. If 223 feet hopped over the curvature, where is the manifest distortion, as that 223 feet would then overlap the 223 feet above it? There is zero evidence of this refraction distortion, and the mountain behind evinces the same. At the same spot, I then filmed my friend's laser that should have been 218 feet below the horizon. Not only did I film the bright laser source, but I also filmed the reflection of the laser source on the water, which would have appeared somewhere around here on a ball. Think about that reflection on the water. Bear in mind that the reflection would have been angled away from my point of view, but the giant bulge supposedly just disappeared, and everything in the distance wrapped around the Earth curvature perfectly to keep the image intact. Furthermore, if that nonsensical refraction event happened, why didn't the bulge itself jump up and still continue to block the laser? How did refraction affect everything but the closer giant bulge, but instead made the bulge disappear? To the honest and reasonable thinking person, the refraction argument of the globe propagandist is utter nonsense and should be shunned as such.
You got degrees of black, you know what I'm saying? All kinds of different motherfuckers are different kind of black, you know what I'm saying? T's right here, you know what I'm saying? And like Lionel Richie's right here because he ain't that black, you know what I'm saying? Especially after the Commodores, he's practically not black at all, you know what I'm saying? You got Michael Jackson, who's like a white black, which, you know, can be short in the wax.
According to NASA, there were no pictures of the Earth from space from 1972 until 2015. 43 years without a photograph of the Earth from space. Quoting Robert Simon, who is NASA's lead visualizer, NASA's website reads, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of a globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. We'll talk about the fake Apollo moon missions later, but 43 years is still shocking to most people. This is the 2002 Blue Marble that hangs in many classrooms and was even the wallpaper on your iPhone. It certainly looks real, and most people would think it is, but it's admittedly a fake image created by NASA. According to NASA, then we wrapped a flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface clouds and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous Blue Marble. So, this phony globe was designed to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. Yet, it looks as real as anything produced by NASA. In fact, faking space seems to be an admitted NASA standard. According to Wired magazine, in this article titled, How NASA Visualizes Stunning Worlds Without Really Seeing Them, Making Space Seem Real. Images sure don't come straight out of Space Telescope looking press release ready. Each visualization is the result of artists and planetary scientists collaborating to convert blips on a data readout into something that looks like a planet, all while remaining scientifically plausible. Making space seem real. Matching people's expectations. Scientifically plausible. I don't care how you whitewash it. This isn't science at all. This is propaganda designed to make you believe in outer space. After the admitted 2002 Blue Marble fakery, NASA claims that they took an actual photograph of the Earth from space in July 2015. That's the first alleged photograph in 43 years. Here it is. Of course, this alleged 2015 photo doesn't look much different than the admitted fake globe image of 2002. NASA artists can admittedly create fake images of the Earth that look real, and so why would anyone believe this one is real? If flat maps can be wrapped around a ball to create a fake globe, then why couldn't they even wrap weather radar data onto a globe in real time? That's exactly what they do. But let's take this first supposed photograph in 43 years, rotate it, and zoom in. The word sex is spelled in the clouds. What's even more strange is the fact that it closely resembles a Greek 666. You know, the mark of the beast from Revelation. Again, this isn't cherry-picking one of thousands of images. This is the first supposed photograph of the Earth from space in 43 years, and it just so happens to have either a sex or a Greek 666 spelled in the clouds. Regardless, NASA's admitted standard of fakery to making space seem real is enough for any sensible person to reasonably doubt anything produced by NASA and its subsidiaries.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody walking the face of the earth trying to judge J-Rock, you know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? But I ain't shook, because motherfuckers try to take me out and stuff, but they can't, right?
You're saying, know what I'm saying, too many times. 80 or 90 times? That's too many times. Once or twice is cool, but 80 or 90 times, man?
Take a gas, vacuum of equal volume, and we're going to remove the barrier. You know what's going to happen spontaneously, right? The gas is going to fill the available volume once it
is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy.
When you suggest that you have space, therefore second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply, it's a begging the question fallacy. So often I will ask fundamentalist religious zealots, beyond your fundamentalist religious zealot belief that the sky is a vacuum, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Because the natural instinct of a fundamentalist globe-believing fundy, it's a bit redundant, is to beg the question of the sky vacuum and then tell us that obviously the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply because the gas isn't filling my presupposition that the sky is a vacuum. Well, that's a begging the question fallacy, to assume that you've got a sky vacuum and therefore not require a justification for its violation of that particular law. That would be an entropy increase, or standard gas law, the volume that you would calculate it with would be the volume of space the gas has to fill. And if the sky was a vacuum, that would be an availability of volume for the gas we breathe to fill. And fill it must. That's what gas does. It expands in all directions. So the gas we're breathing, which is at pressure, would fill the sky vacuum. Now their response is often to say, well, we have a gas pressure gradient, which is merely a delta of the original question and assertion when you've got a sky vacuum belief. How can you have gas pressure in the first instance without a container? And they would say, well, a delta of gas pressure gradient is something we experience. It's like, well, how did you achieve the gas pressure in the first place without containment? And the answer is you can't. It stands directly in violation of several natural laws. Without the container, there can be no pressure. Therefore, if the sky was a vacuum, as asserted in the heliocentric rhetoric, then the gas we breathe would fill the space. Outer space, claimed to be a vacuum, is fake. Therefore, any claims from that claim to be sky vacuum are automatically fake, including but not limited to pictures of Earth from space. The region is fake, second law of thermodynamics violation. Therefore, the pictures claimed to have come from the fake region are also fake. Orbits in a sky vacuum, which is also a begging the question fallacy, which I won't detail now, is claimed to take place in a fake place called space, therefore automatically fake. Same goes for satellites, all debunked by the second law of thermodynamics and several other laws of nature, descriptions of how things occur always. Standard gas law, Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, these are all violated by the assertion that we have a sky vacuum. We don't. And any stage performance that comes from that region is also fake, including the ISS, taking place on a stage on Earth, on high wire, not in a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. You can't have orbital mechanics without an assumption of the R value, and we've debunked it with the black swan. But orbits is always going to be a begging the question fallacy to begin with. Nice that we can debunk it with one breath. We debunked R. Bye-bye orbital mechanics. Bye-bye globe Earth.
Nathan Oakley, 1980. Follow his, he does flat earth debates every, Nathan Oakley is my favorite right now. I love Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, me too.
He demolishes people.
Absolutely.
J-Rock, do the, you know what I'm saying, fly.
I'm saying,
I love that.
Fuck this, I'm out. Gnomes. Hey, you wanna see my new one, boy?
Yeah.
The motorbike, know what I'm saying?
Those are awesome, J-Rock.
Pretty tight, ain't they?
On May 27th, 1931, Auguste Piccard became the first man to reach the stratosphere at an altitude of 51,775 feet. That's much higher than the maximum cruising altitude of all existing commercial flights. In this Popular Science article, Piccard described the Earth as follows. It seemed a flat disk with upturned edge. Then in 1933, Russian aeronauts reached an altitude of 62,304 feet. That's higher than the maximum cruising altitude of the Concorde jet and higher than the alleged commercial flights of the MiG-29. This is how Popular Science described the aeronauts' experience. Looking down, they tried in vain to detect any curvature of the Earth's horizon. Of course, Piccard and the Russians should have seen the curvature of the Earth at those altitudes, but they didn't, even though they wanted to. Kudos to them for their honesty. Although I will be sharing high-altitude balloon footage at much higher elevations proving there is no curvature and no axial rotation, these testimonies from these unbiased aeronauts in the 1930s evince that no one you know has ever seen the curvature of the Earth belying the claims of the globe propagandists.
You know what I'm saying? So I know you ain't really acting hard with me, right? Because you don't want me to step to you, you know what I'm saying? And take you down, dog. Because I'm about to pop! And this here room is what I call liquors of the world, dog. You know what I'm saying? Look at all the shit the motherfuckers bring back. It's your passport to getting drunk. Blood, blood. Zing, 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 zing.
Loran was a naval navigation system that was originally developed during World War II and was allegedly used until the 1990s. In short, it worked by two radio towers on the coast that would transmit radio waves across the ocean. Using the Loran system, a boat then could use the difference in the timing of the radio signals to calculate the vessel's location. These two Loran stations, Ciscasset and Bodie Island, for example, were 482 miles apart and could be over 1,000 miles away from the vessel. Using the distance between the Sisconset and Bodie Island stations as an example, the Sisconset station was 625 feet tall, with an added elevation of approximately 10 feet. At that height and distance, according to the dimensions of the alleged globe, that would make a target hidden height of 135,000 feet or 25.4 miles. That means that the Bodie Island Tower would have to be 14,000 feet higher than this weather balloon to have a line of sight with the Sisconset station. But the Bodie Island station was only maybe 150 feet tall, and these signals reached vessels over 1,000 miles away. Furthermore, look at the angle of the tower. The radio waves would be pointed towards space under the globe. There was no Earth curvature shadow blocking any signal from the Loran system. The official explanation is that the radio waves, traveling at the speed of light, mysteriously hugged the surface of the Earth and wrapped around the curvature, inexplicably jumping bulges of water and earth dozens of miles tall. Defying logic and reason, globe claims always include some extraordinary, unproven tell why the Earth curvature simply disappears without a trace. Simply stated, the Loran system is another indication that the Earth is indeed flat.
Is that it's not always easy to freestyle, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers can relate to that, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, we're told the Earth rotates at 15 degrees per hour, one rotation per day. If a plane were taking off from the North Pole at a distance of 1 mile from the geographic North Pole or literal axis of rotation of Earth, that would be a 6.28 mile circumference. That circumference would cover 6.28 miles in one day, or just about a quarter of a mile per hour. If a plane takes off from that runway and heads south towards the equator, it must, by mathematical fact, by physics fact, somehow accelerate its angular momentum that as it was taking off from the North Pole was only just about a quarter of a mile per hour, must somehow, when it's going to land at the equator, have accelerated over 1,037 miles per hour of angular momentum. It has never been proven physically that planes do this. There has never been an instrumentation, reading, or measurement provided to prove that this is what airplanes do when flying from north to south towards the equator. And vice versa. A plane taking off from the equator is carrying 1,037 miles per hour angular lateral momentum and must somehow lose over 1,000 miles per hour of that angular momentum in order for it to land safely at the North Pole, that is again only moving at a quarter of a mile per hour. This proves the Earth is stationary, and as many NASA and other government documents proclaim, when doing flight tests, they assume a flat, stationary plane. Globe proponents will tell you this is just because it's an easier way to test things without making it complicated, and so the pilots don't have to do all the difficult math. I would submit to you, because there has never again been any physical proof of their mathematical claims of rotation and conservation of momentum, much less acceleration or deceleration of angular momentum that these planes carry, that it is more likely that the Earth is just flat and stationary, and that's why these government documents state this. Until someone can provide mechanical measurement of airplanes either gaining 1,000 miles per hour of angular momentum or losing it going from the equator to the North Pole 1,000 miles an hour of angular momentum. This is proof the Earth is a stationary, level plane, just as the government's own documents state. Thank you for your time. The Earth is flat and stationary.
So if I'm writing about crime, you know what I'm saying, I gotta do crimes, you know what I'm saying, to get in that headspace, you know what I'm saying? So I was writing some vibes, some rhymes of like a sexual nature, right?
On October 14th, 2012, Felix Baumgartner officially reached an altitude of over 128,000 feet. His ascension took approximately 2.5 hours. His launch site was here, and his landing site was here. He landed 44 miles east of his launch site. According to the globe model, at the equator, the ground is allegedly rotating at 1,037 miles per hour. At the 33rd latitude, where Felix was located, the Earth is supposedly rotating at 867 miles per hour. So, if the ground was rotating at 867 miles per hour, then Felix should have landed roughly 2,000 miles to the west in the Pacific Ocean. Obviously, he didn't land in the Pacific Ocean. He actually landed 44 miles east of his launch site. That's the same direction as the Earth's supposed rotation, and absolutely the wrong direction. The alleged rotation of the Earth did not affect Felix's 2.5-hour ascent to that extreme altitude 1 iota. The globe propagandists want you to believe that the rotation of the ground somehow transferred all of its motion to the air above it, as though air constitutes a solid block stuck to the ground. They also must claim even the thinner upper layers of the atmosphere miraculously speed up to keep up with the ground below, as though the air can be connected to the ground like spokes on a bicycle wheel. The globe claim is patently absurd. In reality, the ground cannot effectively transfer its motion to air. Moreover, the layer of air close to the surface cannot then transfer its motion to the air above it, and so forth. If the Earth did spin as claimed by the globe model, this would result in a 1,000 mile per hour westerly wind, making life impossible. According to Dr. Carl Schofer, but we know of no body the parts of which have much less connection with each other than is the case with the air. The air layer next to the Earth, really dragged along by the communicated motion, would not be able to communicate its motion to the layers above it, for the simple reason that it stands in no connection with them. These upper layers must therefore remain in their place, or, which would signify the same thing, would apparently flow westward with the same rapidity with which the Earth is said to rotate to the east. Now, since the point on the equator, if the Earth rotates on its axis in a day, must move eastward at the rate of 1,250 feet a second, the air would similarly move 1,250 feet westward in a second, which would more than 10 times surpass the velocity of the most fearful hurricane. We cannot perceive the rotation of the Earth in any way. We cannot demonstrate it. There are no air currents which we can justly regard as, or even supposed to be, consequences of this rotation. These facts ought to be proof enough against the existence of the rotation of the Earth. Must it not appear almost absurd in us, preoccupied by what they have taught us in school, to accept a theory of the rotation of the Earth which neither is nor can be proven? Must we not wonder at the readiness of the learned of nearly the entire world, from the time of Copernicus and Kepler, to accept the conception of the rotation of the Earth, and then search afterwards, now for nearly 3.5 centuries, for arguments to maintain it, but of course without being able to find them? Without reasonable question, the Earth is stationary, and Felix Baumgartner proved the same.
It's just been pimp tight, you know what I'm saying? Pimp tight, you know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Before the start of World War II, German scientists developed a blind landing navigation system for aircraft. Essentially, aircraft tuned in to a certain frequency would know the location of the center of the runway by using a radio beacon as a guide. After World War II broke out, German military scientists soon realized that the same technology could enable German bombers to locate specific targets in England even in the darkest of nights. This secret system was called Knickebein. In short, the radio beam from a single transmitter would guide the German bombers on a line towards the target, but one beam could not tell the bomber when they were over the target. A second transmitter was set up so its beam crossed over the target, indicating when the airplanes should drop the bombs. British intelligence, led by R.V. Jones, slowly became aware that such bombing beams may have existed, and presented the information to Frederick Lindemann, Winston Churchill's leading science advisor. But Lindemann and others said such a targeting system would be impossible, because the supposed curvature of the Earth would block the high-frequency beams, because VHF waves do not even allegedly bend around the curvature of the Earth.
Dr. Jones took the message to Professor Lindemann, his old tutor and now scientific advisor to Winston Churchill, and tried to persuade him of the serious threat posed by the Knickerbein beams. But Lindemann was not convinced, pointing out that at the high frequencies necessary for an accurate beam, the curvature of the Earth would prevent its being directed against targets in Britain.
Lindemann was conceptually and mathematically right. VHF beams would require a direct line of sight with the German bombers, and England was simply too far away. The first of these Knickerbein transmitters was set up on Stolberg Hill near Denmark. Another transmitter was set up at Kleve in western Germany. Stolberg Hill was located 443 miles away from Derby, England. The hill was only 142 feet high, and the transmitter was 152 feet high for a combined height of 294 feet. Based on the globe map, the Earth's curvature would hide 118,425 feet. The other transmitter was in Kleve. It only has an elevation of 39 feet combined with a 100-foot tower. 139-foot height with a distance of 331 miles means that the curvature of the Earth would hide 66,722 feet. In other words, under the globe, a German bomber would need to be higher than 118,425 feet to be within the line of sight of the Knickerbein system. But the maximum cruising altitude of a German bomber was only 19,200 feet. Without question, it was impossible under the globe for those German bombers to be within line of sight of the Knickerbein towers. But Knickerbein did work, and English lives were lost as Churchill's scientific advisors couldn't believe in the VHF Knickerbein system when the Earth's curvature should have made it impossible. Very high frequency requires a direct line of sight. Wikipedia confirms the same as it reads, as the transmitters were more or less in line of sight to high-altitude bombers. This article here confirms it as well. But as I just showed, Wikipedia lied, as German bombers would have been nearly 100,000 feet below the globe's geometric horizon and certainly not within line of sight of the towers. There you have it. Only under the Flat Earth model could the Knickerbein system work, and the globe propagandists have no counter-argument but to lie and claim that the bombers were somehow in line of sight of the Knickerbein towers when that would have been mathematically impossible. German bombing beams proved there is no Earth curvature.
My new record's called Get My DJ Out of Jail. And that ain't exploiting that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Because he is in jail right now, you know what I'm saying? That's just the reality of my truths.
In the middle part of the 19th century, a man named Christian Doppler noticed that objects that emitted sound would produce either a rising or falling pitch to an observer, depending on the movement of the object relative to the observer. For example, an object which was producing a sound when moving toward an observer, such as a train, would produce a higher pitched sound as the object approached an observer. Likewise, a lower pitched sound would occur when the sounding object moved away from an observer. We know this today as the Doppler effect. Late in the 20th century, we merged radar technology with the Doppler effect, and we came up with Doppler radar, which is currently on your screen. Moisture shows up on Doppler radar much like it does on traditional radar, with one large exception, which makes Doppler radar superior. The Doppler radar unit detects the direction in which the moisture is moving relative to the Doppler unit itself. For example, moisture heading toward the Doppler radar may appear green, while moisture or precipitation heading away from the Doppler unit may appear red. The different colors tell meteorologists much more information than traditional radar can produce. In fact, it is the only tool that can be used outside of direct human observation to detect a funnel cloud or tornado. That is the Hooke image you see highlighted in this Doppler radar image. It is important to note that Doppler radar has no computation or compensation built in for the direction in which the signal is returned. In other words, an object moving toward the radar unit will shift the image towards green if the precipitation is moving toward the unit itself. It doesn't matter if the returned image is to the north or to the south or to the east or west. The Doppler radar unit is stationary and treats all returning signals alike, regardless of the directional source of the returned signal. And thus, with the spinning ball Earth that we are told exists, we've got a big problem. You see, if the Earth is rotating at somewhere between 750 to 1,000 miles per hour to the east, depending on the latitude of the radar unit, the Doppler effect would be totally negated by the Earth's rotation. Any echoes from the west would necessarily be moving away from the Doppler unit at 750 to 1,000 miles per hour, plus or minus the actual speed of the moisture that's moving itself, while echoes to the east would be rushing toward the radar unit at the same speed. All the other angles in between would create an almost infinite and nightmarish computation for the radar unit to sift through in order to make sense of the echoes received. The bottom line is, there is no computation or correction for any Earth movement whatsoever. The radar unit interprets all echoes the same, regardless of the compass direction. Doppler radar would be a total impossibility on a moving Earth. It simply would not exist. It would not and could not work if the Earth is a spinning ball.
Can't do it tonight, I'm saying.
See what he's saying? See what we're saying?
Julian, what the hell are these guys saying? I don't know. What are you guys saying?
All we're saying is, you know what I'm saying. See what I'm saying?
Can they do it or not? I don't know. I don't know. What are you guys trying to tell me here? You can't do it.
No, I'm saying. You're hearing the no and no I'm saying. But that's not a no. That's a no I'm saying. I'm saying.
I just want to know if you can have a fucking party for me. Do you know what I'm saying?
All we saying is, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yes or no?
Hey. What the fuck are you talking about? All we're saying is, you know what I'm saying. We and I am saying I'm saying.
We don't fucking understand you.
We're just saying, you know what I'm saying, you know what I mean? Hey, hang on 1 second. You know what I'm saying?
On December 12th, 1901, Guglielmo Marconi received a transatlantic radio transmission at a distance of 2,135 miles. With the transmission tower height and elevation added in, at that distance, nearly 640 miles should have been hidden behind the Earth's curvature. 640 miles is enough to hide the United Kingdom if it were standing straight up. That is a very tall shadow. In my previous Flat Earth Fact number 11 video, I described how the World War II German Knickerbein bombing radio guidance system was not initially investigated because English scientists, including Churchill's scientific advisor, stated the curvature of the Earth would block the VHF beams, and so the targeting system could not exist. The advisors were mathematically right, but English lives were lost because the Knickerbein system in fact existed, proving there was no Earth curvature. Likewise, naysayers told Marconi that it would be impossible to send a radio transmission over 200 miles, let alone 2,000 miles, because the curvature of the Earth should have blocked the transmission. Again, the naysayers were mathematically correct, but Marconi accomplished the feat and has been repeated many times at much further distances. Because of Marconi, the ionosphere theory was then fabricated, claiming that the radio waves bounced off of the ionosphere. For Loran, the explanation is that the radio waves hugged the surface of the water. For Knickerbein, since the beams were VHF, the issue has been avoided entirely, as Wikipedia and others have simply lied about the math and said that the Earth's supposed curvature wouldn't have been an issue at those distances. Do you see the pattern here? Repeatable scientific evidence proves the Earth is demonstrably flat. In response, new pseudoscience nonsense is discovered, somehow justifying why the Earth's curvature somehow always evades detection and disappears without a trace. Marconi's 2,000-mile transmission is another proof of the flat Earth.
You know what I'm saying, camera boy? I ain't shook of nobody walking around the face of this Earth, judging the J to the ROC. You know what I'm saying? This here piece that we're doing today, right? It's a short dramatic works.
called From Russia with the Love Bone, right? I wrote it because everybody knows that Russian women, they down with North American men, and same vice versa, right? North American men, they down with Russian women and all that. So we shooting this short piece, you know what I'm saying? And it's gonna be good, you know what I'm saying? I directed it, you know what I'm saying? And it's gonna be all good, you know what I'm saying?
J-Rock, man. It's cool to say know what I'm saying once or twice, but 8 or 9 times? You know what I'm saying? That's too many times.
What, are you taking the Nome census? You from the Department of Nome Sayings? You count my Nome Sayings? I got some quoted I got to fit?
I don't even
you
know what you're saying. I don't even understand what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, motherfucker. We're just having a good time. You know what I'm saying?
Geez,
Make a film.
One too many.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm directing this and I wrote it. It's called From Russia with the Love Bone. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
J-Rock, it's cool to say know what I'm saying once or twice, but 8 or 9 times? It's too crazy, you know what I'm saying?
You better step up, you know what I'm saying? Because I ain't, what, you know, taking the Nome census?
You're taking it too far. One too many, know what I'm saying?
Government Department of Nome Sayings?
I don't even know what you're saying.
I'm just saying a couple Nome Sayings, having a good time, a couple drinks with my friends, you know what I'm saying?
One too many, know what I'm saying?
But you see what I'm saying? I'm just having a good time, you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying?
In my last video, I discussed Marconi's 2,135-mile radio transmission that was supposed to be impossible under the globe model. Based on the globe math, that radio signal should have been approximately 640 miles over Marconi's head, but it wasn't. We talked about Knickerbein and how English lives were foolishly lost because English scientists erroneously believed in the Earth's curvature that was supposed to be blocking German VHF bombing beams. According to the globe math, those German VHF beams should have been 100,000 feet above the German bombers, but they weren't. We have also talked about Loran and how Loran was used as a navigation system that could pinpoint the location of a boat 1,000 miles away from the station, again demonstrating there is indeed no Earth curvature. In addition to these examples, sonar also unequivocally proves there is no Earth curvature. In addition to finding enemy submarines, sonar can be used for mapping the ocean floor. Ridges, hills, trenches, and sunken vessels are all easily mapped with sonar. Despite the detail of modern sonar mapping, no one has ever mapped or detected the Earth's curvature using sonar. When a Navy ship actively sends out a sonar ping, it will generate an acoustic shadow, where the sound waves are blocked by underwater obstructions, like boats, rocks, hills, and ridges. You can see the acoustic shadow produced by these sonar images. These shadows are sometimes used by submarines to hide from detection. However, as confirmed by former Navy sonar technicians, which has not been challenged by anyone, sonar has never produced a globe curvature acoustic shadow. If the globe were real, modern submarines, operating at a depth of 1,600 feet, could remain hidden from surface ships at 80 miles by hiding in the curvature shadow. Depending on the varying depths, a submarine could remain undetected from another submarine at a mere 25 miles by just hiding in the Earth's curvature shadow.
Hello, I have a question.
However, no submarine has ever hid behind the Earth's curvature to evade detection, proving there is no curvature. That brings us to another U.S. government proof of the flat Earth.
Oh, Kui, I remember you. Welcome, man.
Yes,
you haven't.
What's up?
Yeah, you haven't slept.
I slept, yeah.
Yeah, me too. I just woke up, had the shower.
Cool, nice. Yeah, so new day.
Yeah, you know. Before I went to sleep, yeah, I was thinking if you go on a straight line, where will you end up?
Yeah.
I was wondering about this question. So I don't know.
You can wonder for the whole rest of your life.
I will. Of course I will.
Or you can do something about it for yourself if you want to. Or try at least, I would say. But I told you about the implications. Like, you know, it's risky.
Go work with them, you mean?
Yeah, that's one way. Without getting, risking your own life.
The Earth is flat.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
We know that. But yeah, other than that, I don't know, man. It's pretty near impossible to do that on your own, legally or illegally. Just by
What
alone.
do you what do you imagine?
I can't imagine anything that I have never seen. Simple as that. I only know what I
No, you
know.
can't. Yeah, but you must have some things that you are suspecting would happen.
You think you would be able to go straight?
I don't know, man. There's plenty of stories being told, people going out there in the past, present.
Yeah, but he's saying what would happen if I just go straight, you know? And I would just answer by, I would just answer by, you know, do you think you would be able to go straight? Either you end up at a big lake or ocean, or you end up by a huge hill, or let's say at the least you end up by a huge ice wall that you can't climb. So what's even the matter of going just straight? Like what is the...
It matters, yeah, clay under seal.
Yeah, but you can't do it.
You mean the Antarctic Treaty? You can't do it, or what? Why can't you?
No, I'm saying you can't go straight.
Why not?
You can't even fly straight with certain planes because you're gonna end up somewhere where you cannot pass. You know, there's certain mountain ranges that you cannot fly over because of certain winds. There's so many factors of why just going straight would be a stupid idea. And I mean, at the very least, you will end up at a huge ice wall, you know. But because you can look at the ice that is surrounding the highest elevated continent, or what they claim to be a continent. Very, very big ships look very tiny next to the ice walls of Antarctica. But it's very, actually, you know, that's just assuming and hypothetical, and it's not really that important. What is more important is to know that it measures flat, you know?
I know it's flat,
and that the globe is impossible.
Yeah, water cannot bend, but still.
Yeah, exactly. That's the most honest thing you can come to a realization as a human being, that water cannot bend.
Yeah, large bodies of water cannot stick to shapes, cannot stick to a wall, cannot stick to a ball. This is, we know, I know, but still, every day when I go to sleep, the first thing I ask myself, if I'm walking or sailing or flying or whatever, driving in a straight line, what would happen? Where would I end up be? Is there further land? Is there the sky joins the earth and then they touch?
Be on the other side.
There's multiple theories about this subject, but I think they saying, oh, storm Area 51. No, I say we all as humans, we go in a straight line and explore what would happen, you know? We just all go and see for ourselves, so we know.
The only answer to the question is try it out, but I can only really tell you that it's not going to be easy or even possible. Everything besides that is just assumptions. The same thing that I just assumed what would happen. So if it's just by walking a straight line, it's impossible. I don't even need to assume that. Just by walking, you cannot just go a straight line. Because first of all, try to keep a straight line for 2 kilometers. You will have a big struggle to do that. Because probably, let's say you're in an area where there's a lot of population. Let's say after 10 kilometers of really purely going straight, if that's even possible, you will at some point maybe end up at a house that is in your way, or a tree or something. So the straight line possibility or whatnot is just actually boring.
Why is it boring?
because we have trees, hills, valleys, lakes, seas. I don't
So
know how
what?
many.
You fly in a straight line in an airplane.
Yeah, okay.
You don't have
now
to touch the trees in the mountains.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Now we're in an airplane. I thought you said going a straight line in a way of using your feet. But even in an airplane, you will have restrictions, restricted airspaces, mountains that you cannot fly over due to their height and weather phenomena, and then you're gonna have limitations regarding your fuel. Then you have other traffic, which would.
I'm not talking about the Antarctic Treaty. I'm talking about if we are the people that put the Antarctic Treaty, what do they see? Like they have the vehicles, they have a military
You're not
base. What do they
listening.
see?
You're not listening. I didn't talk about Antarctic Treaty. I'm talking about the general problems that you will face using an aircraft to go in a straight line. It's not about Antarctic Treaty. You will. Do you know how many restricted fly zones there are in Germany, let alone?
How many?
A few, so to say. You know, you have military restricted fly zones. You have protection of nature, no-fly zones, or however you're gonna call it. You have no-fly zones because of, what is it called? Sound protection.
And how does a no-fly zone affect the fact that a plane always planes through the air? To plane means to remain on a level. When a plane is planing through the air, it is flying level and horizontal towards its destination. It's only when the pilot chooses to make deviation that it's going to impact it all. A no-fly zone is just an area that we are required not to enter or exit, but effectively you can fly in a straight line to either destination that you're wanting to go to.
I understand, but I'm trying to point out the obvious problems that you would face if you would do it today. I know that it's in principle possible.
No. I am talking about theoretically. What are the possibilities? Like, I know some people say there are further land. Some people say you just hit the firmament. And some people say you cannot land because it's all cloudy. There is no land.
Even in theory, you would need to have an air. If you want to really fly just a straight line, you would need to have an aircraft that is capable of flying unlimitedly without fuel. Because if you would try to refuel, you would go off your straight line. Like I said, there's mountains that you cannot pass with certain type of aircrafts.
So they are so high. They must be too high.
Yes, there are mountains that you cannot pass with an aircraft. But at least you should not pass them. I don't know if you.
What mountain you cannot cross with an aircraft? Which mountain?
Give me a second, please. Not a running lexicon.
You might mean that they can't travel there with helicopters because helicopters are governed by air pressure. But an aeroplane flies at 40,000 or 45,000 feet well above the surface of the earth. There's no mountain at 45,000 feet. Due to the nature of the jet engine and how it compresses the air, it's less important as to what the barometric or air pressure is going into the motor. It'll still function. They claim that they can't fly over cold zones, but once you're up at 45,000 feet, you're already at negative temperatures. So it's a bit ludicrous that they assert that. But I remember reading about Richard E. Byrd's journey to the south, and that back then, I think it was in the late 40s or early 50s. So
yes, we all heard about Richard Byrd, Admiral Byrd.
But their aircrafts back in the 50s were naturally aspirated. So they needed air coming straight into the motor. It wasn't jet turbines that we're using today.
For example,
You mean there is land beyond Antarctica? Yeah.
Okay. Can I tell you why? So Tibet, for example, is the roof of the world, what they say, and it's considered to be it is a no-fly zone because of the heights of the mountains. They cannot fly over it. Any plane. You can look it up if you want to. I'm not lying.
Is that not that they recommend not to fly there because in a cloudy environment you may not have the clearance that you think you have? Or is it that the aeroplane is incapable of flying over that peak?
It says it's impossible for airplanes to fly over.
Why is it impossible?
That's a good question. I would suggest. I would say it's because of the. I would say that's not completely impossible personally, but I think in the limitations of how they test airplanes and so forth, and for safety issues, they wouldn't do it. I guess that makes sense. But I need to look further into it. Give me a sec. So it says the leading reason for aircraft avoiding the region is the high average height of the terrain. This is over 14,000 feet. Aircraft, of course, cruise much higher than this, but the procedure in the event of an emergency, such as a cabin depressurization, is to descend to 10,000 feet before diverting to an airport. Okay, you can fly over it, but like I said, because of safety reasons, they can't do it. So yeah, and let's say in theory it would be possible with an airliner, but in real life they don't do it because of safety reasons. Yeah, anyways, again, you can try it out, man.
It's a good point, but I think they've given us a lot of bullshit about safety reasons, where they say that they don't fly over the oceans because what if they needed to crash land? Then where would they land if they're traveling over the southern oceans? But then when they travel over the northern oceans, there's no problem with if we were to crash land, we must be flying with land underneath us. So there's certain times where that safety requirement is upheld or enforced.
Yep.
And then there's certain times where it's not. So it's just ambiguous, I'd say. They still, you can almost guarantee they're talking bullshit.
But I can do understand why, because 14,000 feet can be very thin air. Let me see. That's actually something I can do understand.
So what about the thin air at 35,000 feet where they normally fly? Why would 14,000 feet thin air be worth considering when 35,000 thin air is not?
Because the cabin is being pressurized at 40,000 feet or over 10,000 feet.
No. Because globe earthers, they say, oh, you are gonna end up at the same place you fly from. So if you fly from America in a straight line, you end up in America. So it's spherical. Okay. But no, that's not what happens. But no one knows the answer to this question ever. Not globe earthers, not flat earthers. They don't know what happens when you fly in a straight line. I think as a humanity, we all have to explore this earth and see where is the edge. I think we are kept here like animals. And there are things way, way, way wonderful beyond if we just walk, if we just explore it, you know? So this is my thesis. This is everything I wanted to say, because if you know Beyond the Imaginary Curve, there is someone on YouTube called Del, Beyond the Imaginary Curve. So what's beyond? Okay, now we know it's flat. So what's beyond the edge? What's beyond? We need to explore this earth, seriously. It's our earth, and we must explore it. Full extent. We see all the corners of earth. We must. There is no fly zone, no nothing. This is our earth. In the end, we all belong to this place.
Maybe you don't want to know what's besides the ice wall. Maybe it's a very bad place to be.
But it's plausible because the sun is actually rotating around the center of the earth. And the edges, it gets cloudy and icy.
Maybe there's nothing. Maybe the end of the world is just the end of the world and that's it.
Maybe it's infinite. Yeah, I know.
No, I suggest maybe there's nothing. Maybe the end of the world is the end of the world.